Ottoman debt, of which they held 60%, and nationalist hardliners in Ankara who opposed any kind of colony peace with the West. 80. Although the Lausanne Treaty restored Turkish independence and a French brokered deal was eventually reached on the Ottoman debt, the dispute over Mosul province had to be referred to the Council for Arbitration. 81 To the British government, economic sanctions were an obvious way to bring pressure to bear on Ankara if it did not drop its claims to the territory. The Economist compared the Turkish case with that of Yugoslavia 2 years earlier. It may be doubted whether the economic weapon, even if wielded with its full force, will have the like effect upon the Turks. Of course, the Turks want, like any other nation, to reconstruct their economic life on something like a Western standard, but they may value their territorial aims more, and may elect, rather than abandon them, to see Anatolia sink to the economic level of Afghanistan or Abyssinia. And if they do not fear the economic sanctions of the League, still less do they feel its moral authority. 82 The efficacy of sanctions could, in other words, be seen as a function of the degree to which countries were prepared to embrace liberalism. In December 1925, Balfour asked the ATB to analyze the prospects for economic sanctions against Turkey. 83 The Baldwin cabinet's concern was that the Mosul dispute would trigger an Anglo-Turkish war possibly after the PCIJ ruled in favor of British Iraq and Turkey refused to accept the verdict. After studying the Turkish economy, the committee's conclusions were pessimistic. Since the country had long land borders, it was relatively immune to maritime blockade. Moreover, it depended only to a small degree on seaborne trade for its hard currency earnings. Consequently, League sanctions would do no more than cause annoyance, inconvenience, and possibly a moral effect in that it would demonstrate that the world was against her. 84 Nonetheless, Foreign Secretary Austen Chamberlain carefully conveyed the impression that the three European powers on the Council would impose material sanctions if pushed. This certainly contributed to Turkey's decision not to defy the League, and the Mosul dispute was resolved in April 1926, when Britain offered Turkey a share of oil royalties in the region for the next 25 years. 85. A more acute crisis for the British imperial presence in Asia began in the summer of 1925 as Chinese discontent about foreign rule in Western concessions and treaty ports broke into open revolt after a police massacre in the international settlement of Shanghai. 86 The centerpiece of this popular uprising, coordinated by the Chinese Nationalist and Communist parties, combined in the First United Front and receiving Soviet funding and advisors, was the Canton, Hong Kong general strike that began in June. 87 Owing to a high degree of local labor organization, the Canton, Hong Kong Strike Committee, led by the Siemens and Tram Workers Unions, quickly brought together a large coalition. Landing stage workers, steamship repairers, construction workers, carpenters, smiths, cobblers, butchers, grocers, restaurant and tea house servers, cooks, tailors, seamstresses, maids, laundry workers, barbers, and housemaids working in the diplomatic quarter all went on strike. By July some 250,000 laborers out of Hong Kong's population of 600,000 had ceased work. 88 Public utilities, transport, and industrial production ground to a halt. Marketplace trading and shipping activities were severely reduced. After Hong Kong Governor Reginald Stubbs tried to punish the Cantonese supporters of the strike by banning food and gold exports to the countryside, the strike committee instituted a full boycott of the colony. 89 The damage inflicted on European business was severe. In October, the British government extended a £3 million emergency credit to Hong Kong to prevent an acute liquidity crisis. It was, in the words of the French writer André Malraux, a war of a totally new kind. Undertaken by the anarchic power of southern China, against the very symbol of British domination in Asia, the military rock from where the fortified empire surveys its herds. 90. The Canton, Hong Kong general strike greatly worried British and French authorities. 91 At the CID, Maurice Hankey saw the unrest as a dangerous red barbarism fostered by Russian communism to conquer the Eurasian landmass. China, he thought, was almost in chaos. Any day you may get some movement which compels intervention and brooks no delay a massacre in Canton or Pekin, another siege of the Legat Ions. Xenophobia has broken out in China every 20 or 25 years for the last century. Force has always been needed to restore the situation. 92 Hankey's first instinct was to break up the strike with a blockade. The Foreign Office contacted the French government to discuss economic sanctions against the Chinese nationalists. Since the beleaguered Anglo-French concession in Guangzhou was located on an island, the Foreign Office and Admiralty envisaged subjecting the city itself to a naval blockade in effect, encircling the encirclers. Having just stabilized the European situation and finished their troop withdrawal from the Ruhr, Sidus, and Gout at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs had little desire to start a war in East Asia. However, the French argued that the League's handling of the Corfu crisis had produced a useful legal precedent to exploit. As long as economic countermeasures did not target another state directly, they could be cast as a legal form of reprisal. They commented that a blockade of the port of Canton by British vessels does not appear to have to constitute an act of war. This will be a coercive measure destined to modify or remove regulations, i.e., the Chinese boycott that hamper British commerce. 93 Counter-revolutionary policing could thus be dressed up as a measure to enforce non-discrimination. 94. The question of blockade became more urgent as the strike wore on. In March 1926, Cecil chaired a special meeting of the ATB on the possibility of instituting a blockade of the approaches to Canton. 95 The Cantonese countryside imported only a few external necessities, such as fuel supplies, illuminants, and fats and oils, whose cutting off would have an effect. But the local population would probably revert to subsisting on locally grown rice and firewood, whose availability depended on the quality of the harvest, not the Royal Navy. Ex-Governor Stubbs argued that everything depended on whether the Chinese merchant class would be able to influence the nationalist leadership. Since they were the social stratum that the nationalists taxed to support their armed struggle and the strike, the present position of the merchants, both political and financial, might prove an essential factor in the problem of what would be the effect of the blockade. By contrast, Stubbs thought that the laboring classes would be able to get on somehow in spite of the blockade, and the hardships inflicted might only enrage them. 96. At the heart of the problem that the ATB confronted was the social target of the economic weapon. Stubbs and other committee members agreed that the ideal object of economic sanctions was a mercantile agent whose behavior was guided by profit and loss. However, working class power posed an obstacle to this behaviorist logic. If Cantonese merchants were indeed in charge, economic pressure could motivate this commercial class into pushing the nationalists to compromise. But if the working classes controlled the strike, then economic sanctions might well bolster their resolve, risking escalation into a fully fledged popular war against foreign imperialism. As the strike gradually fell apart in the spring of 1926, so did the urgency to intervene. Leadership struggles among the nationalists led Chiang Kai-shek to arrest the strike committee. Moreover, local merchants, peasants, and workers were increasingly dissatisfied with the harsh enforcement of the boycott against Hong Kong and the Xiamen. 97 Despite this, the general strike had demonstrated its formidable power, a most effective economic weapon, as both the Japanese and the British in China have reason to know. In the words of The Economist. 98 Over the course of 14 months, Hong Kong's trade fell by 80%, and the colony lost an estimated £100 million in income. 99. By contrast, Canton's trade boomed and the nationalists emerged stronger and richer than before. 100. Many in the British establishment saw the hand of the Soviet Union behind the disturbances in China and regarded Moscow as waging a shadow war against the British Empire. 101 In May 1927, a British police raid on the London office of the Soviet Trade Delegation and All-Russian Cooperative Society, also known as ARCOS, the chief agency for British-Soviet trade, led to the severing of diplomatic relations between the two countries. 102 Austin Chamberlain admitted that the actual moment chosen for the breach was an accident, but that its effects in aggravating Soviet distress were nonetheless opportune. 103 At any rate, the affair convinced Stalin that the imperialist powers were united in a capitalist encirclement of the USSR, which they were strangling in a financial blockade. 104. Despite there being no such actual policy on the part of the British government, the option was certainly being considered by the ATB, which studied in November how to respond to a possible Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. 105. Since recovering from civil war and famine, the Soviet Union had become self-sufficient in foodstuffs and was rapidly regaining its old export position in raw materials such as grain, ores, flax, timber, and oil. This made it virtually impervious to commodity cut-offs. Vital inputs could easily be obtained in neighboring countries. The Soviet reliance on external finance for industrialization was a pressure point that could be targeted. But it would be difficult for British action by itself to have an appreciable effect, especially if Germany and the United States remained potential sources of funds. For these reasons, Cecil and Hawtrey concluded that blockade is most unlikely to deal a deciding blow. 106. This judgment was echoed by the German banker Karl Melchior, a friend of Keynes who visited Moscow in November 1927. Melchior reported to the EFO, if it would be possible to unite the capitalist powers in a kind of economic and financial blockade against Russia, then such a move would bring Russia in an extraordinarily difficult economic and financial position, but it would in my view not lead to the downfall of the current government. The Russian people would then, as long as this situation remains, tighten their belts 1 or 2 notches. 107. Despite many plans and attempts to coerce them materially, peoples on the Eurasian landmass remained an intractable object for the economic weapon. The virtual and the real economic weapon. Since no League economic sanctions were implemented in the 1920s, it is easy to conclude that the instrument remained marginal. Indeed, diplomatic historian Zara Steiner has argued that since none of the international disputes in the 1920s involved the use of sanctions, the League's security system was never tested. 108. But to look only at instances of actual implementation is to miss an important dimension of the history of the economic weapon. As we have seen, the dominant conception of sanctions among interwar internationalists depended initially on deterrence through the threat of use, either explicit, as against Yugoslavia in 1921, or implicit, as against Turkey in 1925. A narrow definition of use that excludes this prospective aspect of economic sanctions does not grasp their power in international politics in the period. The importance of the virtual dimension of the economic weapon was proven once more in October 1925, when a Greco-Bulgarian border skirmish was defused before it could escalate into a war between 2 League member states. 109. This incident, also known as the War of the Stray Dog, was so successfully contained that it became a cause célèbre in the League's peace literature. In Steiner's account, the great powers' combined pressure on the Greeks proved sufficient without invoking Article 16. Great power solidarity rather than the sanctions weapon determined the outcome. 110. While the peaceful outcome of the episode is beyond dispute, the actual deliberations in Geneva belie this upbeat account of events. A sanctions package against Greece was not only prepared and discussed during the crisis, but its display to the government in Athens was also crucial in de-escalating the tensions. Exactly what happened at the border crossing at the Bulgarian town of Petrich in Thrace on October 19 is disputed. In the most credible account, a Greek soldier chasing his dog across the border was shot and killed by Bulgarian sentries, leading to an exchange of gunfire. Greece was ruled by Theodoros Pangalos, a stern, truculent general who had come to power in a coup in June 1925 and fashioned his regime after that of Mussolini. 111. Pangalos was an ardent Greek nationalist, and the Petrich incident created an opportunity to shore up his precarious popularity that was too good to miss, especially since the Paris peace treaties had reduced Bulgaria's army to just 20,000 men, and the government in Sofia had few great power allies. By October 22, several battalions of Greek forces had advanced 10 kilometers into Bulgarian territory on a 30-kilometer wide front and had begun bombarding Petrich. 112. Greek dictator General Theodoros Pangalos after his coup d'état, 1925. Süddeutsche Zeitung photo / Alamy stock photo. As both sides mobilized for war, Bulgaria appealed to the League for mediation. In Geneva, Drummond agreed with Aristide Briand that a council meeting would take place in Paris on October 26 to discuss measures to contain the crisis. But many officials in the League Secretariat worried that the situation would escalate before then. To prevent this, they sent telegrams to the Bulgarian and Greek governments urging them to avoid military action until a council decision had been reached. 113 These dispatches had their effect, and a serious Greek attack on Petrich scheduled for the morning of October 24 was avoided in the nick of time, as Arthur Salter put it in his later report on the crisis. 114. In the days before the council meeting in Paris, Drummond and Salter were busy designing the sanctions to be used if Pangalos did not withdraw his troops. Salter drafted a note to the British, French, and Italian governments asking them to send warships to make a demonstration off the coast of Athens. This was meant to prepare for the application of economic sanctions which the Council may recommend in accordance with Article 16. Rather than tone down this display of force, Drummond asked if it is certain that the presence of ships will have sufficient effect. 115 Salter made it clear that a naval demonstration would be preparation for economic pressure, and a clear warning that serious and practical steps for its application were in progress. If the warning by itself were not sufficient, the pressure would be applied progressively, until finally the whole coastline was blockaded. 116. Although fleet action was thus the first step, the EFO also studied economic sanctions. Salter had organized the League's £12.3 million refugee resettlement loan to Greece in 1924 and was thus deeply familiar with its economy. 117 Since suffering a financial crisis in the 1890s, Greek finances had been closely supervised by Western creditors, so instituting a financial blockade would require temporarily ignoring their interests. On the other hand, Greece's dependence on imported food made it highly vulnerable to commercial blockade. 118 In this case, Salter, Drummond, and their colleagues did not consider U.S. neutral shipping a major problem of sanctions implementation. The trade flows concerned were small, and they assumed that they could count on the goodwill of the American public. 119 Greece was the more likely target of sanctions but not the only possible one. In the event that the government of Prime Minister Alexander Tsankov in Sofia should refuse a League directive to resolve the crisis or escalate matters into open war, Salter also commissioned an EFO study of Bulgarian economic vulnerabilities. Bulgaria was heavily dependent on foreign creditors, to whom it had mortgaged most of its domestic revenue streams. 120 Sanctions against its trade would dry up customs income and thereby force Sofia to default on its debt. But beyond this modest effect on the psychological basis of the exchange position, the country seemed fairly impervious to external pressure. The EFO observed that Bulgaria was a very poor, very primitive, and a self-supporting country, with total exports and imports of only $76 million, compared to total Greek trade of $204 million, annual imports were just $8 per capita. No other European countries except Lithuania and Estonia had so little total trade with the outside world. This very low trade dependence clearly came as something of a surprise to the analysts in Geneva, who speculated that the incident at the Greek border must have been caused because the plentiful cereal harvest had made Bulgarians habituated to working during the summer and fighting during the autumn months. 121. Meanwhile, the council meetings on 26 and October 27 progressed. Chamberlain agreed with Briand and the Italian representative Vittorio Silaha on a gradated sanctions package and communicated it to the Greek government. If Greek troops had not left Bulgarian territory within 60 hours, diplomatic relations would be severed, followed up shortly afterward by a fleet demonstration and, finally, if Pangalos did not yield, a full blockade. By the morning of October 28, Athens had surrendered. 122 The stabilization allowed the council to send a commission of inquiry that settled the frontier dispute by early December. The successful sanctions threat not only convinced Pangalos to back down, but also boosted the council's credibility in openly preparing for sanctions against Turkey several months later, enabling the peaceful settlement of the Mosul dispute. These deterrence crises forced the League officials to assess how sanctions functioned within international law. The Greco-Bulgarian incident prompted the head of the League's legal section, the Dutchman Joost Adriaan van Hammel, to write a long report on how the organization's police action worked as a form of coercion short of war. A progressive liberal, Amsterdam law professor, and advocate of close Dutch alignment with Britain, Van Hammel thought that the League's internationalist praxis was creating its own legal paradigm. 123 Before the World War, international law had regarded a state of war as impossible without a formal declaration of war. But in his view, it would, however, be a great mistake to admit that League action should be restricted by such technical conceptions. Under the League of Nations regime, various terms of a legal nature acquire a different meaning from that formerly associated with them. They will be governed by new rules still to be drawn up, including the application of the so-called rules of war when applied in a collective action organized by the League. It would also apply to the application of the economic weapon of the League, which is not necessarily governed by the older rules in existence on the subject of blockade. 124. Van Hammel saw the removal of legal constraints as a way to strengthen the deterrent effect of the League's economic sanctions. The economic weapon is one which works better by being kept in store, he wrote. Prudent League action should in most cases refrain from applying it or from leading up to its application, and thereby showing its weaknesses. On the other hand, it should always be there theoretically organized, and the possibility of its application never be doubted. 125 League officials thus advanced a conception of sanctions that relied on their force as a powerful abstraction. Indeed, they felt that sanctions might work better as an abstraction than when they were actually applied. But the danger of relying on their potential damage was that an aggressor would call the League's bluff. The elaboration of economic sanctions in the mid-1920s was marked by attention. On the one hand, certain interpretative questions remained unresolved, and domestic legislation to implement sanctions was lacking in most countries. On the other hand, the very public efforts to make economic sanctions central to global security raised their profile in politics, public debate, and the business world beyond their actual proportions. The deterrence theory of economic sanctions had been shown to work, but perhaps it worked too well. If threatened too much, states might choose to defend themselves against sanctions. By the late 1920s, as international tensions over tariffs, migration, and naval armament were rising, League officials were beginning to become aware of the enormous shadow that the economic weapon cast over the prosperity of the Roaring Twenties. EFO Secretary Felkin thought that the immediate need now is not to increase sanctions, but to devise every possible means of making it unnecessary to bring the enormous sanctions of Article 16 into operation. 126 The rhetoric of sanctions did more than express the new reality of interwar politics, over time it also came to influence that reality. Chapter 6. Sanctionism versus Neutrality, 1927–1931. The point of Article 16 was to enable, as a German diplomat put it, the war of all against war one. The economic weapon had the political task of stabilizing the post-war order. But in the eyes of many internationalists it also had a moral and legal purpose, to punish the crime of aggression. While the Covenant had mentioned aggression, it was not until the Eighth Assembly in 1927 that the League officially condemned aggressive war. 2 By this time, negotiations were underway for an international treaty outlawing war as an instrument of national policy. This agreement, the Paris Peace Pact or Kellogg-Briand Pact, was signed in August 1928. 3 Succeeding where the Geneva Protocol had failed, the pact was a promising advance for the cause of international peace. Its only flaw was that it lacked a clear method of enforcement. In the late 1920s, internationalists therefore sought to harmonize the League and the Paris Pact, using the sanctions of the former to uphold the latter's ban on war. Cecil and Arnold Forster envisioned such a union of Geneva and Washington as an international posse comitatus for. To make this project of institutional synthesis work, however, several outstanding questions had to be resolved. First, it was necessary to reach a grand bargain between the world's two premier naval powers, Great Britain and the United States. Unless there was some kind of agreement on the meaning of freedom of the seas, it was possible that Washington would refuse to join economic sanctions against an aggressor and continue trading with outcast states. In that case, Britain faced a dilemma: accept U.S. neutrality and undermine the economic weapon, or enforce it to the hilt and thus restrict American foreign trade by force if needed. The clash between British blockade and U.S. neutral rights had been a major bone of contention during the World War, and a renewed confrontation over this issue, what Norman Angell called the satanic contingency, remained possible throughout the interwar years. 5 The question remained to what extent economic sanctions would interdict food supplies to civilians. Humanitarians wanted to protect non-combatants from a starvation blockade. But economic sanctions fed a fundamental uncertainty about what the acts of coercion would be against a nation at war against the world, as U.S. internationalist James Shotwell described it. 6 The growth of international business and finance in the boom of the Roaring Twenties had made the private sector equally concerned with protecting its property, contracts, and investment decisions from sanctions. 7 German authors even proposed to extend the Paris Pact to international business. To create a Kellogg Pact for private property. 8 Sanctionism began to affect not only geopolitics and the ethics of war, but also the stability of global capitalism. This chapter traces how the project to reconcile the Covenant and the Paris Pact solved some of these issues while failing to address others. On the whole, the achievement of the sanctionists was less to build a fully functioning edifice of their own than to contain and defeat alternative visions of international order that avoided sanctions or restricted their effects, especially the doctrine of neutrality, which depoliticized trade and investment. These alternative orders show the stakes of the sanctionist endeavor. Sanctionists used liberal language to reconceptualize war-making and peacekeeping. One of their key innovations was to create a new distinction between public and private wars. Public wars were coalition wars against aggression with the backing of international law. By contrast, a private war, any unauthorized use of force by a single state, was now rendered illegal and labeled a form of aggression. The sanctionists' recourse to a classical dichotomy of liberalism, the public-private distinction, fosters the impression that they were liberals whereas their enemies were anti-liberal. In fact, the struggle between sanctionism and neutrality is better understood as a competition not between liberalism and illiberalism but between politicization and depoliticization. Many sanctionists were left-leaning and wanted to bring politics into new domains. British liberals and Labourites, French radicals and Republicans, and American progressives and New Dealers all rejected the idea that politics and the economy were separate realms. 9 Private economic relations among individuals and among firms were a legitimate object of intervention, both at home, through taxes and regulation, and abroad, in the form of tariffs and sanctions. Conversely, some of the most fervent neutralist opponents of sanctions were early neoliberal thinkers who wanted to insulate capitalism by instituting a fundamental separation between the realm of private property and the domain of state sovereignty. 10. Sanctionists politicized the international economy to a new degree. Armed with the concept of aggression, they destroyed many old nostrums, distinctions between civilians and non-combatants, state property and private property, and neutrals and belligerents were recast as obstacles to fighting evil. Indeed, sanctionists argued, under early 20th century globalization all forms of trade, transport, and finance could strengthen national economic power, thereby contributing to an aggressor's ability to wage war and resist international norms. Hence the only meaningful economic war against such an opponent was an unlimited one. It was a testament to this major shift in the liberal outlook that by 1929, figures from the heart of the British ruling class such as Cecil and Arnold Forster could rhetorically ask, "What is private property?" as an argument for abolishing that very concept in wartime. 11 At the same time, the ambitious interventionist agenda of the sanctionist liberalism was undermined by its reliance on the conservative economics of the gold standard and budgetary austerity. The development of the economic weapon accentuated this basic tension within interwar liberalism, a disjuncture that became most clear in the fate of the League's financial plan to prevent war. The Convention on Financial Assistance. The positive economic weapon was contained in Article 16's third paragraph, which promised that member states would mutually support one another in the financial and economic measures. French policymakers had always emphasized that the collective provisioning aspect of the economic weapon was equally important to its sanctions component. 12 In the 1920s, the question was how many of the World War's logistical mobilization structures could be recreated within the parameters of the League as part of a sanctions procedure against an aggressor. John Maynard Keynes was one of the early advocates of this policy. After working to arrange inter-allied finance for the Treasury during World War I, Keynes had advised Cecil at the Paris Peace Conference. On the SEC in the spring of 1919, he had become a strong critic of the continuation of the blockade, which British policymakers had, he felt, grown to love for its own sake. In 1924, when the Secretariat and EFO were trying to pass the Geneva Protocol, Elliot Felkin had asked him for his views on sanctions. 14 Keynes was skeptical of negative measures of interdiction. The more things are thought about, the more shall we be inclined to depend upon positive assistance to the injured party as compared with reprisals against the aggressor, he wrote, because positive measures would be much more impressive when the time came than negative acts which would always run the risk, 1. Of not being efficacious and, 2. Of not being easily distinguished from acts of war. 15 Keynes strongly believed that the economic weapon should focus on provision instead of deprivation. Felkin had championed his idea, but the protocol's failure put it out of reach for the time being. Within the League, the positive economic weapon was advocated by 3 states that wanted the organization to have a stronger security-providing function: France, Finland, and Poland. After Léon Bourgeois' death in 1925, the spirit of his solidarisme persisted in the French League delegation, which pushed for economic aid to countries threatened by aggressors. France's Superior National Defense Council, Conseil Supérieur de la Défense Nationale, CSDN, had noted in 1926 that the Locarno Treaty, though a step toward improved international security, was not yet sufficient. What was most needed were practical tools to assure the rapid designation of the aggressor and the efficacy of assistance measures provided in Article 16 of the Covenant. 16 French enthusiasm for an expanded financial aid weapon dovetailed with its national warfighting strategy, the so-called Economic Action Abroad Scheme. 17 The Third Republic planned to obtain supplies and raw materials from its own colonies, financed by borrowing in London. It would also draw on the resources of its British sister empire to sustain land and naval campaigns. 18 French strategists envisioned the creation of consultative organs of the Council for all measures concerning sanctions or international cooperation. One could thus have the germ of a financial council, a food council, a navigation council, etc. 19 From Paris's viewpoint, the long-term threat against which the League should guard was the revival of German military power in Western Europe. For Finland, which had become independent from Russia after a brief but bloody civil war in 1918, the Soviet Union posed the main threat. Poland, facing both these states, regarded Soviet armament and restored German power as equal causes for concern. The problem for the Poles and Finns was how to obtain meaningful assistance quickly if they were attacked by larger neighbors. 20 Poland had entered military alliances with France and Czechoslovakia in the 1920s and built up a small domestic arms industry but remained dependent on Western support for its survival. 21 Finland was far away from industrial democracies that might protect it from attack, and it would have to import military equipment, ammunition, and raw materials from abroad. It was this disadvantageous position that motivated the plan presented to the League by Finnish delegates Raphael Erik and Rudolf Holsti in September 1926. 22 Erik and Holsti proposed that a state under attack should receive short-term subsidies for arms purchases and be granted a long-term emergency loan to sustain its economy and self-defense while international action against the aggressor got underway. As another Finnish official put it, their mechanism offered a policy of insurance against war. 23. The Finnish proposal coincided with a more general attempt by small European states to upgrade the League's security framework. In December, Belgian statesman Henry de Brouckere delivered a report in which he critically reassessed all that had been done to develop economic sanctions. 24 Brouckere thought that the blueprint provided by the 1921 resolutions of the IBC had taken far too lenient a view of states' duties to impose sanctions under Article 16. Why should the League wait for the crime of aggression to occur? The entire spirit of the covenant clearly allowed Geneva to take any measures necessary to avert conflict. Brouckere argued. 25 The Council's powers to take preventive coercive measures had to be construed very widely to include Pacific blockade, naval demonstrations, and gradual economic pressure. Brouckere outlined 3 reforms to strengthen economic sanctions. First, the financial assistance provisions in the third paragraph of Article 16 should be institutionalized, as the Finns proposed. Second, because the effective application of an economic blockade presupposes the possession of a vast amount of accurate information on the economic and financial relations between states, the EFO should gather sanctions intelligence. 26 Third, the League had to dispel all doubts about its legal power to comprehensively sever an aggressor state from the world economy. It should claim the largest possible remit for use of force in peacetime, effectively a revival of the 19th century doctrine of Pacific blockade. These 3 measures would increase the helpfulness of economic sanctions to victims through assistance, render them immediately effective against the aggressor through superior information, and make them unassailable by non-League members through comprehensive legal isolation. The Brouckere proposals delighted French diplomats in Geneva, who were glad to see their solidarist sanctions agenda receive support from Belgium, the Netherlands, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania, and Greece. 27 German diplomats, however, had just guided their country into the League on the assumption that its sanctions mechanism would be kept weak. In their eyes, the Brouckere reform proposals were exactly what should be avoided. In the German Foreign Ministry, Stresemann's advisor, Bernhard von Bülow, suspected that the organization of assistance was merely a cover for the military and economic aims of the French 28. It could become, he feared, a coalition for the economic mobilization of the League of Nations 29. Besides German opposition, a positive assistance mechanism faced a number of practical challenges. Direct subsidies to distressed states were unworkable since the League lacked its own monetary reserves. 30 Under the interwar gold standard, countries could build up their foreign exchange reserves to cover initial emergency purchases. But such self-insurance was expensive. Moreover, weak developing economies would be far less able to accumulate funds in this way than rich exporters. Even if a state under direct attack possessed enough reserves, it was doubtful if these could be converted quickly into liquid funds. In fact, the already feeble creditworthiness of small states in financial markets was likely to plummet further in such crisis circumstances. Finally, the gold standard itself would likely interfere with emergency war finance, as the world had experienced in August 1914. In times of stress, central banks would be forced to raise interest rates to stem gold outflows, making money dear just when economic mobilization and national defense required it to be cheap and plentiful. The EFO's Financial Committee studied the Finnish memorandum but proposed a different solution. This body was composed of leading European financiers, investment bankers like Karel Termeulen, Henry Strakosch, and Karl Melchior, as well as treasury advisors such as Otto Niemeyer and André de Calendar, many of whom had advised the League's financial reconstruction program for Austria in 1922 to 1926.31. Based on the Austrian experience, they outlined a scheme to backstop national public debt in emergency situations. A state that fell victim to aggression would borrow by itself but could strengthen its credit by associating it with that of stronger states. The total amount of such an international guarantee for a national loan would be divided into specific tranches based on the economic weight of the guarantors. This jointly held liability would function as a shared financial commitment against aggression, in which universal participation would be a powerful moral deterrent. The financiers proposed £50 million as a maximum initial guarantee. 32 Another line of defense could be constituted by a second-tier super guarantee borne by the financially strongest member states. The Financial Committee's mechanism was meant to bolster distressed states by making the League act as a conduit for private capital while acting as its ultimate guarantor. 33 This plan became known as the Convention on Financial Assistance. There were more ambitious financial schemes under discussion in 1927. The initial Finnish proposal had mentioned subsidies that could be immediately dispersed. Yet, as Finnish Central Bank Chairman Risto Ryti admitted, the League's accumulation of such funds would withdraw a large amount of gold from global markets, putting the viability of the international gold standard at risk. 34 This is why Ryti supported the idea put forward by Otto Niemeyer of the British Treasury. League states should contribute their own sovereign bonds to a special sanctions fund established at a reliable central bank, such as the Swiss National Bank, so that in case of an invasion these high-quality assets could be sold for cash or used as collateral for borrowing. Karl Melchior went further than Niemeyer, proposing a League of Nations Financial Institute, a legally distinct special-purpose vehicle that could issue its own debt instrument, to avoid financial market speculation against weaker individual states. 35 Poland's delegate even suggested opening the convention to non-member states in a bid to bring Wall Street into the business of anti-aggression finance. 36 Support for a financial assistance weapon grew steadily. But Braucher's second reform enlisting the EFO in data production for sanctions encountered more resistance. Its only supporter was French Treasury official André de Calendar. 37 Most officials on the Economic and Financial Committees were orthodox laissez-faire liberals who rejected the idea that the EFO should chart the global economy with an eye to having such intelligence at hand in case of future Article 16 procedures. The Financial Committee insisted to Drummond that gathering sanctions intelligence would place the EFO's ordinary collection of financial and commercial statistics in a sinister light. 38 If data were being harvested to design more effective sanctions, then the League was engaging in geopolitical planning under the cover of scientific inquiry. Would member states consent to sharing economic data if they might be used in the future to hurt them more successfully? The financial experts worried about the consequences for the League's integrity as a neutral technocracy. The chair of the Economic Committee, the French philologist and commerce specialist Daniel Serres, another veteran of the wartime blockade bureaucracy, told Drummond that it would not be expedient to contemplate collecting any information other than that which it already possesses. 39 In contrast to the faith in interventionism prevalent in the Secretariat, in the League's economic arm a more permissive economic attitude in favor of free exchange remained dominant. 40 Serres saw no use in adding to the EFO's responsibilities by shouldering the group with the task of resolving crises that politicians, not economists, had caused. 41 This strong opposition to letting economic advisors deal with security questions dashed the body's prospects as a possible headquarters of sanctions planning. British worries that continental bureaucrats would turn the EFO into an economic general staff were thus unfounded. The commerce experts in Geneva opposed such a political role for their organization just as much. Even though the idea of sanctions intelligence gathering was rejected, the Convention on Financial Assistance continued to gain supporters. The scheme's most avid proponent on the Financial Committee was Henry Strakosch. An Austrian Jewish immigrant to Britain, Strakosch had become a successful banker and executive in the South African mining industry, as well as an omnibus financial advisor across the British Empire and League member states. 42 Like Keynes, with whom he was friendly despite their disagreement about the gold standard, Strakosch believed the positive and negative sides of the economic weapon against aggression should be balanced. The League's aim should be the closing of foreign markets to the aggressor and the opening of them to its victim. Since a state fighting for its survival might see its creditworthiness fall in its hour of greatest need, bringing it to the brink of collapse, the priority was to ensure that an international emergency loan was acceptable to the investing public of the chief financial centers of the world. 43. As designed by Strakosch, the convention therefore had a threefold guarantee. First, the distressed state would issue whatever debt it needed on the security of its own revenues. The private banks that underwrote this loan would transfer half the money raised to a trustee, which in the case of the League was the Swiss National Bank. This would constitute a reserve out of which the loan's principal and interest would be paid to investors. If sufficient, then the scheme would work as a simple sovereign debt operation by a single state. However, if the distressed state could no longer meet the interest payments or was in danger of defaulting, a second line of defense was constituted by the states involved in the convention. These so-called guarantors would divide the loan into tranches and place special guarantee bonds with the trustee central bank, assuming responsibility for servicing the loan if a desperately fighting borrower was unable to pay. As Strakosch pointed out, by spreading out the costs of annual interest payments among dozens of league guarantors, the costs to each individual state would be kept very low, if they even had to pay anything at all. The convention fixed the total annual loan service guarantee at £4 million, at then prevailing interest rates of 6 to 7%. This meant the convention could backstop roughly £57 to £67 million in international loans in a given year. This was a very substantial amount for smaller states. But if even such a contingent and modest burden proved too much, the convention provided a third safeguard in the form of a small group of financially very powerful states such as Britain, France, Germany, and Japan. These super-guarantors promised to service and repay the loan shares if any of the original guarantors failed. Keynes found that the entire scheme was excellent and precisely meets the case. His only concern was speed. He thought it vital that once the guarantors had deposited their bonds, everything should be able to go ahead very promptly without further reference to them. 44 Strakosch argued that the convention was an immensely better way of bringing the force of the League to bear than by any such schemes as an international army or air force, or by any kind of blockade against the aggressor. It is more spectacular and more practically useful. 45 Strakosch used his position as chairman of The Economist to publicize the convention widely among financiers in the City of London and to the British public. 46 The League Assembly accepted it in September 1930, led by Britain and France. By the end of the following year, a total of 30 states had signed the convention. 47 But the initiative was fatally undermined by linking its entry into force to the successful passing of an international disarmament treaty. When the long-awaited World Disarmament Conference failed in 1933 amid a broad collapse in international cooperation, the Convention on Financial Assistance died as well. The League thus never managed to transform its inherited experience in war finance and its acquired knowledge of lending programs into a positive financial weapon in the interwar years. Kellogg-Briand and Freedom of the Seas. The Kellogg-Briand Pact, signed in August 1928, entailed the renunciation of war as an instrument of national policy. 48 However, Britain, France, and the United States affixed their signature to the pact only with important specifications and reservations. For one, as U.S. Secretary of State Frank Kellogg made clear, self-defense was still a justification for recourse to arms. The exercise of this right could be determined by countries themselves, and it applied not just to attacks on U.S. territory, but also against U.S. interests worldwide. 49 The British government made an explicit reservation for resorting to wars to defend regions of special and vital interest to its empire, where it retained freedom of action. 50 Signing away one's right to embark on war was considerably easier when the bar for invoking self-defense was also lowered. 51 The incompleteness of the ban was not the only issue, however. There was also an internal problem. Under Kellogg-Briand, it was possible for the League to engage in a war of collective enforcement against a treaty-violating aggressor. Such a public war would have a coalitional character. But as a non-member state, the United States did not regard League decisions as binding, making it unclear if it would respect Geneva's sanctions. Indeed, American merchants and ships might well invoke neutrality to violate an embargo. This would force the League blockaders to choose between permitting such circumvention or declaring war on the United States. 52. Kellogg distinguished between being in war and blockade as an act of war, the latter did not imply the former. But Whitehall was increasingly concerned about whether the United States would tolerate an expansive British blockade in the case of a League or international economic war against an aggressor. 53 Baldwin's conservative cabinet was so worried about the blockade issue that it ceased to support any attempt to expand League sanctions. Unless the United States were a party to that arrangement, Foreign Secretary Austin Chamberlain declared in Geneva in the fall of 1927, its logical result would be war with the United States, a fantastic method of attempting to preserve the peace of the world. 54. The European and American advocates of sanctions now stood at a crossroads. The prospect of a U.S. League clash over sanctions threatened to derail the efforts of internationalists on both sides. As The Economist commented in early 1928, it seems to be felt that to allow an international crisis to reach the pass at which sanctions have to be applied would be a confession of failure, not to speak of the separate and still unsolved problem of applying economic sanctions to a member of the League without a clash with the United States over the inevitable interference with American trade. 55. The Paris Pact agreed on that year prompted internationalists to attempt a grand transatlantic bargain on enforcement measures. The proposed sanctions platform behind Kellogg-Briand revolved around one of the oldest concepts of world ordering and international law, freedom of the seas. In essence, a new free seas doctrine had already been formulated a decade earlier. The second of Wilson's 14 points called for absolute freedom of navigation upon the seas, outside territorial waters, alike in peace and in war, except as the seas may be closed in whole or in part by international action for the enforcement of international covenants. In 1918 his advisor, Colonel House, had pushed the British to accept this formula, but to little effect. Even as House threatened to conclude a separate peace with Germany unless London accepted Wilson's freedom of the seas, Lloyd George was unmovable. "We would be sorry," the British Prime Minister had said, "but we could not give up the blockade, the power which enabled us to live." 56. After Wilson's death in 1921, the idea of a revamped freedom of the seas had continued to circulate among internationalists. The possibility of a clash between the Kellogg-Briand Pact and the Covenant made British promoters of economic sanctions Cecil and Arnold Forster in the United Kingdom and Salter and Felkin in Geneva focus on a basic quid pro quo deal. Britain would promise to use its naval power only in public wars and blockades with League authorization if in return the United States would support these international sanctions. In the spring of 1928, Salter sought out American support for this plan by contacting the foreign affairs expert Raymond Buell. Having fought in the U.S. Army in World War I, Buell had completed a doctorate at Princeton and taught government at Harvard before, at the age of 32, becoming Director of Research at the Foreign Policy Association, FPA, an interest group pushing the U.S. government in a more active internationalist direction. Buell had identified the issue of American compliance with League sanctions in a series of perceptive bulletins in the spring of 1928 that had attracted the attention of European sanctionists. Salter proposed to hold a conference to codify maritime law in the interest of world peace. He wanted to distinguish between private war and public war. He also referred to the latter as police or international war. In a private war, the old rules of blockade and contraband would apply, only weapons and munitions transports would be restricted. But, Salter wrote, the blockade rights in a public war should be of the widest possible extent, as wide as ever claimed by any belligerent in past wars, or wider, and that, in case of such action of an international police character and such only, a Pacific blockade should have just as full consequences as regards neutrals as a blockade in a formal war. 57. Salter wanted a public blockade to be as unrestrained as possible. It should be deployable in peacetime, total in scope, and apply to all countries, including neutrals. In an analogy with U.S. domestic law enforcement, Salter told Buell that even if it did not join League action, Washington should not help the aggressor state by insistence on it being supplied with resources. Gun running should in such cases be regarded as at least as disreputable as rum running. 58. At a time when prohibition was still in effect, this was a salient comparison. Banning alcohol was a moral as well as a legal project, involving new forms of control, surveillance, and enforcement measures that reached deep into U.S. households. 59. Making economic sanctions against aggression an international norm would require a similar moralization of a domain hitherto left to private law, global commerce and finance. Salter's suggestions were soon given a more public platform by Arnold Forster. His hope was to secure the widest discretion for the League, but to make private economic pressure more and more difficult, powers tolerable in a policeman would be insupportable in a mere highwayman fighting for his own hand. 60 In a paper co-authored with Cecil and Reed at Chatham House, Arnold Forster put forward this idea in a more developed form. Britain should surrender its belligerent rights in private wars in exchange for unlimited rights to use economic coercion in public wars. Arnold Forster simultaneously wrote the Labour Party's official policy on sanctions in the run-up to the May 1929 general election. 61 The British left, he contended, should stand for the complete renunciation of the right of private war and for the full acceptance of the new doctrine of freedom of the seas, i.e., that the high seas should be closed by international agreement for the enforcement of international covenants. 62 On the American side, Buell and David Miller advocated that the U.S. government adopt the same doctrine to guide its international obligations. Washington did not have to join the League. If lawmakers felt that a country designated an aggressor by the Council also violated the Kellogg-Briand Pact, it was sufficient to stop protecting private commerce with the guilty party and not hinder League sanctions. 63 Miller thought that Kellogg-Briand links the United States to the League of Nations as a guardian of peace. 64 If this congruence between the Paris Peace Pact and the Covenant was achieved, then the option of neutrality for the world's major powers was effectively removed. Yet there was a domestic hindrance. The U.S. government had no legal mechanism for using external economic pressure in a discriminatory way, that is, against one warring side in a conflict but not the other. The Shotwell-Miller Group busied itself addressing this legislative lacuna. To do so they enlisted the help of two congressmen, Representative Stephen Porter, R. Pennsylvania, and Senator Arthur Capper, D. Kansas. On February 11, 1929, Porter and Capper simultaneously proposed resolutions in the House and the Senate for an embargo on arms shipments to nations violating the peace compact. The Capper resolution was based largely on a draft written by Shotwell. 65 Both of the proposed bills activated an arms embargo, the Porter resolution if the president found a country to be involved in war, the Capper resolution when a country was declared to have violated the Kellogg-Briand Pact. The Capper resolution was therefore the more discriminatory economic sanctions bill. It explicitly punished warring states for violating the ban on war. In doing so, it offered the possibility of unifying League and American action against aggression. 66. American internationalists feverishly promoted the Capper resolution. Nicholas Murray Butler, president of Columbia University, was an early and vocal proponent. But U.S. arms manufacturers put up stiff resistance to the proposed legislation, and the House of Representatives tabled the bill. 67 Paul Claudel, the French ambassador in Washington, compared American business opposition to the embargo resolutions to masons and entrepreneurs protesting against firemen, because they stole the bread from their plate. 68 Indeed, manufacturing interests had good reason to oppose export controls. 69 Following events from a distance, the Soviet newspaper Izvestia wrote that in the idea of Senator Capper, and in particular in the idea of Porter, the question of sanctions must be decided by the President of the United States, whereas League sanctions were in the hands of the Anglo-French bloc. That is the fundamental difference between the system of the League of Nations and the system that is proposed on the basis of the Kellogg Pact by a group of American politicians. 70 Another stumbling block was the fact that European novelists still opposed all international guarantees of free navigation. The French Navy, for example, thought that it would be very dangerous to allow troublesome states to resupply themselves freely. It goes without saying that a nation animated by aggressive intentions will take all precautions before unleashing war, French naval analysts wrote. In these conditions, it would be capable of using at full capacity the raw materials that it could attain from abroad. French strategists therefore concluded that unimpeded navigation almost always constituted a considerable advantage in favor of the aggressor state and to the detriment of the attacked state. 71. British admirals were also steadfastly opposed to any freedom of the seas doctrine, even the one with internationalist qualifications that Wilson had introduced in 1918. The most important British naval strategist of the early 20th century, Julian Corbett, had worked on the Preliminary Committee, which had drafted the first British blueprint for the League. His main critique of freedom of the seas was that it would deprive liberal maritime states of the power to use sanctions to bring recalcitrant countries to heel. When the whole world has become to so large an extent possessed of a common vitality, when the life of every nation has become more or less linked by its trade arteries with that of every other, he wrote, the force of an ecumenical sea interdict has become perhaps the most potent of all sanctions. Returning to a pre-1914 world of free seas was tempting when men had not yet driven home to them what sea power actually meant for the cause of peace and freedom and for the punishment of international criminality, but it was also politically and strategically naive. 72 Smaller nations, Corbett thought, should support making the League of Nations a true system of collective security instead of clinging to their old habits of neutrality and free navigation. A decade after the Paris Peace Conference, Admiralty figures were full of contempt for freedom of the seas, which they saw as a dangerous doctrine, a rallying cry in the past of weaker sea powers. That Britain could never accept, were she to do so, she would at once renounce her power in the world. 73. By the late 1920s, the issue of freedom of the seas had split liberal states on the Atlantic seaboard, Britain and France in opposition, the United States and small European trading states such as the Netherlands, Norway, and Sweden in favor. The latter group's resistance showed that despite growing enthusiasm, the sanctionist agenda encountered opposition from neutralist liberal countries. What did their alternative order consist of? As we shall see, neutrality formed a moral and legal universe of its own, one in which war was a state of hostility to be contained in space and time. One of the characteristics of a world of neutrals was that society, economy, and infrastructure were insulated from state coercion as much as possible. The erosion of neutrality. To understand why economic sanctions clashed with neutrality, it is key to grasp that the European neutrals' shared diplomatic orientation stemmed from a common economic model. Switzerland, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark were all highly open export economies. The former two also had sizable financial sectors engaged in overseas lending. These economies were all strongly committed to freedom of the seas, neutrality, relatively free trade, and the gold standard. Their desire to avoid military entanglements also produced strategic alignments, most notably the Convention of Oslo, a 7-country free trade agreement with political overtones that united the Fennoscandian states and the Low Countries in the 1930s. 74. Neutrality, the sanctionists argued, was an archaic institution. In a world where economic globalization had interwoven production chains and money flows, the moral implications of trade were undeniable. It was nonsensical to afford private commerce any cover if it facilitated resources flowing to an enemy. 75 The first British theorist of grand strategy, Major General John Frederick Charles Fuller, fulminated against the wartime conduct of neutral states, vampires that were feasting on the blood of the battlefields. As long as international law is so worded as to permit of neutrals trading like ghouls on the blood of the belligerents, international law is immoral and, consequently, it is a virtuous act to destroy it. To foster it is not only to place a premium on greed and cowardice but also on moral prostitution. 76. Fuller's pugnacious outlook put him on the radical right of British politics. In the 1930s he drifted into the orbit of Mosley's British Union of Fascists. But the aversion to neutrality was also found among British internationalists of a liberal and progressive stripe. To further confound matters, in continental Europe defenders of neutrality ranged across the political spectrum. The Norwegian journalist Victor Mogens declared that no world peace would be possible before freedom of the seas and private property protection had become a general doctrine, and until it is rendered impossible for a state to wage war against non-combatants, the peaceful population of another country, its old men, women, and children, by means of the frightful weapon of starvation. 77 Though this might appear as a plea for humanity from a small Scandinavian state, Mogens was a robust conservative who would later lead the right-wing nationalist Fatherland League. The strongest criticism of his argument came from William Arnold Forster, a Labour Party member who denied the possibility of distinguishing between state and civilian supplies. Every attempt thus to cut in half the weapon of blockade is doomed to failure, for the distinctions on which it rests do not really exist, he argued, invoking Ludendorff's view that the lesson of the World War was that army and nation were one. 78 The fact that neutrality could make nationalists look like pacifists and liberals sound like Ludendorff shows that the different stances on this issue were dictated by geopolitical and economic preferences, not just legal and moral principle. Arnold Forster saw clearly, and early on, what would result from pushing discriminatory sanctions against aggression to their logical conclusion. Either belligerence would disappear, since all enforcement would become policing action against bandit states, or else neutrality would have to be abolished, to make public war a universal affair without impartial bystanders. It is better, he concluded in a lecture to the Royal United Services Institute in 1925, to press on towards a League of all nations when there will be either no belligerence, or else, in effect no neutrality, than to spend our labor in renewed attempts to reconcile the old irreconcilable conflict between belligerent and neutral interests. 79 Yet since League action might have to go beyond sanctions and escalate into actual war, it was neutrality rather than belligerence that was the most likely to be sacrificed. Eventually each country would have to side either with the League or with the aggressor, there was no third option. From the point that economic interdependence forged inescapable connections, the opponents of neutrality also derived strong moral arguments. Neutrality was simply irreconcilable with the idea of the solidarity of peoples. One contemporary jurist averred. 80 In the wake of World War I, the violent conquest of small countries by their larger neighbors was no longer a regional affair. Due to the international nature of news media and the formation of public opinion, atrocities and the treatment of ethnic minorities were becoming a prime concern of national publics in League states. In such an omni-conscious world, it was felt by many that standing by idly as war ravaged the earth was a moral failure, not just a political one. 81. The dynamic global frontier of partiality and neutrality in the late 1920s lay in Central and South, East Europe. The region's politics revolved around the alignment of the small states between the Soviet Union and Germany, Randstaatenpolitik, and the question of who could organize the League's sanctions apparatus against whom. 82 Designating a state as an aggressor would bring an international coalition into being. Finland's campaign for financial assistance under Article 16 sought to secure funding in case of a war with the Soviet Union. German diplomats keen to preserve the German-Soviet relationship observed the Finns' stance with dismay. Stresemann's advisor, Bülow, felt that Finland's physiognomy in Geneva is no longer that of a neutral Nordic small state, but that of an extreme and goal-oriented advocate of security and sanctions efforts. 83. For Weimar Germany, the armaments restrictions of the Versailles Treaty meant that invoking neutrality was the only way to stay out of a war. The Allies' right under Article 213 of the Versailles Treaty to inspect German factories and military installations for violations of the disarmament provisions meant that the possibility of sanctions against Berlin remained. During talks in The Hague in January 1930, French Prime Minister André Tardieu and British Chancellor of the Exchequer Philip Snowden made it clear to German Foreign Minister Julius Curtius that economic and financial pressure were not off the table. 84 Even though he insisted on German neutrality on nearly every international issue, Curtius feared what he suspected were French efforts to organize the sanctions war of the League of Nations against Germany. 85 For a long time, the United States had displayed financial benevolence toward Germany, often against French and British wishes. But by 1930, the U.S. government was regarded by German policymakers as neutral in name only. Bülow thought that Geneva was ultimately beholden to an increasingly influential group of American internationalists eager to use sanctions for every problem. The Capper and Porter resolutions showed that the United States was on its way to abandoning neutrality and would soon begin to discriminate in the use of economic pressure. Once the Washington Group, Washingtoner Kreis, had given its approval, he expected that the sanctions apparatus of the League would impose blockades on European states. The Genevan dependence on Washington would be starkly exposed, Bülow thought, but against this, Geneva will then have, when it proceeds to blockade and sanctions, a strong backing 86. Even if he overestimated Anglo-French-American cooperation, Bülow's diagnosis of an emerging global liberal sanctionist bloc was clearly daunting to countries like Germany that had been exposed to economic pressure in the past. In fact, sanctions were a source of tension rather than concord in Anglo-American relations. When the Labour Party won the British general election in May 1929, returning Ramsay MacDonald to power, liberal internationalists in Britain rejoiced. MacDonald re-established diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, and in October 1929 he visited the United States, the first British Prime Minister to do so. 87 His American counterpart was Herbert Hoover, probably the most renowned humanitarian internationalist in the world, who had been elected Republican president in November 1928. Hoover supported MacDonald's push for disarmament and fiscal rectitude, but he was wary of global policing plans based on economic blockade. 88 On the 11th anniversary of the end of the Great War, Armistice Day 1929, Hoover launched a counter-proposal: food ships should enjoy immunity and be allowed to pass through blockades. Born of a poignant personal experience, Hoover said, "I have held that food ships should be made free of any interference in times of war. I would place all vessels laden solely with food supplies on the same footing as hospital ships. The time has come when we should remove starvation of women and children from the weapons of warfare." To the statesmen of Britain, France, Japan, Italy, and the other smaller naval powers, Hoover argued that such protection would promote disarmament, since it was the fear of an interruption in seaborne food supplies that has powerfully tended toward naval development in both importing and exporting nations. 89. Hoover's proposal to insulate food supplies from global power politics was well received in neutral countries. A Swiss newspaper wrote that when one wants to appreciate the significance of this idea, one should recall in what strong opposition to the foundations of the League of Nations it stands. The League used an economic war, which contains a hunger blockade, but Hoover's idea would mean that the odious starvation of the civilian population of the enemy will henceforth no longer be a weapon of war. The German mission in Bern enthusiastically reported. 90 But the US proposal never gained traction in the League Council, where the major European powers quickly publicly opposed it. 91 Britain rebuffed the idea outright. 92 The French government regarded the food ship exemption as a disguised strategic ploy with a humanitarian appearance that has in reality without a doubt been nothing but an episode in Anglo-American naval rivalry. 93 While armament restrictions were successfully agreed on at the London Naval Conference, Hoover's initiative went nowhere. Throughout the 1920s, sanctionists were consciously anti-humanitarian as they wagered their project on making Anglo-American navalism a cornerstone of world order. Although not all their efforts to reconcile the Covenant and the Paris Pact met with success, rival attempts to impose humanitarian checks on the use of starvation as a threat and weapon were clearly blocked. The demise of Hoover's food ship proposal meant that by the end of the decade the sanctionists remained more powerful than the neutralists. As the French ambassador in Washington wrote to Paris, the prospect that sanctions would be used to enforce the Paris Peace Pact had a problematic and spectral existence. If the phantom has been exorcised from the domains of the real, it continues to haunt the region of the possible. 94. The fall of 1929 was an enjoyable time for Elliot Felkin. The EFO's No. 2 visited Barcelona's International Exposition on behalf of the American Chambers of Commerce. After talking shop during the day, in the evening he joined the other attendees in feasting on stuffed chicken, foie gras, and langoustines aboard the steamship Victoria Eugenia. As believers in due commerce, they saw the restoration of the gold standard and of growth in industry, trade, and finance as signs of a prosperous future. While Felkin and his fellow internationalists rejoiced, a German professor arrived in Barcelona to deliver a lecture at the Congress of the European Federation of Culture. He sharply attacked his contemporaries' faith in untrammeled economic integration, calling their optimistic vision that consumption and wealth accumulation would promote political stability both illusory and dangerous. 95 The professor argued that under the League the victors of the war had stripped their defeated opponents of their sovereignty. 96 Sanctions were the dark side of liberalism, a superficially neutral tool that in fact hid old-fashioned power politics. The speaker in question, Carl Schmitt, was an infamous illiberal jurist who opposed the Weimar Republic and welcomed the rise of the Nazis. His stark analysis of the interwar system has had a strong appeal for critics of liberalism then and since. 97 However, in his fervor to attack liberalism, Schmitt misrepresented the process underway. The late 1920s were marked not by a sinister liberal plot orchestrated through the League, but by a hybrid condition of transition from one political legal order to another. The new public system of collective security and League sanctions was chafing against an older private system of limited war, neutrality, and humanitarian law. It was precisely the uneasy coexistence of these two paradigms between 1927 and 1931 that made the period's politics so disorienting. But this was not, as Schmitt suggested, a struggle between liberalism and some anti- or non-liberal alternative. In his preference for the older separationist system, Schmitt was in fact aligned with many classical liberals and future neoliberals. 98 The divide between sanctionism and neutrality expressed not a conflict between liberalism and its enemies but a clash between opposing paradigms within liberalism itself. Schmitt was also wrong in his portrayal of ideological conflict. Interwar sanctions were decidedly not a brutal Anglo-American imposition on a previously harmonious European order. They had strong intellectual and ideological roots on the continent itself. Because of the U.S. rejection of the Versailles Treaty, in the interwar decades the economic weapon remained primarily a European and specifically an Anglo-French project, administered through Geneva when possible and bilaterally when necessary. 99 Unlike modern sanctions, the economic weapon did not function to protect democracy or liberal values. Its first and foremost function was the defense of the territorial order created in 1919. Article 16 sanctions were triggered by attacks against sovereign member states of the League, not by domestic human rights abuses or the dismantling of liberal institutions. In this regard, the sanctionist system between the wars differed profoundly from the principles of liberal internationalism as we recognize them today. 100. Although the sanctionists did not establish a hermetic order by the start of the 1930s, they were in a position to stop alternative projects from succeeding arrangements in which sanctions had no place, in which their effects were contained, or in which economic coercion was banned outright. The only durable victory for the opponents of sanctions was an unexpected one within the bureaucracy of the League itself, the EFO's refusal to gather economic intelligence to design sanctions. Ultimately, the ambivalence between sanctionism and neutrality was unsustainable not just because their underlying philosophies were incompatible. The capitalist restoration of the Roaring Twenties was built on weak foundations, and the world economy was tottering. A downturn in global commodity prices had already begun in 1927 to 1928. As Felkin and Schmitt savored Barcelona's autumn sun, a massive financial crash took place on Wall Street, marking the onset of the Great Depression. The global slump politicized much more than just international economic relations. The League system and the Paris peace treaties also came under tremendous strain as nations launched radical bids for autonomy. One of the most promising extensions of Article 16, the Convention on Financial Assistance championed by Keynes and Strakos, arrived too late to be implemented. This left the sanctionists with negative instruments to punish aggression but little support to dispense to its victims. As a result, economic sanctions would face their most serious challenges yet in the 1930s. Part 3. Economic Sanctions in the Interwar Crisis. Chapter 7. Collective Security Against Aggression, 1931 to 1935. The most important problem in the science and art of government today, wrote the Geneva-based American professor Pittman Potter in April 1932, is the problem of organizing and operating a system of sanctions in international government. Although sanctions had existed for over a decade, around the time Potter was writing, a new name emerged for the edifice to which they belonged: collective security. The phrase became the marching banner for the armed defense of international treaties and stability, and sanctions were its most important weapon. 2 This orientation emerged for a good reason. The following decade saw attempts to prevent or stop war with sanctions from Latin America to Africa and from Europe to East Asia, as a militarist Japan, Nazi Germany, and Fascist Italy all embarked on programs of rearmament, territorial expansion, and empire building. Were interwar internationalists wrong to believe that economic pressure could fulfill this role? Many contemporary commentators and historians have depicted League sanctions as weak and ineffective, arguing that they were merely a way to signal commitment to peace and condemn aggression. 3 E. H. Carr's foundational text of international relations realism, The 20 Years Crisis, 1939, held that the League's sanctions were misguided since the countries imposing them were not prepared to use military force as an ultimate backstop. 4 In his account of the Great Depression as a failure of hegemonic stability, Charles Kindleberger claimed that the sanctions lacked any lead from the United States or Britain and therefore failed. 5 Zara Steiner's authoritative work on interwar international history argues that the British government publicly affirmed its support for sanctions but lacked the resolve to carry them out. 6 The implication of these verdicts is clear: preventing the slide into World War in the 1930s stood or fell with the success of sanctions, and in this regard the League proved too feeble. This general impression of impotence pervades historical literature and memory of the 1930s. The picture of a well-intentioned but naive League provides a neat backdrop for an upbeat and progressive Bildungsroman-style narrative about the modern international order that took shape after 1945. 7 In this view, the League lacked sanctions with hard power, whereas the United Nations learned from its weaknesses and was backed by real force. 8 As the next chapters will show, a closer look at the key crises of the 1930s reveals that the problem with sanctions was less their inherent weakness than their considerable but unpredictable strength. The Japanese invasion of Manchuria and northern China in 1931 to 1932 began a decade of argument among American, British, French, and Dutch policymakers about whether to deploy economic sanctions against Tokyo. 9 That these were not applied was largely from fear of encouraging further Japanese military action. Nevertheless, pro-League internationalists emerged from the Manchurian crisis determined to take the political fight for enforcing peace and a sanctions-wielding U.S. state to the next level. In Britain, Robert Cecil personified the assertive politics of collective security as figurehead of the League of Nations Union, LNU, a civil society group that by 1933 had acquired over 1 million members. 10 Broadly backed by left and liberal opinion, it took a much more forceful internationalist position than the conservatives, who regarded Cecil and his colleagues as bloodthirsty pacifists. 11 Although it suffered setbacks, there were important moments when the League seemed to gain in power. In 1934 the Soviet Union joined the organization as a council member, emboldening anti-fascists across Europe, who hoped it would enable economic pressure on Nazi Germany. When the following spring Soviet diplomats moved to form a sanctionist front against Nazi rearmament, Western governments demurred because they feared the trade backlash against their own economies. Yet in October 1935, the League showed it was capable of imposing sanctions on Mussolini's Italy for its invasion of Ethiopia. In a groundbreaking episode, examined in Chapter 8 below, most of the world's sovereign states united in the first multilateral economic sanctions regime in history. Once more, however, concern about pushing the aggressor into general European war led sanctions designers to moderate their approach, producing a gradualist package that deliberately avoided harsher measures. There were many diplomatic, economic, and technical challenges to forming successful sanctionist coalitions, but their problems also had a deeper structural root. This was the shakiness of the meaning of war and peace, an unstable legacy bequeathed by the World War that was aggravated by the use of force in peacetime. Sanctions were so strongly tied to the total war from which they emerged that they could appear as indistinguishable from war. This was true for nationalist governments but also for the sanctionist states seeking to restrain them. In the former, the prospect of economic isolation enabled and accelerated popular and economic mobilization against the outside world. In the latter, imposing sanctions required bringing the state onto a quasi-wartime footing in the name of preserving peace. As a British commentator pointed out in 1931, unless the various governments are armed with the necessary powers, economic sanctions cannot be generally applied. At present all this has not been done. This means that the economic weapon is not ready for action. 12. The succession of international crises from Manchuria to Ethiopia would raise the stakes of such sanctions preparedness to new heights. Manchuria and the prospect of sanctions. On February 21, 1930, 5 notables met at the Harvard Club in Midtown New York to consider the meaning of economic sanctions for U.S. foreign policy. As one of them put it, the Kellogg-Briand Pact had elevated the problem of economic sanctions to the level of a real issue in American political and economic life. The United States had signed a treaty to outlaw aggressive war. But it had not embraced any formal responsibility to counter it in the world, unlike the members of the League committed to Article 16. The United States was not the only state outside the League that had a role to play in making sanctions more hermetic. The Soviet Union, Brazil, and Mexico also mattered. Among them, these 4 countries had a prime financial market, an enormous export trade in foodstuffs and manufactured goods, most of the world oil supply, and large quantities of every crucial war material, Brazilian rubber, Mexican oil, American copper and cotton, and Soviet manganese and platinum. 13. The Harvard Club gathering produced an initiative that was financed by the 20th Century Fund, a think tank established by Edward Filene in 1919. A successful Boston-based department store owner, Filene had been a prominent backer of the LEP in 1915 to 1918. His 20th Century Fund united Wilsonian internationalists, arbitrationists, and prominent U.S. lawyers, businessmen, and government officials. In August 1931, Filene invited Columbia University President Nicholas Murray Butler to chair the so-called Committee on Economic Sanctions. 14. Groundwork for its studies had already been prepared by the jurist John Whitten and the economist Frederick Tryon. The fund planned to publish its full report in spring 1932, to coincide with the World Disarmament Conference in Geneva. Although an escalating economic and financial crisis was spreading across Central Europe, the League Assembly that convened in September 1931 still took place in an atmosphere of peace. Cecil even told those assembled in Geneva that scarcely ever has there been a period in the world's history when war seemed less likely than it does at the present. 15. 8 days later, on Friday, September 18, this notion was shattered. In an infamous false flag attack, the Mukden incident, Japanese army officers bombed the South Manchurian Railroad as a pretext to take over large parts of the region. On the same weekend, a mutiny among Royal Navy sailors in Scotland led to panic on the London Stock Exchange and in currency markets, forcing the British government to take sterling off the gold standard on Monday, September 21. In a single weekend both the international political and economic orders suffered serious shocks. Japan's invasion of Manchuria after the Mukden incident triggered a Far Eastern crisis. 16. Before the League had time to act, Chinese students began to organize a popular boycott against Japanese goods. 17. This grassroots non-purchase campaign had noticeable effects. By November, just 2 months after the invasion, Japanese exports to Manchuria had fallen 68% from their 1930 levels. Exports to northern, central, and southern China were down by 24, 17, and 10%, respectively. 18. An American journalist in China described the mass boycott as a mighty economic weapon. A peculiarly fierce kind of war in which the entire spiritual strength of the nation is mobilized. 19. The immediate problem that confronted Western policymakers was that neither the Japanese nor the Chinese governments were unified actors. Chiang Kai-shek's government in Nanjing was facing a significant challenge from a rival clique of Kuomintang, KMT, generals in Canton, and the two sides disagreed on how to deal with the Japanese. 20. Japan's civilian cabinet in Tokyo was more moderate than military hardliners in Manchuria, who were acting independently and mobilizing popular support in Japan itself. Foreign Minister Kijuro Shidehara was highly regarded by his Western colleagues, especially U.S. Secretary of State Henry Stimson, for his cooperative attitude at the 1930 London Naval Conference. but his position was increasingly tenuous as even many Japanese liberals balked at the restrictions being imposed by Western tariffs, immigration quotas, and peace treaties. 21 Ultranationalist army officers attempted 2 coups d'état in 1931 alone, reducing the room for maneuver for Japanese moderates like Shidehara. Given these rifts within both Japanese and Chinese elites, it was unclear who was making decisions and whose response to material pressure mattered more. Due to this opacity, a League inquiry into the incident attracted broad support from President Hoover in Washington, French Prime Minister Pierre Laval, and Ramsay MacDonald and his Foreign Secretary, John Simon, in Britain. Cecil and Salter wanted more forceful League action, a declaration that Japan had acted as the aggressor and deliberation about sanctions to be imposed under Article 16.22. Initially, Geneva did little as leaders on all sides expected that a negotiated solution to the dispute was within reach. It helped that neither China nor Japan recognized the conflict as an official war. 23. A further obstacle was that American representatives sent to Geneva and Paris appeared uninterested in international cooperation. Bryant, who chaired the council, repeatedly asked U.S. Ambassador Charles Dawes to attend, but the former general and financier could not be bothered to cross the Seine. Arthur Sweetser described these failed meetings of November and December 1931 as among the damnedest opera-bouffe incidents in diplomatic history. 24. American opposition to sanctions was complex. As a long-standing opponent of blockade, Herbert Hoover thought that sanctions were an act of war. 25. A business-oriented internationalist of a conservative cast, he did not want the world of commerce to be disturbed by political interference. Stimson was more inclined to restrain Japan, but his State Department was split on the issue of sanctions. Under-Secretary William Castle, who had served as ambassador to Japan, supported Hoover in viewing sanctions as an aggressive act of war. 26. Another group of diplomats around the chief of the Division of Far Eastern Affairs, Stanley Hornbeck, formed a pro-sanctions camp. Hornbeck was the first U.S. policymaker to study the potential of a U.S. sanctions campaign against Japan in December 1931. To him, the attraction of sanctions lay in the grossly uneven trade relationship. As the destination of 40% of Japan's foreign trade, the U.S. market was much more important to Tokyo than vice versa. Japan attracted just over 4% of U.S. exports. Hornbeck thought the economic damage from sanctions would become serious within 3 months. Within half a year, the imperial government would have to negotiate a settlement with China and the West. Japan's export industries and shipping would be wrecked immediately by an economic boycott. 27. Trade was at the center of Manchurian sanctions discussions, and for understandable reasons. By early 1932, the deepening Great Depression was causing a very rapid contraction of world trade. The U.S. economy maintained the largest export trade by value, at $2.37 billion, just ahead of Germany, $2.19 billion, Britain, $2.07 billion, and France, $1.19 billion. 28. But American industrial interests were strongly opposed to reducing their exports further by engaging in embargoes or boycotts. The labor economist George Soule held that the material and demographic constraints already affecting Japan had been underestimated. An American boycott would provoke a violent counter-reaction. It was possible that Tokyo would succumb to sanctions like a broken-down panhandler faced with a policeman's club, Soule thought, but it is more likely that a proud people like the Japanese, opposed by the hostility of the world, would believe that they must now make themselves impregnable by consolidating a great Eastern Empire or sink to an ignominious existence as a disgraced and second-rate power. 29. By forcing a choice between humiliation and a fight for survival, he warned, sanctions would empower Japan's hardliners. In Britain, the ATB's first report on Japan's economic vulnerabilities reached a similar conclusion. With American and Soviet participation, a combination of import, export, and financial restrictions might have a strong effect, but it could not be ruled out that sanctions might drive Japan into open war. 30. Notwithstanding political and economic doubts, the Manchurian crisis produced a noticeable shift in feminist views of economic pressure. Cecil campaigned together with the WILP to hold Japan accountable for its aggressive forays into Chinese territory after January 1932. In the United States, Emily Balch proposed a peaceful private boycott of Japanese goods that would force business to reconsider support for aggression but avoid a hunger blockade of the population. In a meeting with Stimson's assistant, she proposed that a voluntary boycott would find broad support among politically active women who cared for world peace. 31 In the immediate aftermath of the World War, feminist political organizations had overwhelmingly rejected economic sanctions. But by 1931 to 1932 they had grown closer to the bolder positions taken by pro-League internationalist groups such as the League of Nations Association in America and the LNU in Britain. 32 Still, Balch and others supported a boycott only if it did not stir up a movement of mass hatred and war spirit. Dorothy Ditzer, the head of the U.S. branch of the WILP, reassured Balch that there was no danger of precipitating a war with Japan. 33 Ditzer, an important pacifist lobbyist for arms embargo legislation on Capitol Hill in the 1930s, was joined in this view by Vera Michels-Dean, a Russian émigré political scientist who edited the sanctionist news bulletins of Raymond Buell's Foreign Policy Association. 34. Together these civil society groups created the American Boycott as Association, ABBA, in the spring of 1932. Through an intensive nationwide campaign involving activists, community organizers, church groups, news circulation, and public events, the ABBA drummed up support for a pressure campaign against Japan. This achievement reversed the political dynamic of the post-World War I confrontation between democracy and economic pressure. During the long peace war of 1918 to 1921, popular movements had mobilized against the anti-Soviet blockade while Allied elites wanted to maintain it. A decade later, grassroots campaigning by the U.S. outlawry of war movement and its league sister organizations in Britain had shifted into a strong movement in favor of boycotts and sanctions while conservative ruling elites opposed this policy. Part of this shift was due to the changed context of international politics. By the early 1930s the question was no longer how to end a world war but how to prevent small wars from escalating. The growing distance in space and time from total war led many liberals, leftists, and feminists to a new assessment of the uses of force. Commercial pressure was distinct from war and preferable to a repetition of it. By contrast, social agitation had left conservatives more convinced that, as one of them suggested, the national boycott, in and of itself, is war. Perhaps the idea should be tracked down that boycotting is nothing but an improvement, a late development indeed, of the art of war. 35. Amid this discussion, the Committee on Economic Sanctions, chaired by Nicholas Butler, released its report, Boycotts and Peace. In April 1932.36 it presented the fullest case yet for U.S. participation in international sanctions. The committee's thinking about the economic weapon was also influenced by the European discussions of the previous decade. Deterrence theory had underpinned sanctions in the 1921 IBC resolutions, the Shotwell-Miller 1924 plan, and the ideas of Arnold Forster, Cecil, and Felkin throughout the 1920s. This logic was also the basis of the Butler Committee's report. As Boycotts and Peace argued, general knowledge, in any country considering aggressive action, that worldwide economic sanctions might be invoked against it, would certainly call into action the fears of all business and industrial interests in that country, and their influence, exercised entirely directly and within the country, would in many cases suffice to turn the scale against the contemplated aggression. 37 The report unleashed a frenzy of debate about economic sanctions in the U.S. public sphere. 38 Butler explicitly pitched it as a case for boycotting Japan, attempting to sway the Hoover administration from its opposition to sanctions. 39. Boycotts and Peace also provoked a debate about sanctions between Raymond Buell and the famous progressive philosopher John Dewey, then at Columbia. At issue was the question: are sanctions necessary to international organization? 40 Buell argued that sanctions were a necessary corollary to any system of international order and that establishing deterrence was key. The Japanese, he argued, had observed the weak Western response to the anti-imperial revolts of 1925 to 1927 and concluded that events in China would not warrant international sanctions. If sanctions had been forcefully implemented at the time, then Japanese industrialists would have immediately stopped the army from further escalation in Manchuria. Buell extended this lesson to the start of the World War. Like Cecil, Angel, and Sweetser, he was convinced Germany would have restrained Austria-Hungary from attacking Serbia in July 1914 if it had known a ruthless blockade would be the consequence. At its core, however, Buell's argument was not based on historical experience but on a new philosophy of the international order. The failure to establish sanctions decisively as the basis of world peace would mean the continuation of might making right the war system. To inaugurate a new, better order, something as powerful but not as horrendous as war was needed. Moral pressure alone was not strong enough. Buell accepted the risk of collateral damage but also denied that it was possible in moral terms to separate a government from the individuals under its jurisdiction. In his view, once under sanctions, the people of a country can escape from the hardships of an international boycott by causing its government to live up to its international obligations. 41 Whether any mechanism for popular input existed was an open question. In any case, it was up to populations to change their government's behavior by whatever means available. Dewey questioned Buell's analogy between the state system and domestic society. Punishment under civil law could not be readily transposed to the international sphere. For Dewey, a moral community could institute punitive measures only on the basis of a pre-existing agreement about core values. But to expect that this process could be applied in reverse in international politics was to put the cart before the horse. A more cohesive global morality had to coalesce first as a result of historical and cultural development. Only after this would states accept collective measures of coercion. Imposing sanctions before such a consensus existed sowed further division. Dewey argued that no moral community could be created by force, it had to emerge organically through increasing interaction and exchange. 42. Ultimately, the United States did not impose sanctions on Japan in the Manchurian crisis. It did, however, adopt an official doctrine of non-recognition toward the Japanese-supported state of Manchukuo. Washington's refusal to recognize territory taken by conquest was a measure improvised by Henry Stimson in response to the Japanese Army's violent attack on Shanghai in January 1932. 43 Hoover supported this Stimson doctrine after the fact as a form of condemnation that did not risk war. In November, the League sponsored Lytton Inquiry, which investigated the Mukden incident, designated Japan as the perpetrator. Lytton's report identified Manchukuo as territory occupied by Japan, not an independent state, and recommended the entire League adopt non-recognition. This prompted Japan to leave the League in March 1933, the first council member to do so. 44. In many ways this was an unexpected turn of events. At the beginning of the 1930s Japan had seemed firmly committed to Genevan internationalism. With a liberal foreign policy and a restrictive financial policy keeping militarism in check, the country was experiencing a golden age of constitutionalism and was in the process of becoming a second England. 45 But even before the invasion of Manchuria, many Japanese officials had been hesitant about the League, seeing it as an organization with ingrained prejudices against them. At the Paris Peace Conference many members of the Japanese delegation felt Article 16 was much more likely to be used against their country than against Britain or the United States. 46 On the IBC in 1921, Minoru Oka had somewhat watered down the stringency of sanctions. In the following years, Tokyo had tried to create more consideration abroad for Japan's special geographical position as a resource-poor Asian island power, but without success. At the same time, while its departure from Geneva over the Lytton Report was a setback, it was not an irreversible step toward war with the West. 47 The Japanese Privy Council emphasized its desire to maintain friendly relations with other great powers and to continue participation in disarmament schemes. Leaving the League was not a choice for untrammeled belligerence or renewed isolation but a turning away from an organization that many Japanese saw as insensitive to their interests in East Asia. 48. The Far Eastern crisis provoked debates in Western democracies that primed politicians, policymakers, and publics for the future use of economic sanctions. By 1933, both sides had begun to hone their arguments: advocates, that sanctions were preferable to war and that they could exploit key weaknesses; critics, that they were difficult to coordinate, likely to backfire, or ineffective in the face of responses such as nationalism, trade diversion, and stockpiling. A spiral of insecurity. As Japan left the League, European states confronted the Nazi takeover in Germany. Hitler's Machtergreifung on January 30, 1933 was the result of a dangerous combination of economic crisis, political opportunism by authoritarian German conservatives, and the armed forces' desire to escape Versailles Treaty restrictions on armaments. 49 In an alarming display of their anti-Semitic worldview, Nazi stormtroopers began to target Jewish-owned businesses within weeks of coming to power. The regime officially declared a boycott on 1 April. 50. Just as in the Manchurian case, civil society preceded governments in calling for economic pressure on Germany. Jewish organizations in the United States were quick to organize protests against this discrimination. After convincing figures such as Senator Robert Wagner and American Federation of Labor President William Green to condemn Nazi policies, the American Jewish Congress took the lead in organizing an anti-Nazi boycott. 51 But this campaign failed to attract official government support, and among Jewish organizations in various countries there were fears that a general boycott of Nazism would aggravate the regime's violence. 52. Hitler's coming to power ended the relative moderation in the Franco-British attitude towards sanctions on Germany that had prevailed from 1926 to 1932. In Britain, the work of Butler's American Committee on Economic Sanctions and the Buell-Dewey debate had sparked a renewed interest in sanctions among journalists, foreign policy experts, and officials. 53 In the spring of 1933, Chatham House convened a special working group on economic sanctions that included jurist John Fisher Williams, disarmament advocate Philip Noel Baker, liberal sinecurist Philip Kerr, Lord Lothian, long-standing Prime Ministerial Secretary Thomas Jones, and Professor Internationalist Alfred Zimmern. Government bureaucracies and military planning staffs like the ATB and CSDN no longer had a monopoly on the topic of sanctions, which was being taken up by broader groups of experts and commentators, especially at official and private think tanks and foundations. 54 In the British internationalist milieu, there were hopes that the incoming administration of Franklin Roosevelt would be more receptive to the use of economic pressure than its predecessor had been. The sense that a new wind was blowing in Washington was strengthened by Norman Davis, Roosevelt's envoy to the World Disarmament Conference in Geneva. On May 22, Davis declared to the world that the United States would not block or undermine any common action against an aggressor. If it agreed that aggression had taken place, then America would no longer insist on its neutral rights to defeat a League blockade or sanctions regime. Advocates of U.S. League cooperation were overjoyed by Davis's speech. The French ambassador in Washington thought that it constituted immense progress. U.S. cooperation was valuable in itself, but it also allowed Paris to overcome the long-standing British excuse for rejecting an automatic sanctions mechanism, that an absolute economic weapon would risk war with the United States. 55 To the French government, the rapidly growing political challenge of Nazi Germany made closer transatlantic alignment on this question a necessity. That same month, British planners first studied German economic weaknesses. MacDonald instructed the ATB to investigate how economic pressure might prevent German rearmament. Since rebuilding its armed forces would violate the military clauses of the Versailles Treaty but not constitute interstate aggression, an Article 16 procedure to trigger a general League embargo was impossible. Accordingly, the ATB planners had to assume that any campaign of economic pressure would take place outside the League and without a state of war. Only domestic measures by directly interested countries would be possible. Participation would thus be restricted to, at best, Britain, France, Belgium, Poland, and the little entente of Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Romania. This group could not mount hermetic pressure, and German trade would probably evade the restrictions by being rerouted through third countries. Prohibitions on exports might merely divert German sales elsewhere, nor was the Reich very dependent on these 7 European democracies for crucial imports. Under such constrained conditions it was highly problematical whether it would be possible to exert economic pressure on Germany which would be effective. 56. The paradox of economic pressure on Germany in 1933 is that the Nazi regime anticipated it long before Western democracies were capable of concerted action. To the nationalist socialists, the foreign boycotts and protests were attributed to a nebulous Jewish world conspiracy that coordinated external pressure against them. This paranoia assumed greater proportions because of the many channels through which Germany was still materially dependent on the rest of the world, its external creditors, its imports of raw materials, and the capital of foreign investors. 57 In June the regime declared a partial moratorium on foreign debt repayment while embarking on a racial purge of its leading economic sectors. 58 To preserve its limited foreign exchange reserves, the Reich government began to restrict drastically the amount of money that could be taken out of Germany and placed its industrial chambers of commerce under state control. 59 In August, bureaus for foreign exchange control, Stillen für Devisenbewirtschaftung, began to restrict German citizens' purchases of tickets on foreign ocean liners, effectively instituting a state ban on using US and British shipping companies. 60. Germany's first major step toward a break with the Versailles Order came on October 14, 1933, when the failure of disarmament talks sent Hitler into a rage. Lashing out against the outside world, the Führer announced that Germany would withdraw from both the disarmament talks and the League of Nations. This brazen move was confirmed by the German Foreign Minister, Constantin von Neurath, in a letter to the League's new Secretary General, the Frenchman Joseph Avenal. Within the German government the decision, though not unexpected, caught many unprepared. Many German state officials and military officers in the 1920s and early 1930s detested the Versailles armaments restrictions and distrusted the League. But they did agree on one thing: the organization's sanctions power had to be taken very seriously. Stresemann's old advisor, Bernhard von Bülow, had long worried about the threat of League sanctions. Having begun his career in the Kaiser's diplomatic service and rising to the rank of state secretary in the Weimar years, the chaos caused by the Nazi seizure of power thrust Bülow into effectively leading the foreign ministry. 61 In March 1933, he sketched the geopolitical landscape that Germany confronted. Since Britain possessed a strong political, moral, and financial position and France remained by far the strongest military power in the world, Germany should avoid provoking these countries. 62 Still, it was possible to slowly reduce vulnerabilities without infuriating the world's major powers. The key lay in focusing economic relations toward South, Eastern Europe, which formed an ideal expansionary zone. The small economies along the Danube were too dependent on sales to Germany to participate in sanctions against Berlin. Furthermore, the overland and river Rhine links that sustained this trade could not be severed by blockade in case of war. 63 Bülow thought that the existing dependence on the outside world could not be gotten rid of, nor, however, would this be desirable since it removed Germany's best opportunities for political influence vis-à-vis smaller countries. 64. Throughout the year Bülow and Reich Defense Minister Werner von Blomberg tried to avoid international affronts. However, Hitler's unplanned departure from the League in October forced his military officials to prepare for the contingency of international retaliation. 65 On October 25, Blomberg issued a directive to the Army and Navy commands and the Air Minister to prepare for defensive action in the event of hostile sanctions. 66 Defense Ministry planners expected that this would be a sanctions war under Article 16, involving everything from economic restrictions to blockade to the invasion and occupation of German territory. In fearing sanctions would inaugurate a war to crush Germany, the army was overestimating the severity of the League's reaction. Avenal and his secretariat in Geneva were taken aback by the decision and did not contemplate any immediate disciplinary action. At any rate, Hitler quickly moved to mollify Paris by suggesting Franco-German reconciliation. 67 But the sudden break prompted a military preparation that had lasting consequences. By interpreting sanctions as an existential threat to the Reich requiring a military response, the German military initiated what one of its historians has called a spiral of insecurity whose end could not be foreseen. 68. The departures of Japan and Germany meant that the League had lost 2 of its 5 permanent council members in just 7 months. Only Britain, France, and Italy remained as major powers upholding the Versailles Order. It is tempting to conclude that the absence of any sanctions against Germany displayed these measures' weakness. Yet the months after the Nazi departure suggest that their force was still something to be reckoned with. Instead of following Hitler in defying the League, in January 1934 Mussolini called specifically for the elimination of sanctions from the Covenant. While the fascist leader obviously preferred a weaker international organization, the fact that he tried to defuse its enforcement mechanism suggests that these powers were significant to him. Mussolini claimed he wanted the League to be a more practical organization, one less devoted to preserving the status quo, and that the present sanctions should therefore be abolished or replaced by another system. 69 Secretary-General Avenal's openness to working with dictatorships indicated that Genevan internationalism was shifting from a liberal to a more apolitical footing friendly to authoritarian governments. 70 But fascist attempts to disarm rather than ignore League sanctions hint at a continued trepidation behind their brash show of self-confidence. Embargo ambiguities. One reason that revisionist states worried about the League's power to restrict trade was that in 1933 to 1934 a growing segment of the U.S. elite was visibly exploring ways to cooperate with London, Paris, and Geneva in this domain. 71 These American internationalists set their sights on passing legislation for embargoes on exports of armaments, munitions, and war materiel. Presidential power to impose arms embargoes had emerged in the realm of the Monroe Doctrine as early 20th century administrations tried to police revolutionary and civil wars in Central America. 72 The idea of a discriminatory embargo against one side or country in a conflict came from the Wilsonian tradition of righteous internationalism, however. David Miller and Columbia law professor Joseph Chamberlain had first proposed the idea in 1925 to 1926. 73 As Chamberlain put it, there would seem to be no reason why a nation could not make use of this economic weapon as a means of redress. There is no customary international law under which a state is compelled to permit trade with other states, so that the embargo could not be considered as a legal wrong committed against the state using it. 74 Early embargo proposals were forms of domestic economic regulation with foreign policy goals. They were imposed on U.S. firms, not on foreign traders. A discriminatory embargo against aggressors was first proposed in Congress in 1927, but neither this proposal nor the 1929 Capper and Porter resolutions to enforce the Paris Pact with weapons bans were written into law. During the Manchurian crisis, internationalist attempts to institute a discriminatory embargo on Japan were successfully resisted by the arms industry. In March 1933, the return of a democratic administration raised European expectations that a shift in policy might be possible. 75 The French Foreign Ministry hoped embargo legislation could change from an instrument of national policy to a means of international cooperation. 76 American advocates of collective security through arms control faced real difficulties. The 10th attempt to pass an embargo law, sponsored by Congressman Sam McReynolds, passed the House in April 1933. But 1 month later its Senate version was amended by California Senator Hiram Johnson to apply the embargo impartially to all belligerents in a conflict. 77 This small modification entirely changed the meaning of state restrictions on foreign trade. Banning arms exports to both sides of a war turned what had been intended as a discriminatory embargo into an impartial war containment measure. It was a victory for the neutralists rather than the sanctionists. Johnson's amendment in turn became the bedrock of the Neutrality Acts of 1935, 1936, and 1937, which applied equally to all belligerents. In doing so, U.S. neutrality legislation undermined the discriminatory nature of the League's economic weapon against aggression. Despite encouraging speeches, the United States therefore turned out to be at best a half-hearted sanctions partner, and at worst a totally obstructionist power. As the worldwide political situation worsened, European qualms about this aloofness became more acute. In November 1934, British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin promised at a speech in Glasgow that never so long as I have any responsibility in governing the country will I sanction the British Navy being used for an armed blockade of any country in the world until I know what the United States of America is going to do. 78 Indecision was diplomatically frustrating. But it also undermined the entire logic of deterrence that sanctionists saw as the real basis for a potent economic weapon. Nonetheless, international arms embargoes developed significantly in this period. In September 1932, a war had erupted between Bolivia and Paraguay over the arid border region of the Gran Chaco. Fueled by Western arms exporters keen to find an outlet for their wares, the Chaco War escalated into a prolonged campaign of grueling marches, siege warfare, and envelopment battles in scrublands and dusty riverbeds, the bloodiest interstate war in Latin America's 20th century history. 79 An early Franco-British proposal for a league arms embargo against Bolivia and Paraguay was put before the Council in February 1933. But the executive body in Geneva could not decide so long as U.S. arms manufacturers remained outside any interdiction scheme. 80 By the summer, Bolivia and Paraguay had mobilized 250,000 men. Capitalizing on desires to keep the League from interfering with Latin American affairs, U.S. internationalists made common cause with neutralists in Congress to restrict arms to both belligerents. 81 This led to the successful U.S. adoption of a Chaco embargo law in May 1934. This initiative triggered a wider response. Instead of acting through the League, France and Britain now coordinated an international arms embargo outside of the Geneva Circuit. By December 1934, 27 countries had passed legislation banning weapons exports to the two Latin American nations. Accusations of cheating and evasion were widespread, but eventually most governments managed to force their arms exporting firms to respect the controls. 82 In January 1935, the Chaco embargo took an unforeseen twist. League-sponsored armistice talks between the warring parties resulted in a ceasefire agreement, but only the Bolivian government in La Paz accepted this deal. Now that the country had complied with international norms, the international arms embargo on Bolivia was lifted. 83 Yet this left in place the restrictions against Paraguay, which was gripped by fears that it might soon become the target of an Article 16 sanctions procedure. 84 For a small landlocked country, the effect of international restrictions on arms imports by the world's major industrial countries was very disconcerting. 85 Indeed, faced with the external pressure of an arms embargo, Paraguay acted as Japan and Germany had done before and left the League in February. Although it had vanquished Bolivian troops in the field, the country's economy was too weakened to sustain the war much longer. In June 1935, the government in Asunción ended the conflict on favorable terms. The general sweep of the Chaco embargo inspired the U.S. neutrality legislation adopted in August 1935. 86 Internationalists have castigated the neutralists for their parochial thinking and isolationism. 87 But the 1930s arms embargoes were not so much a constraint on economic statecraft as an instance of it. 88 By imposing exports controls on the world's largest manufacturing economy, neutralists were, whether they saw it or not, making significant material interventions in world trade as well as geopolitics. This entanglement weakened the neutralists. Sanctionists in the Roosevelt administration suffered short-term defeat but in the long run had the wind in their sails. After 1935, when the legislative reform of the Second New Deal coincided with the First Neutrality Act, all the neutralists could dispute was the aim of state control of commerce, not the intervention itself. Once it was accepted that the U.S. government should regulate trade with warring states to avoid war, it was only a short distance to regulating trade to stop war. Neutrality legislation, intended as a roadblock against U.S. global interventionism, eventually became a stepping stone in its rise to primacy instead. The Soviet Union and sanctions. The international Chaco arms embargo had one unusual participant, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. In 1934 Stalin and his Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Maxim Litvinov, initiated a new turn in Soviet foreign policy and came out in support of collective security. 89 On September 18, 3 months after joining the Chaco embargo, the Soviet Union officially entered the League as a permanent council member next to Britain, France, and Italy. Soviet participation was a sign that Geneva was not fatally crippled after the departures of Japan and Germany the previous year. More importantly, Moscow's adherence to the covenant seriously increased the leverage of the organization's economic pressure. The Soviet government's trade monopoly meant that it would have no problems overcoming private resistance to commercial restrictions. Moreover, as ATB analysts concluded in the aftermath of the German break with Geneva, the Nazi regime continued to have fragilities that could be targeted. 90 Sanctions against German exports could reduce its foreign exchange earnings enough to throttle Hitler's planned rearmament. The ATB surmised that if Germany's already falling foreign trade shrank further, the regime would have to choose between allocating scarce reserves to importing food and civilian necessities or to the army's raw materials needs. 91 Indeed, by the summer of 1934, the Reichsbank held barely a week's worth of hard currency with which to finance purchases abroad, suggesting that banning German goods from major export markets would have had an immediate effect on the capacity to pay for imports. Whether this damage would have sufficed to topple the Nazis is open to debate. But it certainly seems it would have thrown a serious wrench into Germany's economic recovery and rearmament at a crucial point in the consolidation of the regime. Bülow was concerned that without mobilizing a single man or firing a single shot, our opponents can place us in the most difficult situation by setting up a financial and economic blockade against us, either covert or overt. 92 What held Britain back from taking such action was not just political caution among the conservative elite. ATB sanctions planners identified two material risks. One was the damage that sanctions on an economy of Germany's size would inflict on Britain's own foreign trade. The other issue was financial entanglement. British banks held an average of £40 to £60 million in German short-term debt, on which the Reich dutifully paid interest. Any financial blockade would cause default and require these assets to be written off, damaging the balance sheets of British financial institutions. Financial pressure could thereby unintentionally trigger a solvency crisis for the City of London. The cunning German finance minister and Reichsbank chairman Hjalmar was aware of this threat of contagion and exploited British banks' proximity to the Reich to deflect London's political opposition to Nazi policies. Germany's debtor leverage against Britain was further strengthened by Schacht's new plan, introduced in September 1934. This moved German trade relations onto a bilateral footing. Using a clearing system in which reciprocal deliveries of goods were tallied up and only the difference was settled in currency, the new plan restricted foreign exchange expenditure to an absolute minimum. 93 The new plan was not designed to counter economic sanctions, but by conserving precious monetary reserves, it reduced the risk that blows to foreign trade would force the abandonment of political goals. In this Germany was not alone. All medium-sized states that engaged in rapid rearmament in the 1930s confronted balance of payments issues, as they found that the quantity of currency reserves acted as a material constraint on their foreign policy. Sanctions planners increasingly took note of this widespread foreign exchange weakness and designed measures to aggravate it. The Soviet arrival in Geneva thus opened possibilities for anti-German sanctions. But the united anti-German front was threatened by the shifting and unstable position of Italy. The Great Depression had radicalized fascist foreign policy. 94 In the fall of 1932, Mussolini and his Minister of Colonies, Emilio de Bono, began planning the conquest of Ethiopia. Haile Selassie's East African monarchy became the fixture of fascist plans for imperialist expansion and colonial settlement. 95 In February 1934, the Italian leadership set the date for invasion at the end of the monsoon rains in the early fall of 1935. Military buildup had to begin immediately. What hampered this process was not the League but Hitler. Mussolini was becoming worried about growing Nazi influence in Austria, whose independence he considered foundational to Italian security. The Italian army had prepared a blueprint, Plan 34, for a military invasion of the Alpine Republic if a Nazi insurgency broke out in Austria. That summer, German subterfuge indeed threatened to bring Austria under Nazi influence. After the assassination of Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss in a botched German-supported coup in July, Mussolini massed several divisions in Tyrol and threatened to invade unless the existing regime remained in place. Hitler backed down. But these tensions in the Alps significantly delayed Rome's plans for colonial war in Africa, as the reinforcement of Italian forces in Eritrea was put on hold pending the stabilization of the European situation. 96 Only in December 1934, after a skirmish between Italian and Ethiopian border troops occurred at Walwal in the Ogaden Desert, did Mussolini order preparations for the planned invasion to continue. While Italian reinforcements arrived in East Africa, and the League appointed a commission to investigate the Walwal incident, Hitler pushed his defiance of the Versailles Treaty further. In March 1935 he reinstituted general conscription in the Reich, expanding the Reichswehr from 100,000 to 300,000 men. The French government was in the final stages of concluding a mutual assistance treaty with the Soviet Union and proposed to capitalize on this impending alliance by stopping Germany's rearmament with targeted sanctions. Paris wanted to steer clear of a food blockade that would enable Nazi propagandists to claim the League was trying to starve out the German people. But when it came to the raw materials essential for armaments production, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union were in a powerful position. The three states possessed a substantial part of the world's manganese, chromium, nickel, and magnesium carbonate and controlled flows of bauxite, wolfram, and molybdenum into the Reich. 97. In April 1935 the French government put this plan before Britain and Italy at a meeting at the Piedmontese lakeside town of Stresa. The proposal's anti-German sanctions focused on mineral restrictions in collaboration with the Soviets, whose heft in trade negotiations was growing due to the German need for their raw materials during rearmament. 98 Shortly afterward, German diplomats indicated to the British that they would consider mutual non-aggression pacts. The Stresa coalition seemed capable of scaring Hitler. It means that Germany is willing to play, that she is worried about the idea of a general economic boycott, wrote the New York Times Moscow correspondent Walter Duranty, that the big and hitherto successful bluff that Germany has put up against the rest of Europe is not proof against the German fear that Stresa may hit Germany on her tender spot, namely, foreign trade and raw materials and finance. 99. As defenders of the European status quo, Britain and France held the key to deciding where collective sanctions against aggression should be focused. 100 They faced a choice between halting Germany's erosion of the Versailles Treaty in Europe or stopping Mussolini's preparations for aggression in Africa. To contain Nazi rearmament, the liberal democracies needed to preserve a working relationship with Italy. Implementing Article 16 required unanimity on the Council, meaning that Italy's permanent seat gave Mussolini a crucial role in approving sanctions against Hitler. 101 But if the League had to check fascist encroachment against its African member Ethiopia, reigning in Rome took precedence over the containment of Germany. The latter prospect was disliked by the French elite, for whom Germany remained the ultimate threat to European peace. During the 1920s France had guarded against this danger by orchestrating the Little Entente in East-Central Europe. 102 But Hitler's rapidly growing power meant that no plausible containment plan could work without a strong Eastern pole. The League's most viable anti-aggression coalition was therefore a replica of the Triple Entente of 1907 to 1917, except that Britain and France were now in alliance with the Soviet Union rather than Tsarist Russia. 103. France's mineral sanctions scheme at Stresa was the first Western proposal to build on the Soviet turn to collective security. Litvinov was prepared to join the Western democracies in the defense of Article 16 but had to struggle to overcome deep-seated anti-communist attitudes in Western capitals. 104 Stalin also took the German threat seriously, supporting talks with Paris and Prague that supported French Soviet and Czechoslovak Soviet mutual assistance treaties. 105 The question that remained was whether Britain would accept Moscow as a real partner. In May 1935, Anthony Eden became the first British foreign minister to visit the Soviet Union. Conversing with Stalin in the Kremlin, Eden pointed out Britain's small size on the map, compared to the enormous expanse of the USSR. "Yes, a small island," Stalin responded, "but a lot depends on it. If this small island tells Germany, 'We will not give you money, raw materials, metal,' peace in Europe would be guaranteed." 106. In London, Soviet Ambassador Ivan Maysky also pursued a joint Anglo-French-Soviet sanctions effort to nip Nazi expansion in the bud. The problem, once again, was Italy. Mussolini's pro-League policy against Germany in Europe clashed with his anti-League policy in East Africa. As a council member, Italy could not be allowed to attack another sovereign member state. But how could the fascists in Rome be forced back into a European coalition against the Nazis? Maysky suggested that if Baldwin was a clever imperialist, he should explicitly threaten sanctions on Italy, including the closure of the Suez Canal. This would cut off the shortest sea route to supply the fascist expeditionary force in East Africa and force Mussolini to the negotiating table. Perhaps Il Duce could be bought off with an ex-German mandate territory under French or British control. Not only would the prestige of the League of Nations be considerably raised, Maysky thought, but the united front of Great Britain, France, Italy, and the USSR against the German threat would be consolidated, and the paths to relative calm in Europe would be opened. 107. Difficulties of deterrence. Could the situation have turned so favorably? Throughout his preparations for war against Ethiopia, Mussolini remained deeply distrustful of Germany. When he heard about Nazi agitation against him in May 1935, Mussolini wrote to the Italian consul in Munich that all bridges with Germany are broken. If she wishes to cooperate for the peace of Europe, so much the better, otherwise we will crush her, for in the future we stand completely on the side of the Western powers. 108. This was not mere braggadocio. In June, the French and Italian military staffs drew up plans for a combined transalpine invasion of Bavaria if Hitler annexed Austria. 109. At Stresa, MacDonald had reaffirmed that London would stand with Paris and Rome against Germany as guarantors of the Versailles and Locarno treaties. 110. Most contemporary analysts expected Hitler's next provocation to come in Austria or against Danzig in Poland or Memel in Lithuania. All these actions would suffice to trigger Article 16 sanctions led by the four permanent members of the Council, London, Paris, Rome, and Moscow. 111. But behind closed doors the British elite was much less enthusiastic about internationalism. Whitehall preferred to strike a deal with Germany to keep threats to its global imperial position such as Italy's menace to East Africa under control. The chiefs of staff were worried about the readiness of the empire's armed forces and insisted that this country should not become involved in war within the next few years. We cannot urge too strongly that no opportunity should be lost to avert the risk of war. 112. London also rebuffed the Franco-Soviet plans for mineral sanctions against Nazi Germany. When the ATB finally reviewed the Strese's sanctions plans in early June, it dismissed them as ineffective. 113. But the three reasons cited for this decision, a backlash against British foreign trade, leakage to opportunist countries, and the risk of financial crisis to London, showed that a lack of force was not the problem for British planners. Only evasion through third countries really constituted a weakness, and even this was a soluble problem if diplomatic effort was put into enforcement. In fact, both the fear of commercial blowback and concerns about a City of London meltdown testified to the very substantial side effects of sanctions rather than to their weakness. Politicians might prevaricate about their commitments. But to those who grappled with the concrete options for exploiting interdependence in the 1930s, it was clear that despite the Great Depression the economic weapons still possessed considerable power. The bluster of fascist leaders and the fecklessness of some of their democratic rivals were self-interested denials of this reality. Internationalist civil society groups committed to the League and opposed to fascism most resolutely proclaimed the power of economic sanctions. In the spring and summer of 1935, growing centre-left political support for these measures was apparent in Britain. During the preceding months, The LNU had mobilized some 11 million voters to take part in the peace ballot, a privately organized referendum about support for Geneva and its peace agenda. On June 27, Cecil personally announced the results at Royal Albert Hall, and these surprised even him. An overwhelming majority expressed support for economic sanctions, 10 million yes votes against 600,000 no votes, and, if necessary, even military sanctions, 6.7 million yes votes against 2.3 million no votes. On the whole, 86.8% of the 11 million respondents supported the economic weapon, and 3/4 backed military action. The announcement of the peace ballot's results did exactly what Cecil and the LNU leaders had hoped. Overnight, the electoral calculus among the British elite changed. With an enormous constituency that was unabashedly internationalist and in favor of economic pressure and even military force, the Conservatives changed tack and began to speak more positively about sanctions. By this time, a very broad left liberal bloc already supported immediate sanctions on fascist Italy as it prepared for war. Some MPs even called for Britain to close the Suez Canal. 114 British and French labour unions also came out in favour of sanctions, as did the communist parties in the Third International, which backed Moscow's collective security line to the hilt. 115 Only a few leftists opposed both Mussolini's impending aggression and the League's sanctions that would be deployed against it. The Trinidadian Trotskyist C.L.R. James attacked Stalin's arguments for the economic weapon as criminal nonsense. James declared that the working class movement to which he belonged would support Abyssinia as Lenin supported Afghanistan against Britain, but it will not allow itself to be caught in the imperialist trap by supporting the defense of the British Empire and Geneva's sanctions. 116 Against state-directed sanctions, James supported the emancipatory potential of the boycott, which he called workers' sanctions. 117. Considering the quickly shifting debate surrounding the possibility of sanctions against Italy, was the deterrence of the economic weapon in 1935 weak or strong? The retrospective perception that League sanctions were a paper tiger is not reflected in the accounts of contemporaries. In the months leading up to the Italo-Ethiopian War, the growing resolve to use sanctions against Mussolini was palpable. Spurred by the peace ballot, the Tories took more direct action to stem the escalation of conflict. On July 25, pending the results of a League inquiry into the Wal incident, Britain imposed an embargo on the export of arms to both Italy and Ethiopia, joining France, Switzerland, Belgium, and Czechoslovakia. 118 Stanley Baldwin was a cautious conservative imperialist much warier of collective security than the internationalists around Cecil. But in the heady atmosphere of the times he too started to deliver ebullient defenses of the economic weapon. After returning to office in May, Baldwin affirmed that countries that threatened international peace would face the combined strength of Britain and the United States, the immediate power of the uniform blockade, and a refusal to trade or lend money, would be a sanction that no country on earth would dare face. 119 In Vienna, the economic journalist Karl Polanyi aptly described the rising mood of international vigilance against aggression, in the Anglo-Saxon parts of the world a pacifist, sanctionist religion is doing the rounds. It fights for peace, but not for the status quo. It stands for conservative dynamism. 120. Chapter 8. The Greatest Experiment in Modern History, 1935 to 1936. The fascist invasion of Ethiopia was the first occasion on which the League's economic weapon was put into full operation. Sanctions against Mussolini had been anticipated for months due to border skirmishes and the Italian troop buildup in East Africa. By September 1935, governments around the world expected Geneva to take action if war broke out. They were right to presuppose that if an Article 16 sanctions procedure was implemented, its target would be the fascist regime in Rome. At the annual assembly on September 11, both French Prime Minister Laval and British Secretary for League Affairs Anthony Eden publicly announced their intention to use economic sanctions if Il Duce attacked. 1 After Mussolini invaded Ethiopia on October 3, the League wasted little time in designating Italy the aggressor and hashed out a package of sanctions that was brought into effect 6 weeks later. Its Under-Secretary General, The Irishman Sean Lester described it as the start of the greatest experiment in modern history too. League sanctions did not compel Italy to break off its war, nor did they save the government of Emperor Haile Selassie or the independence of the Ethiopians. Italy's conquest was completed by the end of spring 1936. Amid acrimony and dejection, the last measures were lifted by July. The conventional interpretation is that sanctions in the Italo-Ethiopian War were a fiasco that sounded the death knell of the League, and with it, the disintegration of collective security as a whole. 3 Historian A.J.P. Taylor expressed this view most forcefully. The real death of the League, he argued, was in December 1935, not in 1939 or 1945, for while the failure of the League to contain aggression is undeniable, its wider implications are more complex. In the interwar history of sanctions, 3 particular aspects of the episode stand out. The first is that the actual use of peacetime economic sanctions inaugurated a new phase in their development, forcing a change in how the force of the economic weapon was conceived. For a decade after the World War, it was the virtual threat of material isolation that had sufficed as a peace-ensuring device. This deterrence had worked against Yugoslavia in 1921 and Greece in 1925. What differed in 1935 was that sanctions confronted a relatively large industrialized state that was both ideologically and materially invested in militarism and colonial conquest. This forced sanctions out of the virtual domain and into the realm of actual application. Second, the need to move from abstraction to action involved a redesign of economic pressure. One measure that the League's sanctions planners proposed but never implemented was an oil embargo against Italy. 5 Mussolini was rightly fearful of this option. Even if it is dubious whether this policy would have been immediately effective, Il Duce certainly seems to have believed it would spell the end of his African adventure. 6 But to judge the sanctions by the yardstick of the potential energy blockade overlooks the actual model on which British and French policymakers had pinned their hopes, a finance-focused approach to sanctions rather than a resource-based one. Economists rather than naval experts were the driving force behind this design. Their treasury theory of sanctions aimed to hit aggressor states where they were weakest, in their foreign exchange reserves. The trade collapse of the Great Depression had rendered hard currency in short supply, and the way to drive the stock down further was to block fascist exports from world markets. Pressure on the balance of payments was at the heart of the treasury theory, whose novelty has been missed by the evocativeness of the more classical Admiralty theory of throttling imports of key commodities. But as economic historians have shown, in the harsh world economic environment of the 1930s, foreign exchange reserves were a key commodity. 7 The advantage of currency draining sanctions was that they were less onerous to the states using them and less immediately provocative to their targets. But this gradualism was also their main weakness. By tightening the budgetary constraints on warfare without immediately barring its possibility, export bans enabled Mussolini, and other aggressors after him, to take high-risk decisions for ruthless conquest rather than to moderate their aims. The third key aspect of the Italo-Ethiopian sanctions is the influence that they exerted on the strategic situation faced by revisionist states like Italy, Nazi Germany, and Japan. Far from being derided as ineffective, League sanctions were observed in these countries with apprehension and anxiety. Their turn to autarky had begun under the impact of the Great Depression but was strengthened by sanctions. Even if imperfectly executed, the League sanctions showed that internationalist coalitions could quickly coalesce to organize economic pressure that might well be expanded, reviving fears of a repetition of the 1914 to 1918 blockade. These 3 points suggest that the Italo-Ethiopian War did not end collective security so much as open a new chapter in its development. Britain and France did not just craft a new approach to the economic weapon in 1935 to 1936. They came close to extending it laterally when the Roosevelt administration tried to modify its neutrality legislation. The other opportunity that was narrowly missed was expanding anti-aggression measures in depth by organizing financial and logistic help to the Ethiopians. Both options foreshadowed the reinvention of internationalist alliance warfare that would mark the next decade. 8 Attritional sanctions did not prevent the conquest of Ethiopia, but they seriously deformed the Italian economy, forcing difficult choices on the fascist regime and shaping the autarkic orientation of German and Japanese elites as well. After 1935, these states mobilized themselves on a wartime footing and fought and funded conflicts in Spain and China in an increasingly desperate effort to escape their material vulnerabilities. 9. Interdependence and the Great Depression. To understand the politics of economic sanctions in the 1930s, we must first grasp how the world economy in which they intervened was affected by the Great Depression. The global slump was a shocking, transformative event and a watershed in modern economic history. As commodity prices fell, farmers and firms went bust, stock markets crashed while investors panicked, banks failed, and cabinets tottered. Governments responded by raising tariff barriers, defaulting on their debts, leaving the gold standard, adopting capital and exchange controls, and engaging in competitive currency devaluations. These dramatic shocks ended the liberal economic order that had been built up since the mid-19th century. What the Depression did not end, however, was the basic fact that major industrial economies were materially dependent on the rest of the world. The 1930s saw massive shifts in the world economic landscape, but the potential of sanctions was less affected by them than one would expect. Trade, often taken as a proxy for the slump as a whole, is an illustrative example. As the EFO's annual surveys showed, world trade fell precipitously from $68.6 billion in 1929 to $23.4 billion in 1934.10. This collapse was severe in monetary and commercial terms, but it was less marked in material terms. Whereas world trade fell by 2/3 measured by value at market prices, the decline in volume of actual goods exchanged was about 1/3. 11 Between 1924 and 1929 the volume of global commerce had grown at the very high rate of 6% per year. 12 Even the sizable subsequent collapse meant that the physical volume of world trade fell not to any pre-globalization low but to the very high levels of integration of the immediate pre-World War I era. For most of the 1930s, the total volume of world trade remained above its 1913 level. 13 Moreover, most of the trade volume decline caused by the Depression occurred in high value-added manufactured goods. Trade volumes in raw materials and food were less affected and rebounded quickly. 14 In other words, the 1930s witnessed a virtually undiminished physical quantity of commodities circulating around the world, not to mention other important benchmarks of globalization, such as migration. 15 The notion of a drastic and unqualified interwar deglobalization is thus misleading, insofar as it applies, it is to price levels, capital, and monetary indicators rather than to the circulation of people, production, and commodities. 16 By the late 1930s world trade had also become much more regionally distributed than in the fin de siècle years. In 1913 Europe accounted for nearly 60% of global exports. By 1937 its share had shrunk by almost a quarter, whereas the Americas, Africa, Asia, and Oceania all gained in global market shares. 17 The faith that European elites had placed in the economic weapon during the war reflected the confidence bestowed by the continent's dominant trade position in the 1910s. A quarter century later, non-European economies had claimed a more active role in the global market. Supposed interwar deglobalization is thus more accurately described as the de-Europeanization of a world economy that remained deeply global. 18 In general, how the downturn affected overall trade values and volumes was less important to sanctions than how it shaped specific sectors. The Depression had mixed effects on interdependence in transport, energy, and minerals. Shipping was both an economic sector and a form of global infrastructure not fully captured in export statistics, yet one that was crucial to enforcing sanctions. In the 1930s the largest merchant marine was the British transport fleet, followed by the American and Japanese fleets, which had boomed during World War I. Smaller competitors such as the German, Norwegian, Italian, French, and Dutch fleets each constituted 3 to 4% of global tonnage. Germany and Italy retained a fairly strong position despite the downturn in international maritime transport. As Table 8.1 shows, The interwar period had been a growth phase for the shipping industry. 19 But the global merchant marine shrank for 4 consecutive years from 1932 to 1935, meaning that overall tonnage in 1937 had fallen back to its 1921 level, when Allied fleets had been swelled by wartime construction. 20 Since the early post-war years, the rise of the Japanese, Norwegian, and German fleets by the late 1930s was noticeable. The problem for sanctionists was not the deglobalization of oceanic traffic, but the increasing dispersal of control. By the late 1930s, the three revisionist powers, Italy, Germany, and Japan, controlled about 20% of global tonnage, and the tonnage of ships under a neutral, Dutch, Norwegian, or US, flag doubled from 15 million tons in 1914 to at least 30 million tons. 21. Table 8.1 Countries ranked by size of merchant marines, 1914 and 1937. Technological change further complicated global commodity control on the seas. Most new merchant vessels built after the war were powered by fuel oil, also known as heavy oil, which they used to heat steam boilers or power internal combustion engines. Between 1914 and 1934, the number of coal-powered merchant vessels fell from 88 to 51% of global tonnage, and the number of oil-powered ships grew from 3 to 46% of the world's cargo fleet. 22 As the ATB had recognized in the mid-1920s, this meant that a system of coal bunker control was no longer feasible in a future conflict. 23 Oil production was too diffuse and located largely outside the British Empire, in countries such as the United States, the Soviet Union, Venezuela, and Mexico. 24 The only way to turn fuel control into a global disciplinary tool was for the British and Americans to cooperate with the Dutch, who through Royal Dutch Shell controlled important shares of Middle Eastern and Southeast Asian oil production, especially the major source of oil in East Asia, the Dutch East Indies. 25. The Anglo-American Dutch preponderance in the global oil market was emblematic of a wider concentration in global minerals production. In 1938, 10 countries controlled 71% of the world's minerals, 4 countries held 52% of known reserves, and the United States by itself had 29% of global minerals at its disposal. Britain and France did not possess many minerals in their metropolitan territories other than coal and iron, but they controlled large amounts in their colonial empires and informally through British and French private companies operating abroad. If these shadow corporate holdings were included in their national totals, the effective concentration of minerals was even more extreme, implying Anglo-American control of over 51% and AU's British, French, German, Soviet oligopoly comprising 74% of global supply. 26 As Table 8.2 shows, the minerals premium conferred by formal and corporate empire was especially large for the United Kingdom, which held only 4.5% of global mineral reserves in the British Isles but possessed 21.6% through overseas territories and companies in Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Altogether, the League of Nations saw its members' control of the most important commercial minerals remain stable over the course of the 1930s, at slightly over half of global supply. 27 While the share of the revisionist anti-Comintern powers grew, by 1936 it was still less than a quarter of what the League controlled. The Soviet arrival in Geneva compensated for Japan's and Germany's departures. The League was thus a potentially powerful apparatus of resource control. But the core states behind the Genevan Order, Britain and France, could not make this dominance effective on their own. They needed the cooperation of the United States as well as the Soviet Union, the state that had most significantly improved its raw materials situation in the 1930s as it recorded breakneck growth in the first 2 five-year plans. Table 8.2. Possession of key minerals, 1929 and 1936. Share of global total in 1929, %. Share of global total in 1936, %. League of Nations. 53.5. 52.4. Revisionist powers, Germany, Italy, Japan. 9.6. 11.6. United States. 34.2. 29.0. British Empire. 21.2. 21.6. Soviet Union. 3.8. 9.2. Germany. 7.1. 8.2. French Empire. 7.8. 6.0. Canada. 5.2. 5.4. Metropolitan France. 5.9. 4.7. United Kingdom. 4.6. 4.5. Japanese Empire. 1.2. 2.9. South Africa. 3.3. 2.6. Mexico. 3.0. 2.5. Australia. 1.6. 1.9. Italy. 1.3. 1.5. Note, minerals counted here are the 28 major minerals of commerce: aluminum, antimony, chromite, copper, iron, lead, manganese, mercury, nickel, tin, tungsten, zinc, asbestos, barite, china clay, coal, fluorspar, graphite, gypsum, magnesite, mica, nitrates, petroleum, phosphates, potash, pyrites, sulfur, and talc. That very phenomenon, extensive economic growth, provided another reason for the continued power of sanctions. Economists began to realize that what mattered in a war economy was not just the supply of raw materials but the rate at which they were consumed. In this regard, the forces of population growth, urbanization, and rising living standards rendered the structure of interwar societies more fragile. On an annual basis, industrial economies in 1930 consumed twice as much coal and 9 times as much oil as they had done in 1900.28. This heightened material throughput meant that shortages of raw materials would bite more quickly than before. Finally, importing at elevated rates also required sufficient currency reserves. Given how unevenly such reserves were distributed, some countries were much more vulnerable to sanctions than others. As the economist Riley noted, access to the world's natural resources is generally free, except in time of war, to all comers who can pay for them, like the Ritz Hotel 29. The Admiralty and Treasury theories of sanctions. Fascist Italy had been in the crosshairs of British and French strategic planners for some time. Their first studies, produced in 1931 and 1933, respectively, were encouraging. Admiralty analysts contended that the most favorable target for the economic weapon is a country which is highly industrialist, largely dependent on foreign foodstuffs and raw materials, and whose military strength exceeds its power of economic resistance. Meaning that it is easier to wear down its civil population by economic methods than to compel its military forces to submission by strength of arms. 30 Italy's economy fit these criteria well, as it drew raw materials largely from overseas using the 7th largest merchant marine in the world. In fuel, external supply was crucial to the Italian economy. 47% of its coal and 99% of its oil were supplied through maritime transport. 31 Naval planning, informed by wartime inter-allied blockade, naturally leaned toward a sanctions strategy focused on interdicting commodities. Given the need for political flexibility in confronting revisionist states like Italy and Germany, there were drawbacks to this Admiralty theory of sanctions. To begin with, acquiring control over entire categories of commodities produced in various locales around the world required large diplomatic coalitions. Moreover, the Depression had caused tensions over unfair competition, tariff wars, and resource monopolies to run high. Whatever goodwill remained for the use of economic sanctions might well evaporate if the entire project ended up producing mechanisms for the permanent control of certain goods on world markets. For these reasons, civilian sanctions planners gravitated toward a different sanctions design, one that was lighter in touch but, it was hoped, more effective at a lower political cost. British Admiralty Map of Italian Merchant Marine Routes, 1929. The National Archives of the UK. This treasury theory of sanctions de-emphasized restricting vital commodities. Instead it sought to exploit Italy's weak balance of payments position. It was common knowledge in London that Rome had been unable to access international financial markets for sovereign borrowing for some time. The only links between Wall Street and the City of London, on the one hand, and the Italian economy, on the other, ran through private banks. As signs of impending war grew during 1935, many American and British bankers cut down the amount of credit that they were offering Italian borrowers. Even major industrial firms such as tire manufacturer Pirelli, car maker Fiat, and the chemicals conglomerate Montecatini were being denied 12-month financing for their import needs by the Bank of England and London merchant banks. 32 ATB analysts pointed out that the distrust of Italy's position, which is universal abroad, is, in fact, already imposing something in the nature of a financial blockade upon Italy. 33 In this distressed situation, the real lever that British sanctionists could exploit was Italy's limited capacity to pay simultaneously for military expenditures and vital imports, both of which were financed from a limited pool of earnings. Ex-League chief Eric Drummond, who had been appointed British ambassador in Rome, reported that Italy had spent £11.5 million on its military reinforcements in the first 6 months of 1935. Once another 50,000-man contingent of the expeditionary force had arrived in Africa, expenditures would rise to £40 million per year. Given that in July the Bank of Italy held only £92 million sterling, 5.5 billion lira, in reserves, military and civilian outlays were now directly competing for the same reduced supply of funds. Just as in the case of Nazi Germany, the ATB therefore concluded that foreign exchange reserves were the weakest link in the entire fascist economy. It recommended that sanctions should target the source of Italy's reserve accumulation, its exports as much as its imports. If all League members closed their markets to its exports, Italy's annual hard currency earnings could be reduced by as much as 73%. 34. From this point of view, allowing Mussolini to continue reinforcing his army corps in the Horn of Africa merely gave him more rope with which to hang himself. Once sanctions kicked in, maintaining a larger mechanized European army abroad would require vast quantities of money for food, fuel, clothing, transport, and maintenance, all of which would increase the drain on Italy's fragile government budget and monetary reserves. Another ATB report on how to apply economic pressure directly on the Italian armies put it as follows. Italian ships delivering supplies to the Eritrean port of Massawa during the military build-up 3 months before Mussolini's invasion of Ethiopia, July 1935. Smith Archive/Alamy stock photo. Apart from the possibility of acute difficulties arising in the actual zone of operations in East Africa owing to the lack of such necessaries as water, cereals, and petroleum products, Italy's difficulties would probably first manifest themselves in a general shortage of the foreign exchange resources necessary to purchase her essential requirements rather than in particular shortages of particular articles. Therefore, it would appear to be unnecessary to take exceptionally drastic measures designed to prevent Italy from obtaining particular essential requirements. Provided that a reasonable assurance could be obtained that she pays through the nose for any supplies which she does secure. 35. This aim to make the aggressor pay through the nose emerged as a distinct model of how sanctions could cut short ambitions for war. It was a theory of attrition rather than a deterrent. The British and French governments expected that in the face of an economic threat, Mussolini would not budge as quickly as Pasek and Pangaloes had done in the 1920s. But they were confident that they could wear down Italian endurance while staying clear of actual war. 36 On the basis of this estimation, British Foreign Secretary Samuel Hoare and French Prime Minister Pierre Laval agreed at the League Assembly in mid-September to rule out more invasive sanctions, such as an oil embargo, closure of the Suez Canal, or a naval blockade, as unnecessarily provocative. 37. In France, policymakers also began to favor an attritional strategy targeting exports. When the CSDN studied the possibilities for sanctions against Germany in 1935, its priority was avoiding the appearance of starving the German people. French planners thought that the most barbaric sanctions are those that aim at food, and to a lesser degree at textiles, an industry that employed a large number of Germans. Wrecking this manufacturing sector might produce unemployment and strikes, but this social effect would not guarantee the weakening of German military production that French strategists were seeking to achieve. Cutting off vital commodities would not work quickly enough because of the German genius for replacement Genie de l'Ersatz. Thus the CSDN concluded that a boycott of German exports appears preferable to blockade or embargo measures. 38. The extensive preparation for sanctions in Paris and London in 1935 shows that neither government was caught unawares by Italy's decision to embark on war or by the need to impose sanctions in response. By August, English-language newspapers were already explaining to their readers how economic sanctions against Italy would work. 39 British and French strategists were entirely prepared. 40 For his part, Mussolini had gone too far to back down. With over 400,000 men already on the African continent, Fascist Italy had invested so much in the venture that its military buildup had acquired a momentum of its own. Mussolini had relayed the invasion order to his forces in East Africa on September 27. The attack was planned for dawn 7 days later. 41. War in East Africa. On October 3, 1935, Italian troops invaded Haile Selassie's empire in a double pincer movement, southward from Eritrea and westward from Somalia. Watched by an international community ready to take action against them, they needed to obtain territorial results quickly. Nearly 500,000 strong, Italian commander Emilio de Bono's army was the largest military force ever sent to the African continent by a European state, numbering 300,000 Italian troops, 87,000 askaris, and 100,000 laborers employed in road building and other work creation schemes. 42 On the way to the Ethiopian capital, Addis Ababa, de Bono intended to pause periodically to reinforce his army before pushing on, in a leapfrogging movement, to conserve strength and avoid overstretched supply lines. The caution of de Bono's land-based campaign plan stood in stark contrast to the risk entailed in its maritime foundations. Italy's invasion was supplied in an intercontinental operation ferrying a constant stream of troops, materiel, and provisions from Italian ports through the Suez Canal to its two bridgeheads in Eritrea and Somalia, a total distance of between 2,200 and 3,600 kilometers, 1,370 to 2,240 miles. It was risky for any state at an intermediate level of economic development to undertake a sustained military effort across such distance, let alone to do so across sea lanes controlled by other countries and on the basis of limited financial strength. 43. Despite the fact it had invaded Ethiopia without a declaration of war, Italy was declared the aggressor by the League within 4 days. On October 7, the Council ordered the creation of a committee comprising 18 member states that would study, compose, and report on a package of sanctions under Article 16. The Portuguese diplomat Augusto de Vasconcelos was appointed chair of this Committee of 18 or Coordination Committee. In the space of 2 weeks, his group outlined a package of 5 economic sanctions, an arms embargo, a financial freeze, an import embargo, a range of export prohibitions on specific commodities and goods, and a mutual support fund. The sanctions went into effect on November 18 and were applied fairly consistently by 52 out of 58 League member states. It was a remarkable feat of transnational coordination. Article 16 had finally been put to the test against aggression. In an air of nervous excitement, the Geneva correspondent for the New York Herald Tribune wrote that the remarkable and unprecedented achievement of getting nearly 50 sovereign states to agree on collective measures for taking sanctions has enormously enhanced the prestige of the League. All the observers on the Geneva scene within the last fortnight have had the impression that they have been witnessing world history in the making and that a new power in international affairs has taken shape invisibly. 44. Influenced by the economic reasoning of French and British officials, the most cutting element of Vasconcelos's package was not so much proposal for embargo on exports to Italy, which could be extended to coal and oil, but proposal 3, refusal of Italian goods, the embargo directed against Italian foreign exchange earnings. 45 Indeed, The aim of draining means of payment is evident from an important detail of the import embargo that was circulated to all sanctionist governments. The only good of Italian origin allowed into League states was gold or silver bullion and coin, which formed the bedrock of the Bank of Italy's capacity to pay and borrow. 46 Once Mussolini accepted sanctions as the cost of imperial expansion, the geopolitical confrontation between Italy and the sanctionist front in the League turned into a race between military success and material resistance. In other words, the success of the sanctions campaign in 1935 to 1936 hinged on whether Italy's armored columns could reach Addis Ababa before League sanctions against its exports drained the country's financial reserves. 47 By preventing Italy from selling into nearly 50 national markets, the Coordination Committee, furnished with data by the British Admiralty, was hopeful that Italian export revenues could be substantially driven down. 48 Optimists took heart in British estimates that ordinary earnings could be reduced by as much as 70%. 49 Mussolini seemed to have stumbled into the trap laid for him by the sanctionists and was now exhausting Italy's strength in an endurance test he was bound to lose. 50 The attritional logic of the import embargo made several assumptions. One was that the invaders would not conquer Addis Ababa before the onset of the summer rains, which in Ethiopia lasted from May to September. Most European military experts believed that taking a country with the mountainous terrain and size of Ethiopia required more than one dry season. 51 By that time, the BOT and the Admiralty expected that Italian foreign exchange reserves would have been exhausted and Mussolini would be financially unable to prosecute his war. At the Treasury, economists Ralph Hawtrey and S.D. Whaley forecast that if sanctions reduced Italian export revenues by 75%, the Bank of Italy's reserves would fall by between £68 million and £108 million, allowing for just 9 to 15 months' worth of imports before they were exhausted. 52 French military intelligence likewise estimated that with a monthly import financing requirement of at least 500 million lira, £8.4 million, Italy could not hold out for more than 10 months. 53 With no external loans forthcoming from either Wall Street or London, this would cause insuperable problems for the regime. There was thus a common expectation in London and Paris that squeezing Italian exports would force Mussolini to the negotiating table within a year, before he would be able to claim Ethiopia. Indeed, toward the end of 1935 and into the early months of 1936 there were clear signs that the import embargo was working. As destinations for Italian exports were closed off, the fascist regime was forced to cut imports drastically to preserve foreign exchange. But given Italy's structural current account deficit, the fall in the currency and gold reserves was nonetheless heavy. Even before the invasion had been launched, the Bank of Italy's reserves had fallen by £78 million, $379 million, as it had spent heavily to cover the enormous military buildup in East Africa. 54 In June 1935 the central bank had suspended the mandatory reserve coverage ratio, which prescribed that 40% of the money supply had to be backed by gold. 55 But while this allowed for increased domestic spending, it could not increase the hard currency needed to pay for imports. Between October 1935 and August 1936, reserves plummeted further, from £67 million to only £37.5 million. 56 Mussolini devalued the lira by 25% a week after the sanctions took effect, but since it had been overvalued before, this did little to improve export competitiveness. From November 1935 to July 1936, Italy exported a mere £37.7 million worth of goods, compared to £59 million in the same period 1 year earlier, a 35% reduction. Yet even strict rationing could only shrink imports by 22% in the same period. 57 Absent foreign financing, eventually a balance of payments breakdown would result. At the League, Vasconcellos' sanctions committee did not yet extend Proposal EVA, the export embargo, to oil and coal exports to Italy. Expecting a long military campaign and accepting the EFO's estimate that the import embargo would financially exhaust Italy by the late summer of 1936, The committee postponed a decision on oil sanctions on 6 November. 58 The reason for this was that the success of an oil embargo depended entirely on the American government. At the time, U.S. oil companies controlled 60% of global oil production. Although they were not a major pre-war supplier of Italy, they could easily divert their exports there to meet increased demand. 59 The Coordination Committee was in contact with Washington about possible oil restrictions. Secretary of State Cordell Hull had notified Vasconcellos on October 26 that a U.S. arms embargo had gone into effect under the Neutrality Act passed in August. Yet there were tensions between the cautious U.S. neutrality policy and the League's economic sanctions regime. 60 Roosevelt asked businessmen to join in a moral embargo against Mussolini but took no legislative action to restrict American trade with fascist Italy. 61 The ambassador to Italy, William Phillips, wrote on November 14 that even if the major U.S. oil companies would agree to restrict their sales to Italy, their 150 smaller competitors would still not adhere to such a soft constraint. Their power to supply the fascist war economy was considerable. Italy needed about 8,000 tons of fuel a day for both civilian use and military operations, and small U.S. firms could supply 80,000 tons a day. 62 For this reason, Phillips suggested waiting for an initiative from Geneva before joining any oil embargo. This reticence became a self-fulfilling prophecy, however, since the League would agree to oil sanctions only if Washington would join them. Stanley Hornbeck, leader of the State Department sanctionists since the Manchurian Crisis, insisted that so long as the United States remained non-committal, the League itself would be obstructed. The question whether the League powers decide to apply sanctions may turn upon the matter of our giving at this time the intimation of our position. If we give that intimation, we assist the League. If we withhold that intimation, we probably assist and encourage Mussolini. 63 American internationalists mounted a press campaign for intervention to aid Ethiopia. At the Foreign Policy Association, Raymond Buell had been calling for emergency action by the executive to stop raw material shipments since September. 64 During the sanctions regime, his colleague Veradine also consistently argued for closing the loopholes in the sanctions constituted by the non-participation of the United States and Germany. 65 Cracks in the internationalist front against fascist Italy were beginning to appear. On November 8, Maysky reported that his friend in the Foreign Office, Robert Van Sittert, had expressed the hope that the war in Africa would be over by Christmas. It was an odd thing to say for the permanent Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, given the attritional logic of the import embargo and the impossibility of a military victory in the field before the end of that year. This could only mean that British diplomats were hoping for some kind of deal. On November 14, Baldwin's Conservatives were re-elected after campaigning on a pro-League platform. Now that deterring Mussolini had failed and sanctions were in place, London and Paris were hesitant to push the economic measures further and risk open war. This reflected the view of the sanctions gradualists in Samuel Hoare's Foreign Office as well as that of French Prime Minister Laval and the Quai d'Orsay. Neither wanted to provoke an attack by Mussolini on their own empires by cornering the Italian leader with more economic pressure. 66 After the British general election, secret negotiations began in Paris between Laval and Hoare about a deal to divide Ethiopia that would surrender most of Haile Selassie's territory to the Italian Empire. 67 The public mood at the end of November was still strident. One newspaper declared that Anglo-French unity, in the spirit of the World War Entente Cordiale, thanks to fascist imperialism, is again an accomplished fact, yet as Maysky noted, the potion was brewing in the imperialists' infernal kitchen. 68 On December 9 news of the territorial deal was leaked to the press, and an international outcry ensued. The Hoare-Laval Pact was received in many quarters with consternation and came to epitomize the duplicity of imperialist motives that undercut the noble solidarity of the League. Yet the sanctions effort did not end on the announcement of the Hoare-Laval Pact. In fact, the British and French governments were forced to disavow their own secret plan, testifying to the strength of public opinion against Mussolini. Moreover, the attritional logic of the sanctions package remained relentlessly at work. The window of opportunity for a fascist victory in East Africa continued to shrink. In November, Haile Selassie's troops had fought the Italians to a standstill at Enderda. By mid-December, the Ethiopians launched a counter-offensive at Dambegwina Pass, capturing dozens of tanks and field guns and thousands of Italian prisoners. 69 De Bono's military campaign was flagging. But whether this could be turned into a victory for the League depended on whether and how the sanctions against the fascist regime could be expanded. Energy and infrastructure. While a vicious war raged in East Africa, intense sanctions diplomacy was taking place around the prospect of a League oil embargo. Vasconcelos's Coordination Committee discussed energy sanctions again on January 1, 1936 and appointed an experts committee to study the efficacy of such a measure. But a decision on the embargo itself was once more postponed because of the unclear American position. U.S. oil shipments to Italy had risen 446% in December 1935 compared to 1 year earlier. The fascist armies were clearly benefiting from American petroleum. 70 If the supply was cut off, the Ethiopians might be able to follow through on their recent successes. Collective security advocates fixed their hopes on the expiration of the U.S. Neutrality Act that had been passed in August. Unless renewed or replaced, the law would lapse by February 29, 1936, leaving the United States free to intervene. The main hope of internationalists on both sides of the Atlantic was that a revised Neutrality Act would include discriminatory embargo powers, enabling Roosevelt to join international sanctions against Italy. But even a second-best solution, a new law that allowed U.S. non-interference in the League's punitive measures, would be helpful. A third option was to use the Neutrality Act's export prohibitions in a discretionary way. If U.S. lawmakers placed the right items on the embargo lists, these would hit Italy severely and not affect Ethiopia much, even if the former were not openly designated as the aggressor. The French ambassador in Washington thought that there were serious chances that the embargo lists would be expanded to include petroleum and cotton in particular. 71. This stealth discrimination proved hard to implement, however. To placate neutralist opinion in Congress, the State Department dropped the requirement that the new legislation distinguish between aggressors and victims. 72 In Paris, Laval, who had hoped for Roosevelt's collaboration, felt regret that these propositions, placed under the sign of neutrality, abandon the idea of a discrimination between the aggressor state and the state victimized by aggression. 73 But even the fallback option of tweaking the embargo lists faced unprecedented scrutiny from U.S. senators. When you give an absolute discretion to the president, he may select such articles as he desires, argued California Senator Hiram Johnson, and it gives him an opportunity, by the selection, to pick the aggressor, and to do as he sees fit in regard to the conflict. 74 Led by Johnson, the Senate struck from the bill the sections granting the president discretion over raw materials exports. Dejected, the French ambassador informed Paris that the neutralists had realized these powers were a sort of encouragement to the president to associate himself with the sanctions of the League of Nations and notably with the embargo on petroleum. 75 Ethiopia's fate seemed to hinge on arcane details of U.S. legislation. In early February, 4 months into the war, Italian forces still had not advanced beyond Mekelle in northern Ethiopia, barely 1/6 of the 900-kilometer distance to Addis Ababa. 76 War correspondents reported a frustrated impatience among the troops about their lack of progress. 77 On February 12, the Senate broke the deadlock by rejecting the option of a new bill and extending the old Neutrality Act until May 1, 1937. Compounding this setback, Vasconcelos's expert committee delivered its report on the oil embargo the same day. The League experts estimated that if fully implemented and assuming U.S. exports remained at their pre-war level, oil sanctions would exhaust Italy's fuel supply in 3.5 months. But as U.S. oil exports to Italy were rising, the actual effect of sanctions would take longer to set in. As a result, the oil sanctions option was shelved. The same week, Italian forces went back on the offensive, supported by chemical weapons, and the prospects for Ethiopian survival grew very dim. British and French internationalists found that Soviet diplomats were ardent proponents of collective security, more so than the aloof Americans. As the Fourth Council member, the USSR had dutifully cut off supplies of chromium, manganese, and iron ore to Italy. Litvinov also supported bans on coal and steel. 78 Yet under the influence of Stalin's domestic agenda, Soviet economic diplomacy was not consistent, and exports of other non-sanctioned items continued. 79 In February 1936, the USSR also stopped oil shipments, not to Italy but rather to Germany, which it considered the biggest threat to world peace. 80 As Soviet diplomats pointed out in their correspondence with the League, the government monopoly on foreign trade was extremely useful in directing sanctions policy for a state with great power ambitions. 81 What other options for pressure against Italy were on the table? Without a doubt, the largest spanner that could have been thrown into the works of the fascist economy was an infrastructural one, closing the Suez Canal to Italian ships. By the summer of 1935 Italy was the single biggest user of the canal after Britain itself. 82 The canal was governed by the 1888 Treaty of Constantinople, a holdover from British rule over Ottoman Egypt. It specified that the canal would be open to civilian and military vessels of all nations, neutral and belligerent, in times of peace and war. The waterway was thus effectively demilitarized by international agreement. 83 But by the 1930s, many sanctionists felt that stopping aggression should allow the League to override older treaty law. Since sanctions effectively removed neutrality, they reasoned that the Covenant's Article 16 should trump the Treaty of Constantinople. The problem was that this view had a fragile basis in contemporary jurisprudence. 84 In fact, the most important interwar judicial decision on neutrality, the so-called Wimbledon case, adjudicated by the PCIJ in 1923, had affirmed that states had to honor the territorial neutrality of treaty-governed waterways. 85 Most legal experts tended to agree. 86 In 1935, the Italians gambled that Britain, France, and the other signatories to the Treaty of Constantinople would respect its provisions in their response to the Ethiopian crisis. To make sure, Mussolini repeatedly announced that Rome would consider any move to close the canal tantamount to a declaration of war. For both legal, political and strategic reasons, British and French planners therefore ruled out the closure of the canal during their last-ditch peace negotiations in August and September 1935. 87 That such an obvious lever to halt Italy's aggression in East Africa was not used understandably frustrated sanctionists in Britain and the United States. Raymond Buell argued that the uncertainty about sanctions that plagued world politics should be resolved by internationalizing the Suez Canal, as well as the Panama Canal, which was then in American hands, and perhaps the Turkish Straits as well. 88 Other forms of interdiction and nuisance were also examined. The ATB, for example, studied the payment of canal dues to the Suez Canal Company. 89 To conserve foreign exchange, Italian ships often paid these transit fees on credit. By October 1935 the sum owed by Italy to the Franco-British firm was considerable, and a company demand that duties be paid on the spot could be considered as a form of sanction. 90 But by far the most dramatic form of sanction that the British government contemplated was restricting water supplies to Italian East Africa. De Bono's expeditionary force had amassed large freshwater stores in the British-controlled ports of Aden, Port Sudan, and Mombasa. 91 A ban on the export of these stores would have required enormous logistical improvisation at prohibitive expense. Ultimately, however, the ATB decided against a water blockade of the Italian army because it saw this as a military action rather than a commercial prohibition. Here an imperial prejudice clearly shaped British thinking about the economic weapon. When it had considered economic pressure against Chinese nationalists in the 1920s, the ATB had few qualms about proposing cutting off food and fuel as part of a Pacific blockade against the Chinese population. 92 Yet in a confrontation with another European colonial power, merely closing a canal in breach of international treaties or stopping the private sale of water constituted a military act rather than an economic one. This double standard goes some way toward explaining why sanctions, which had worked against small Balkan states in the 1920s, ran into problems when their target was a fellow European empire engaged in colonial war. Their coercive nature was carefully acknowledged when applied to great powers but blithely accepted when they affected semi-sovereign states and colonial populations. Discussions about where sanctions crossed from the economic into the military domain point to a broader League anxiety about not going to war with Italy. But from a strategic point of view, the challenge facing internationalism went beyond Mussolini. Germany and Japan constituted far larger threats to the existing European and imperial order in Europe and East Asia. In March 1936, Hitler marched his troops into the Rhineland in brazen violation of the Versailles Treaty. German armed forces now stood once more on the French border. Having implemented a moderate economic sanctions package against Italy, Britain and France struggled to find the will, strategy, and popular support to retaliate against Hitler's legally less significant, but strategically more threatening, provocation in the Rhineland. 93 Anthony Eden was the only cabinet member still pushing for an extension of the oil embargo, which he proposed once more in March. But international attention to the plight of the Ethiopians had dissipated. Seleucid's armies suffered a string of serious defeats in the spring. On May 5, fascist troops entered Addis Ababa, which the emperor had left days earlier. A dispirited League Council voted in July to lift sanctions on Italy, which had been in effect for 241 days. When the ATB reviewed the sanctions after the end of the Italo-Ethiopian War, it concluded that the deterrent effects upon Italy of the sanctions policy adopted were negligible, chiefly because the Ethiopian resistance collapsed before the sanctions had attained their full effect and also because Italy was able, by anticipatory accumulation and evasion of the economic pressure placed upon her, to find sufficient stocks to meet her military requirements. 94 Through a combination of export, diversion, stockpiling, national saving, and military luck, the Italians completed their war of conquest before confronting bankruptcy. Nevertheless, the close-run nature of the war in its first few months, the damage that sanctions wrought on Italy, and the effect of the U.S. recommitment to neutrality at the crucial turning point in February 1936 should not be underestimated. Mussolini later told Hitler that if the League of Nations had followed the advice of Eden to extend sanctions against Italy to oil, then in the space of 8 days we would have had to retreat in Ethiopia. It would have been an unmistakable catastrophe for me. 95. The Italo-Ethiopian War made visible the stakes of deploying economic sanctions against aggression. The address that the exiled Emperor Haile Selassie delivered to the League Assembly in Geneva on June 30, 1936 asked a tough question: in the wake of the brutal fascist conquest, could small states still expect their sovereignty to be respected, or would they be forced to accept the bonds of vassalship? 96 His Cr has rightly gone down in history as a brave defense of international morality to a morally bankrupt organization. What is rarely mentioned, however, is that Selassie ended his speech by explicitly indicting the League for its failure to provide positive material assistance to Ethiopia. What the emperor castigated was Geneva's frugality in the face of danger. As he pointed out, the two Central European nations that had benefited from financial reconstruction programs in the 1920s, Austria and Hungary, were also among the 6 member states that had refused to implement the Coordination Committee's sanctions. Yet Italy's invasion had not led to more than a meager recommendation to implement the support measures of the third paragraph of Article 16.97. John Maynard Keynes had also emphasized before the invasion that what Ethiopia needed was international funding for its defense, not just sanctions. While he supported the embargoes on Italy, Keynes argued that a guaranteed loan to Addis Ababa would revolutionize the effectiveness of Ethiopian defense and put an entirely different complexion on the Italian prospects. 98 During the following months, Ethiopia had fruitlessly attempted to secure such material assistance. Its delegation praised Finland's pioneering role in the Convention on Financial Assistance when it first asked the League for financial support for arms purchases in November 1935. After Selassie went into English exile in Bath, Ethiopian diplomats demanded the maintenance of sanctions against Italy,
but also requested a guarantee for a £10 million loan to continue the resistance from abroad, yet no other countries supported the proposal. 100 The international abandonment of Ethiopia showed not only the difficulties of moving from threatening sanctions to using them. It also starkly exposed the limits of material solidarity among states in the politically distrustful, economically austere 1930s.101. This material failure did not necessarily diminish the political prominence of sanctions, however. The Italo-Ethiopian War showed that the economic weapon was capable of mobilizing a broad segment of left, liberal, and centrist opinion in Western democracies. The American journalist Constantine Brown wrote that the net moral result of the Ethiopian sanctions was that pacifists are becoming militarists and vice versa, hard-boiled soldiers and admirals are becoming pacifists. 102 The sanctionist camp, which included communist, socialist, and liberal internationalists, saw the first use of Article 16 as proof of its cardinal importance to world order. As Veradine put it, the Ethiopian affair reveals not the breakdown of League machinery, but the bankruptcy of leadership in League states. 103 Sanctionists thought the League's action to stop Mussolini had failed because it had not been prepared to use decisive force in defense of the existing order. German émigré economist Moritz Bonn felt that much more significant coercion could have been used, and thus it cannot be said that sanctions failed. For pressure which has not been exercised cannot have failed. 104. To the most hard-nosed internationalists, the value of sanctions did not depend on whether they could save Ethiopia. In their view, the question was if they could break Italy. In April 1936, Jan Smuts, one of those present at the creation of the League's economic weapon in 1919, wrote that sanctions were bleeding Italy white and must prove effective if persisted into the bitter end. Displaying a stubborn belief in their deterrent function, Smuts argued that depriving Italy of the spoils of conquest would be a more effective way of prohibiting future conquest than stopping actual war itself. If they could not prevent the war, he thought, they could yet save the peace. 105 Rather than abandon their instrument, sanctionists were adjusting their sense of the political resolve required to make it work. If de-escalating crises was not always possible, sanctions might have to be used for strategic containment, grinding down aggressor states in the long run. Reflection on the Ethiopian case thus tended to make internationalists more outspoken proponents of coercive sanctions. Norman Angell, a reliable weathervane of the dominant mood in early 20th century Anglo-American liberalism, thought that the truth in this matter has been turned upside down by false slogans such as "sanctions mean war." It is uncertainty about sanctions which invites war. Sanctions, if certain and effective, mean peace. 106 Angell proposed that the League should simply make explicit what had been implicit in its organization all along, that it was a hegemonic coalition to pool economic power for the defense of peace by whatever means necessary. To the next 5 years group, a discussion circle of British liberals and conservatives who had come together in the ebullient internationalist summer of 1935, Angell explained what he felt the lessons of the Ethiopian War were. The world has so shrunk that no nation can any longer defend itself by its own power. In the last war we had 20 allies, and needed them. Even with the help of France, of Russia, of Italy, of Japan, aided by the economic resources and finally the naval and military power of America, it was a near thing. So any form of armed defense in the modern world involves us in military and naval cooperation with foreign states, alliances. If the putative enemy makes alliances, we too must make them in order to wield equivalent power. We must make them or drop out of the race. 107. As a cooperative architecture, then, the League was hardly defeated in 1936. Many of its supporters saw collective security and alliance politics not as opposed but as complementary aspects of the same project. This resolve guaranteed that economic pressure would continue to have an important role in the armory of internationalism even as it appeared to have failed. In fact, the influence of sanctions on international history was beginning to make itself felt in inadvertent ways. Chapter 9. Blockade Phobia, 1936 to 1939. In 1936,
the Czech writer Karel Čapek published his satirical novel War with the Newts. The book begins with the discovery, off the coast of Sumatra, of a knot of highly intelligent newts. Capable of performing labor, using tools, and acquiring language, the newts are quickly consigned to perform slave labor for humans. But their integration into civilization creates tensions, from working-class discontent about low-wage newt competition to feminist calls for newt emancipation. Eventually, the newts' desire to create swamps for dwellings by inundating coastal regions leads them into war with the humans. It was a strange war, if in any way it can be called a war. The British Admiralty violated the peaceful business relations with the newts by preventing the boat Amenhotep from discharging a cargo of explosives which had been ordered. The British government by forbidding supplies of any kind first began the blockade of the salamanders. The newts could not complain of these hostile acts at The Hague, because the London Convention had not given the newts the right to bring forward complaints, nor at Geneva because they were not members of the League of Nations. 1. The British blockade backfires as the newts launch a counter-blockade, sinking their opponents' shipping and bringing Britain to the brink of starvation. War with the newts clearly recalled World War I, when Čapek's Central European homeland was hit by blockade and Germany retaliated with submarine warfare, as well as the more recent struggles of the League against aggression. These themes show that many people in the 1930s expected future wars to be started, fought, and won by economic pressure. The League's sanctions against Italy in 1935 to 1936 had brought this possibility to the forefront of global politics. Čapek's fable about the insurgency of global Salamanderism points to the central role of blockade in the interwar imagination. The economic sanctions imposed in 1935 to 1936 revived a latent blockade phobia that had first taken root in World War I. In fascist Italy, but also in Nazi Germany and in militarized Japan, the episode accelerated the search for a very specific form of economic autarky, resilience against sanctions or a blockade that cut off imports of raw materials. This defensive reaction unleashed a highly unstable dynamic. Since none of these three countries united after 1936 to 1937 through the Anti-Comintern Pact was self-sufficient in crucial raw materials, their search for immunity against blockade strengthened their inclination toward territorial conquest. As their strategic ambitions grew, the threat and application of new sanctions only increased the urgency of securing resources at all costs. Economic pressure, meant to restrain aggressive expansion, now began to accelerate it. A vicious cycle therefore materialized in the second half of the 1930s as sanctions and self-defeating bids for autarky reinforced each other. This escalatory dynamic was unintended. But it was hardly unforeseen. The destabilizing effects of nationalist fears of blockade had been anticipated in the 1910s by liberal internationalists such as Hobson and Angell. In 1924, EFO staffer Alexander Loveday suggested it was worth studying how the position of a blockaded country may be greatly strengthened if it is able at once to invade a neighboring country which is an important source of supply for some necessary raw material. Two interwar scholars recognized the nightmare of raw materials, Cauchemar de Matières Premières, as a distinct phenomenon of their times. 3 Historians have shown how the belligerence of Germany, Italy, and Japan was driven by economic, commercial, and strategic insecurities. 4 But there has not been much systematic investigation of how remembered and anticipated blockades, sanctions, and autarkic strategies interacted in the run-up to World War II. 5 Studying how sanctions and autarkic expansion affected each other is complicated by two factors, economic crisis and ideology. The disintegrating effects of the Great Depression, on the one hand, and the internal radicalization of fascist regimes, on the other, were undeniably very important drivers of escalation in the 1930s. 6 Any account of how fascists and militarists revolted against the interwar order must take both into account. Yet it is precisely at the intermediate level of perception and policy making, where foundational material shocks connected with sweeping ideological impulses, that sanctions produced unintended effects by connecting memories of the 1914 to 1918 blockade with the economic demands of future war. The failure of League sanctions to save Ethiopia from Italian imperialism has somewhat obscured the fact that the measures had severe repercussions for Italy. As we saw in Chapter 8, the sanctions-induced drain on monetary reserves came close to triggering a serious crisis. The fascist regime survived exposure to the economic weapon only by using its controlled trade system to impose savage rationing and deflation. But these emergency measures were eclipsed by Mussolini's policy of autarkia, a deliberate anti-sanctions strategy announced in November 1935 and further elaborated in the spring of 1936. A series of ambitious autarkic plans, piani autarkicai, tried to achieve self-sufficiency in food and lower import needs in textile, coal, and oil production. By forcing an unstable mixture of military armament, export promotion, and civilian austerity on the weak Italian economy, the sanctions had lasting effects on the strategic possibilities open to Mussolini's regime. Economic stabilization could be attempted only at the risk of social unrest. But actual autarky remained out of reach, and Italy fell ever deeper into dependence on Germany. Mussolini attempted to resolve these tensions with further adventures to secure resources such as iron ore from Spain and oil from Albania. Ultimately, the effect of the sanctions created a choice between painful stability and risky expansion that was consistently resolved in favor of the latter with fatal consequences. German autarkic thinking had deep national roots but was strengthened by the memory of blockade during the World War and the effects of the Great Depression. 7 The significance of the League sanctions of 1935 to 1936 was that they further reinforced the Nazi belief that German power was existentially threatened by the possibility of a cut-off of raw materials imports. 8 Sanctions occurred at a crucial moment in the internal politics of the regime and hastened pre-existing plans toward self-sufficiency. As the drive for defensive autarky radicalized into a more demanding, war-oriented objective, blockade resilience, Blockadefestigkeit. 9 Nazi blockade phobia provided an impetus to 3 initiatives in the realms of economic, foreign, and strategic policy. First, the 4-year plan, outlined in the spring and unveiled in the late summer of 1936, aimed at raw materials freedom, Rohstoffreiheit, by the construction of massive capacity for the synthetic production of oil, rubber, and fibers, and the exploitation of domestic iron ore. Second, German diplomats and bureaucrats further pursued a politically motivated foreign trade policy aimed at creating unseverable overland links with Central and East European countries. Third, Hitler focused on territorial expansions that offered not just security, but also resource benefits for Germany, first by extending support to Franco's Spanish nationalists in the summer of 1936 and thereafter in the annexation of Austria in 1938 and Czechoslovakia in 1939 as he prepared for a wider European war of conquest. Japan was in some ways the most unlikely candidate for radicalization. Although the country had left the League in 1933, it had emphasized its friendly intentions toward the West and was kindly disposed toward Ethiopia. Japan had continued to trade freely throughout the global downturn, but as an import-reliant island state and the most trade-dependent of the 3 revisionist powers, it had a strong interest in resource security. What derailed Japanese plans for economic development and autarky was the unplanned outbreak of prolonged war with Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese nationalists in 1937. Just as Italy's African War rendered its economy more fragile, so Japan's entanglement in China increased its exposure to Western economic pressure. This situation provoked, as the chief historian of Japan's autarkic turn puts it, a perverted search for self-sufficiency which would ultimately lead to war with the West and ruin for Japan. 10. From autarky to autarkia. The effects of sanctions on world politics in the 1930s have been difficult to ascertain amid the general disorder caused by the Great Depression. The global crisis of the liberal economic system drastically undermined the international political order. 11 The world economy of the 1930s was riddled with intrusive and coercive measures, tariffs, export subsidies, import quotas, exchange controls, clearing agreements, and boycotts were commonly used in many countries. This makes it difficult to isolate the effect of economic sanctions as a specific vector of instability. Even contemporaries sometimes struggled to distinguish them. During council discussions about imposing sanctions on Germany in April 1935, Portuguese Ambassador de Mata asked, "Do not we all live in a period when import and export restrictions, quotas, licenses, and many other similar measures are applied indiscriminately to friendly states? Are we not all suffering from permanent economic sanctions?" 12. Amid the breakdown of international cooperation caused by the Depression, this confusion was understandable. Trade wars with economic motives had become hard to tell apart from sanctions used for political ends. This analytical problem extends to registering the impact of sanctions on national policy. Policies of economic nationalism were pursued by many states, even those without revisionist ambitions that thus had little reason to fear league sanctions. Point 13. On closer inspection, however, it is possible to distinguish specific reactions to sanctions that go beyond general protectionist policies. In 1937, the Italian liberal economist Luigi Einaudi made a helpful distinction between the meaning of autarky as opposed to autarkia. The ancient Greek term autarky, he pointed out, derived from the words alphatau, self, and rokai, rule. It had been used by Stoic philosophers to denote independence, a political state of self-rule, or a psychological condition of self-command. This concept was distinct from autarkia, which combined alphatau with the verb rho kappa omega, to suffice, and entailed material self-sufficiency. As Einaudi pointed out, autarky was not just a different goal from autarkia. The two aims could very well clash with each other in practice. Political independence could often be sustained only through connections with other states and support from other communities. An attempt at full autarky, then, might lead to the collapse of autarky. For this reason, Einaudi criticized the fascist response to sanctions, the self-reliance policy labeled autarkia, not just as an etymological error, but also as a step that would endanger the very political autonomy that Italy sought to achieve by it. Point 14. Einaudi's distinction between independence-enhancing autarky and the more radical self-sufficiency of autarky is a useful way to think about economic policies in the 1930s. As Stefan Link has argued, no state in this period aimed at full material independence from the outside world, a goal that was inherently unachievable for industrial countries. Point 15. Common to the economic nationalism of the period was that it sought to restructure society's engagement with international markets and finance. National coalitions pursued autarky to achieve trade and investment relationships over which they were able to exert greater political control than previously. 16. Autarky therefore manifested itself in protectionist practices such as tariffs, licensing, quotas, and subsidies. It might also entail import substituting industrialization, default on external debts, and barter and clearing agreements to save external currency. Many Latin American, Asian, and East Central European states initiated such policies in the 1930s and pursued them far into the 20th century. Point 17. By 1935 to 1936, the effects of the global slump were still noticeable but beginning to recede. As the EFO's World Economic Survey showed, world trade was still 18% below its 1929 peak but showed a rather marked increase in the last quarter of 1935-18. The beginning of economic sanctions against Italy in that period stimulated a number of policies that, for all their subsequent inadequacies, were aimed at autarky in the second, more radical, sense. The aim of this policy, which was first described by German commentators in 1934 as raw materials freedom, was to avoid economic dependence on imports of primary materials along international routes that could be severed by sanctions or blockade. Point 19. Raw materials freedom was perfectly compatible with continued exports to the rest of the world. What it aimed to avoid was the risk of a Great War style commodity blockade and external cut-off of vital inputs. To grasp the reasoning behind raw materials freedom, it is important to note that autarkic protectionism offered little defense against sanctions. Tariffs could protect a domestic market from foreign goods, thereby shielding native producers from external competition. But protection against foreign merchandise did nothing to protect against the severance of inflows. As consumers of raw materials, even strongly protectionist countries could be highly dependent on the outside world. In fact, the collapse of global commodity prices in the Depression had made raw materials more affordable, further enabling the import of primary inputs from wherever they could be sourced most cheaply. As economist Felice Guarneri, the foreign exchange minister of Italy from 1935 to 1939, observed, most countries were happy to be protectionist as producers, but free trading as consumers. 20 Escaping sanctions required the creation of a protected source of supply. Autarkic economies based on protectionism were not sanctions-proof, but autarkic economies focused on raw materials freedom might be. Yet achieving raw materials freedom was a formidable challenge. In 1931 the American geologist and minerals expert Charles Leith held that no nation is really self-contained as to war supplies, and with the vastly increasing demands of modern warfare, essential supplies in huge quantities must be obtained from all quarters of the globe. The problem of adequate preparation is probably beyond the power of the strongest nation. 21. Stockpiling went some way toward reducing the danger. But they were helpful mainly for those states that were already self-sufficient in major materials, such as the United States. 22. For vulnerable countries, a more appealing approach was to move supply lines to overland routes that were easier to protect. Germany's increasing orientation in the second half of the 1930s toward a Southeast European space for economic expansion, Ergänzungsraum, was one example of this, allowing Yugoslav copper and iron ore, Romanian grain and oil, and Hungarian livestock and bauxite to be shipped along the Danube or moved by rail. 23 Japan's Yen bloc connected its home islands with China, Taiwan, Korea, and Manchuria via sea lanes, requiring increased naval protection. 24 Italy focused on imports of coal across the Alps from Germany, iron ore shipped from Spain, and oil transported from Albania. 25 The most ingenious path to raw materials freedom was through synthetic production. From the 1920s onward, chemical techniques such as the Bergius and Fischer-Tropsch processes made it possible to turn coal into liquid fuels by using pressure, heat, hydrogen, and a catalyst. 26 The German military took a strong interest in this technology and advocated for its adoption for economic and strategic reasons in the Weimar Republic and later in Nazi Germany. 27 Fuel hydrogenation was extremely inefficient, producing fuels vastly more expensive than natural oil supplied from overseas by tanker ship. But oil tankers could easily be stopped by sanctions and blockade, something that the League had actively and openly discussed in the limelight of world media in early 1936. 28 The extent to which countries pursued synthetic fuel is therefore a useful indication of the influences on their autarkic policies. Britain, for example, also built 2 large coal-to-liquid plants. But by 1938 it opted for maritime oil imports because of cost considerations. In light of its large navy, oil from coal was, as David Edgerton has shown, a double insurance policy which made no sense. 29 By contrast, Italy launched its own hydrogenation program in 1936, while the Japanese military began even larger efforts in synthetic oil production, building the third synthetic fuel plant in the world after Germany and Great Britain. That these regimes, which were significantly less wealthy than Britain, nonetheless pursued costly synthetic fuel investments indicates that they desired genuine raw materials freedom. Autarkia was not just a nationalist catchphrase but a real material goal. While synthetic fuel projects were one of the most prominent instruments of autarkia, they were far from the only one. Synthetic fibers also reveal the impact of sanctions on economic policy. Arguably they had even greater significance in the event that imports were severed. In the 1930s the textile industry was a pillar of industrial employment, creating jobs for 1/5 of the German, 1/3 of the Japanese, and fully half of the Italian industrial workforce. 30 Unemployment in this sector was a threat to social stability, something these regimes, as well as British and French sanctions planners, all understood. 31 Imports of raw cotton, wool, and silk took up a substantial share of the national import bill. Replacing them with synthetic substitutes such as rayon, nylon, and staple fibers was politically and financially beneficial. 32 There was also a strategic reason. Raw wool was the world's fifth most traded material by value after cotton, coal, petroleum, and wheat, and it came disproportionately from British imperial dominions. Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa together furnished 3/4 of the annual clip in 1936.33. Despite their mundane appearance, synthetic fiber production was thus an important defensive bulwark in the face of possible British or League sanctions. Italian autarkia as anti-sanctions strategy. Italy's first autarkic policies were rooted in the experience of World War I, when delayed deliveries of American grain and British coal had fanned widespread social unrest. Mussolini resolved that such an interruption of supplies should never be repeated. Accordingly, Il Duce had launched his battle for grain, Battaglia del Grano, in 1925. In a large-scale process involving farmers, agronomists, industrial corporations, and families, agricultural policy was turned into a central plank of the regime's agenda for the transformation of Italy. 34 The battle for grain was the first move toward alimentary sovereignty that marked fascist Italy into the 1940s. 35 Italy's dependence on imported food had already fallen substantially when League sanctions were imposed. In 1930 the country still imported 3.64 million tons in cereals. By 1933 this had fallen to 1.49 million tons. 36 Italy benefited from record harvests in 1933 and 1937, making it self-sufficient in wheat, although this was a temporary rather than a structural achievement. 37 By 1938, Italy produced 94% of its foodstuffs domestically, and daily per capita consumption peaked at 2,734 calories, a figure not reached again until the 1950s. 38. A second stage of autarky began in 1934 as Italy confronted the fallout of a domestic financial crisis and the unemployment shock of the Great Depression. 39 The conquest of Ethiopia was partly a response to the legitimation crisis that the slump caused for the regime. As the country rearmed, however, the overvalued lira came under pressure. Devaluation was not an option for Mussolini. Having arduously returned to the gold standard in 1927 at the exchange rate of 92.46 lira per pound sterling, the famous quota novanta, he was committed to protecting his own prestige as well as the savings of patriotic rentiers. 40 But as Italy began to experience growing capital flight, rearmament and preparations for the invasion could not be continued without creating administrative controls over trade. By February 1935 the system had been expanded to nearly all strategic materials and included barter agreements to save foreign exchange as well as controls on civilian imports. 41 But in May Guarneri was brought in from the industrial lobby Conf Industria to run the trade control apparatus, now designated the Office for Exchange and Currencies, Sovrintendenza agli Scambi e Valuta. Guarneri became one of the most powerful technocrats in the regime, wielding the power to allocate export subsidies, restrict any imports, and spend the country's precious foreign exchange and gold reserves. 42 Additional room for maneuver was created by the Bank of Italy's suspension of gold coverage in July and the cessation of foreign debt payments in August. League sanctions were thus imposed after Italy had already departed from a liberal commercial policy to deal with the financial consequences of preparing its economy for war. 43 Italy survived the sanctions due to the existence of this system, which allowed Guarneri to practice strict reserve management and Mussolini's finance minister, the aristocratic fencing champion Paolo Theon di Revel, to implement severe austerity. 44 Italy's dependence on its monetary reserves was dramatically illustrated by the social participation of women and children in national autarkic rituals. 1 month after the sanctions entered into force, Queen Elena joined with Mussolini's wife, Rochelle, to inaugurate a new special holiday, the Giornata della Fede, in which women offered their wedding rings and jewelry to the state. 45 Il Duce called upon women to turn every Italian family into a fortress of resistance, and although the results were meager, some 2,262 kilos of gold, worth about $2.8 million, were collected. The social fervor displayed in the battle against international sanctions was pronounced. 46 Meanwhile, young children roamed the nation's streets, junkyards, and homes to gather cutlery, utensils, broken bicycles, and other forms of scrap metal that could be recycled for smelting. 47 The gold and metal collection drive was an example of how the regime used the sanctions to launch broad social mobilization while simultaneously undertaking financial retrenchment. The national campaign for autarkia was declared the day after the sanctions went into effect. The slogan was chiseled into marble in public monuments, adorned propaganda posters, and guided the rewriting of history books. 48 Many policies large and small were declared to be part of an anti-sanctions, anti-sanzionista, policy or a form of counter-sanctions, contro-sanzioni. 49 Italian postcard showing the metamorphosis of sanctions as Italian autarkia develops from the ovular stage of the League of Nations to the larval stage of the Genevan Committee of Five, to the chrysalid stage of economic sanctions, to finish as a butterfly that has reached emancipation from the outside world. Originally published in Domenica del Corriere, 1936. Copyright Fototeca Gilardi /H Photostock. Anti-sanctionist triptych calling on Italians to deliver gold, scrap metal, and savings to the state as it resists external pressure. Artwork by Mario Cerrone, published in the fascist newspaper Il Popolo d'Italia, November 28, 1935. Biblioteca di Storia Moderna e Contemporanea, Rome. Italy's turn to autarky after November 1935 was a continuous effort with limited success rather than an actual achievement. Full self-sufficiency was always impossible for a country as poor in raw materials as Italy. But the core issue was a lack of agreement about economic priorities within the regime. Stabilizing the economy in the wake of the shock of sanctions demanded a different set of policies than protecting it from future sanctions. As Alessio Gagliardi has shown, Italian autarkia was torn between two deeply contradictory impulses: a financial currency autarkia, emphasizing trade balance and reserves, and an integral economic autarkia that focused on the availability of raw materials. 50 This ambivalence was, in fact, a mirror image of the changing approaches of League sanctions planners. Integral economic autarkia functioned as a defense against Admiralty-style resource sanctions, while currency autarky attempted to ward off Treasury-style commercial sanctions. On the whole, the practical direction of Italian autarkia was highly unstable and inconsistent. Initially it seemed that the conservative wing of the regime might prevail. The aim of Guarneri's policies of import limitation and export promotion and of Théon de Revel's budgetary austerity was to regain economic balance. After the Bank of Italy was effectively nationalized in June 1936, lira devaluation in September was meant as a further step in this direction. 51 Guarneri saw the sanctions as an occasion for a conservative stabilization that would also resolve Italy's pre-embargo financial crisis. He told the French financial attaché in Rome that sanctions had allowed the government to create a pathos that has greatly contributed to making the people and the ruling class accept the restrictions imposed on Italy by the economic and financial situation. 52 By 1937, his monetary bureaucracy had been scaled up to a full Ministry of Exchange and Currencies. 53 Sanctions, Guarneri hoped, would serve as a regime-strengthening device, enabling the state to push through the unpopular measures needed to return to normalcy. But conservative stabilization quickly reached an aporia. In part this was because of long-standing weaknesses. Italy had long had a structural balance of payments deficit probably since the conquest of Carthage, one observer joked. 54 In ordinary times this was offset by the invisible earnings of emigrants and from tourists and shipping, while on the capital account Italy was dependent on US and British finance. The drying up of external funds could be compensated by recycling corporate earnings through the state's two industrial financial conglomerates, IMI and IRI. 55 But this did not resolve the problem of external balance. Even when some basic economic links with Britain and France were restored in the fall of 1936, these bilateral agreements were based on trading levels that were far too low to sustain adequate imports. A policy of trade balance therefore inevitably resulted in the savage repression of civilian living standards. Moreover, by producing a lopsided recovery, Guarneri and Théon de Revel's retrenchment failed to stem the radicalization of fascist foreign policy and actually further encouraged it.
Austerity put the development or realization of imperial territories in Africa out of reach. 56 From 1936 to 1939 government spending was trimmed down from 23.5% to 19.4% of GDP. But since the burden of adjustment fell almost entirely on civilian imports and private consumption, falling effective demand had to be offset by higher military expenditures. Armaments spending actually went up after the Italo-Ethiopian War and kept growing. 57 Even rearmament could not proceed, however, without greater raw material imports, especially of coal, iron ore, and oil. Instead of providing satiety, conquering Ethiopia had left Italy with a military Moloch that, as a result of the belt-tightening of sanctions, demanded to be fed in other ways. The expansionists in the regime began to push for new interventions and conquests. In November 1936, Eric Drummond and his deputy, Gladwin Jebb, the future Secretary-General of the United Nations, reported to London from their post in Rome that because of the dire economic situation created by the import reductions needed to withstand sanctions, the probability that Italy unites with Germany and Japan in some dirty adventure is far from negligible. 58 Italy's ostensible escape from sanctions was in fact paving the way toward future conquest, radicalization, and war. The trajectory of this radicalization is better appreciated by contrasting Italy's eye-catching autarkic plans with their practical results, which continued to necessitate opening up new sources of raw materials. There were some modest successes. The production of synthetic fibers and textiles was stimulated as a way to reduce imports of raw wool and cotton. 59 In this, Italy was helped by its early interest in rayon, an artifact of collaboration with the British fibers and chemicals firm Courtaulds in the 1920s. Courtaulds and the German Vereinigung die Glanzstofffabriken, VGF, together owned most of the shares of Italy's largest synthetic fibers producer, the Milan-based SNIA Viscosa. SNIA managed to become the leading rayon producer in the world, supplying over half of global output by the second half of the 1930s. 60 SNIA also developed a wool substitute from casein, the fiber found in skimmed milk, known as Lanital, Italian wool. Lanital was paraded around global fashion circuits, used in military uniforms, and marketed as one of the new textiles of the empire, although its quality was noticeably inferior to real wool. 61 Still, its use allowed raw wool imports to be cut by 20 to 25%. 62 Energy proved a tougher nut to crack. The fascist regime experimented with the use of methane as a fuel for streetcars and trains. 63 Extracted from deposits in northern and central Italy, by 1938 methane could provide the energy equivalent of about 40,000 tons of oil, 10% of annual gasoline consumption. 64 The growing use of hydroelectric power in the north of the country also allowed for lower coal and oil consumption. 65 But despite impressive propaganda efforts, Italy's mineral situation remained a fundamental obstacle to its imperial ambitions. 66 Coal was a case in point. Coal production remained insufficient to fulfill national demand. The difference was made up by imports from Germany, continental Europe's largest coal producer. Fascist coal policy focused on the Sulcis region of southwestern Sardinia. In this swampy and malaria-infested backwater, the Carbos Arta Company, led by Guido Segre, had first begun developing coal mines in the summer of 1935. Earlier geoengineering projects, especially the 1932 settlement of the Pontine Marshes, set the tone. 67 After the imposition of League sanctions, Mussolini accelerated attempts to transform the Sulcis region into an Italian Ruhr. 68 Segre's new coal company, the Azienda Carboni Italiani, A.ca.I, began building a new town around the Sulcis coal field, which was officially founded on November 5, 1937 as Carbonia, the city of coal. 69 Architects designed a town that soon began to receive migrants from Veneto, the March, Sicily, and Abruzzo. From 1935 to 1939, the company's workforce grew from 1,060 to 14,965 miners, while annual coal production rose from 77,000 tons to 1.16 million tons. 70 Istrian mines on the Adriatic added another 1 million tons.
But 3 years into autarkia, Italy still imported 6 times as much coal as it produced itself. Oil was an even larger conundrum. In the wake of the sanctions, the fascist regime pursued 2 parallel strategies: the development of oil fields in Albania and synthetic production. The core of Italy's Albanian oil industry was centered on the town of Kuksiova, where a concession had been secured from King Zog in 1928. The Italian Company for Albanian Oil, AIPA, was created to exploit and transport the oil to Italy and started to develop the town in 1935.71. Just like its Sardinian hard carbon equivalent, fuel extraction at Kukov became a propaganda project for Mussolini, who renamed the town Petrolia, the city of oil. An 80-kilometer-long pipeline was built to transport oil to the port city of Vlorë, whence it was shipped across the Adriatic for intensive refining, an important process given the poor, tarry quality of raw Albanian petroleum. Foreign Minister Galizio Ciano cajoled Albania into becoming an Italian protectorate in the spring of 1939, hoping that the territory would be a stepping stone for wider resource extraction in the Balkans, where German firms had already expanded their presence. 72 By this time, the Petrolia field was producing 200,000 tons of fuel a year. Albania had effectively become a petro-colony of the fascist empire, with oil constituting 2/3 of its export volume. 73. The AIPA oil field at Petrolia in Albania, 1939. Marca/Alamy stock photo. Carbonia and Petrolia were high-profile components of Mussolini's autarkia program, combining colonization with a gambit for industrial high modernity. But the League sanctions also prompted Italy to start a synthetic fuel program. A specialized consortium, the Azienda Nazionale Idrogenazione Combustibili, ANIC, was launched by Italy's state oil firm, AGIP, AIPA, and Montecatini, the country's chief engineering and chemicals conglomerate. 74 Using German fuel hydrogenation technology, ANIC set up 2 coal liquefaction plants and 2 refineries in Livorno and Bari. 75 ANIC's first production target was to liquefy 2.34 million tons of low-grade lignite coal into 50,000 tons of fuels. The problem, as the company notified the government's Autarca Committee, was that there was too little surplus coal available in Italy to meet this goal. The most that could be allocated to hydrogenation was a mere 578,000 tons from the Arno Valley mines in Tuscany. Between June 1938 and December 1940, just 4% of Italy's refined fuel was derived from coal hydrogenation, whereas more than a third came from Albanian wells. Given these delays, overseas dependence remained ineluctable. 43% of Italian oil supply in this period came from Mexico. 76 ANIC's production peaked in 1939, when it delivered 374,000 tons of refined products, half of the annual target. By the time Mussolini joined the war in the summer of 1940, Italian oil stockpiles amounted to just 1 month's worth of consumption. 77. Since Italy thus never achieved self-sufficiency or even a basic freedom from raw materials imports, it could only secure growing resources by expanding its sphere of influence. Ciano's takeover of Albania was one example of this trend, but the country had too little to offer to significantly buttress Italy's long-term resources and was too poor to absorb Italian exports. A more substantial expression of how post-sanctions autarky impelled Mussolini toward war was his intervention in the Spanish Civil War, which started in late 1936. By supporting Francisco Franco's nationalists against the Republican government, Italy found a way to maintain ideological fervor, offload its armaments production on a willing purchaser, and obtain raw materials in return. Fascist nationalist trade was conducted covertly through Safna, a Chilean nitrates firm incorporated in Rome. To Mussolini, Spain's main economic value lay in the large deposits of iron ore contained in the Moroccan mines controlled by the nationalists. In return for a very large military aid channel, Franco's regime increased its exports of ores to Italy from just 6,000 tons in 1936 to 397,000 tons in 1938, a fifth of Italian industry's annual requirements for steel making. 78 From early 1938 onward, Franco paid Mussolini for weapons deliveries in pounds sterling earned by selling ore to the British, thereby providing Italy with a valuable source of foreign exchange. 79 What limited the size of Italian gains in Spain was not so much Iberian supply but the fact that as in the Balkans the Germans had gotten there first. In its rage for resources, the Third Reich was squeezing out its smaller ally. This was not the first time that friction emerged between Rome and Berlin. League sanctions had created closer commercial ties between Italy and Germany, the major European economy that did not join the Genevan embargo. But on closer inspection this alignment was far from beneficial for either side. 80 Sanctions had caused conflict in 1936 because the clearing-based trade systems that governed Italian-German trade required balanced flows in both directions. As Italy cut its imports dramatically to withstand the economic siege, it thus bought fewer German goods. 81 Since the Reich had a long-standing trade surplus with Italy, German firms demanded payment in hard currency for any further deliveries. Guarneri saw this as the manifestation of a fundamentally unfriendly attitude. 82 Eventually, a compromise was found, but tensions remained considerable, not least because Mussolini knew that the Germans, who scrupulously observed neutrality during the Italo-Ethiopian War, had opted to make money by supplying weapons and ammunition to Haile Selassie on the eve of the war. 83 By 1938 to 1939, the two countries were once again at loggerheads as they pushed into the same economic zones. Simultaneous expansion put the attainment of autarky further out of reach, especially for Italy. In April 1939, a new clearing agreement was signed that included resources from imperial territories. Albanian oil controlled by Italy could now be traded for Czech industrial exports directed by Germany. But behind the scenes, the Germans realized that Mussolini should be kept out of war. Italy's massive dependence on oil imports would destroy the already precarious balance of fuel supply and demand within a German-dominated continental European economy. 84 Insofar as Italy gained a respite from sanctions by trading with Germany, it did so only at the cost of worsening its structural problems. Mussolini's strategic options were being narrowed by decisions taken in Berlin, altogether a recipe for war rather than peace. 85 The radical and unbalanced measures taken to escape sanctions permanently militarized Italy. Guarneri tried to hide these tensions by giving the outside world an impression of happy improvisation. To Time magazine, he invoked Marie Antoinette, whose notion was that if the people could not have bread they might have to eat cake. Italians may have to wear natural silk, of which Italy produces plenty, instead of cotton, of which we produce little or none. 86 On the second anniversary of the League embargo, the Italian Jack still boasted to the New York Times that sanctions, while they gave me sleepless nights, are the best thing that ever happened to Italy. 87 But by the time he was dismissed by Mussolini in October 1939, it was clear that Guarneri's anti-sanctions policy had no more rescued Italy from crisis and war than Marie Antoinette's dietary suggestion had staved off the French Revolution. Nazi Blockadefestigkeit. Hitler's drive to restore German power within Europe was both aided and threatened by the League sanctions against Italy. In the short run, Nazi Germany benefited as British and French attention focused on the war in East Africa. Punishing Italy not only broke the Stresa front that had threatened sanctions against Germany in early 1935. It also allowed Hitler to find an opportune moment to move ahead with his revisionist campaign to overturn the Versailles Treaty restrictions on German armament and territorial sovereignty. But over the long run the situation facing the Nazi regime was clearly not improved by Geneva's show of economic force against an aggressor state. In this broader context, the sanctions reaffirmed Hitler's desire to achieve independence from global sources of supply. Due to scientific advances in the 1920s, Germany possessed the technologies to at least attempt moving toward the goal of raw materials freedom, especially in synthetic fuel and rubber. 88 German autarky policy had begun to develop more rapidly in the early 1930s in realms ranging from agricultural research to synthetic production. 89 What limited this were the financial and political costs of repressing civilian consumption and investment in pursuit of faster rearmament, a balance managed since 1933 by Finance Minister and Reichsbank Chairman Hjalmar Schacht. 90
Mere days after the Italian invasion of Ethiopia, German diplomats began to anticipate the possibility that the sanctions powers might cut off raw materials to Germany to avoid their transshipment to Italy. 91 Military analyst Hans Steinberger warned about the notorious partiality of Geneva. The risk of an interdiction of commerce and credit is thus possible. 92 foreign ministry officials were convinced that the sanctions process was doubtlessly being initiated by particular governments with the tendency to turn it into a sort of trial mobilization probe mobile machen for the case of any future conflict with Germany. 93 The perception that the sanctions against Mussolini showed what would be in store for the Reich quickly spread to Hitler and leading officials in the armed forces, foreign ministry, economic bureaucracy, and Nazi party. On November 21, 3 days after League measures went into effect, Hitler received the French ambassador, André-François Poncet, and proceeded to lecture him on what the sanctions meant. If economic compulsion were employed to achieve political ends, the result would be that every state would try even harder than before to make itself economically independent of other states, Hitler said, warning François Poncet that after her present experiences Italy would continue to strive for autarky by every means. More ominously, he warned that the German government would draw the logical consequences from the repressive measures decided by the League of Nations. 94. Germany immediately experienced the indirect effects of League sanctions. Goods such as butter, margarine, and other foodstuffs became more expensive as the sanctions powers limited the amount sold on world markets. 95 This put immediate pressure on the German balance of payments, prompting the Foreign Ministry's Economic Department to consider protection against unfortunate consequences of this kind resulting from economic warfare. 96 Bernhard von Bülow, the Eminenzgreis of the Wilhelmstrasse, wrote that our sole concern is whether, and how, we can autonomously protect ourselves against the direct or indirect repercussions of the sanctions procedure on our own raw materials situation, adding that Germany could not allow its own requirements of foodstuffs and raw materials to be endangered as the result of the proceedings of the sanctions powers. 97. On December 6, the Reich Defense Council, an interministerial strategic planning body created by Hitler 2 years earlier, convened at the War Ministry in Berlin. 98 The Army's chief planner for national defense, Alfred Jodl, declared that in light of recent developments, war no longer exists. Yet all states arm themselves more strongly than before. Economic or military sanctions are used. Whoever pronounces the ominous word mobilization has lost the war at a political level. Thus all states avoid the word mobilization. To Jodl, sanctions indicated that dangerous territory was ahead in which force might be used at any moment. Chairman Wilhelm Keitel ended the meeting by demanding that all government departments study Italy's experience of sanctions to produce suggestions for German policy. 99 The next day, Schacht delivered a speech in which he described sanctions as a problematic invention of the League of Nations, which reinforces the desire for autarky. Schacht concluded that whereas a lot of economic nationalism was really prestige autarky, only an actual defensive autarky, Verteidigungsautarkie, could protect against future sanctions. 100 By December 1935, German policymakers were already moving from observation of the effects of sanctions to planning pathways toward immunity against them. The discussions about extending sanctions to oil in January and February 1936 were observed from Germany with concern. 101 That month the Soviet Union ceased oil shipments to the Reich, citing insufficient payments. 102 Experts warned that the raw materials situation was still far away from the attainment of the necessary reserves and domestic synthetic fuel capacity needed to withstand prolonged economic isolation or war. 103 If Geneva created an international apparatus for the control of global petroleum shipments, this could easily be deployed against the Reich. The German ambassador in Rome, Ulrich von Hassel, reported on Valentine's Day that even if League oil sanctions were not going to be resolved upon, they would remain in suspension like the sword of Damocles. 104. Only the peace appeal to Italy and Ethiopia made on March 2 by Vasconcelos's Coordination Committee, coupled with another postponement of a decision on oil sanctions, made it clear that this threat would, for the time being, remain in abeyance. 105 Keen to exploit the opening,
Hitler announced the remilitarization of the Rhineland on March 7. He gambled correctly that amid the fragile global recovery from the Great Depression, putting pressure on two outlaw states at once would be too much for the sanctionist coalition. Indeed, the ATB counseled the British cabinet against imposing sanctions on Hitler. As the third largest goods importer in the world after Britain and the United States, Germany was an important export market for smaller European economies, so the effect on world trade of economic sanctions against Germany would be much more serious than the effect of economic sanctions on Italy. 106. After getting away with militarizing the Rhineland, Hitler began to put German self-sufficiency on a long-term footing. Under Schacht, rearmament had taken place within the bounds of balance of payments constraints. Hitler ended this policy of relative moderation in April 1936 by appointing Hermann Göring as Special Commissar for Raw Materials and Foreign Exchange, the two prime targets of current and future sanctionists. As Göring began to sketch a plan to make Germany self-sufficient and war-ready, Schacht objected, invoking financial obstacles. 107 But having already endorsed the goal of autarky as a legitimate response to sanctions and other threats, he was in a weak position to resist. At the next Reich Defense Council meeting on May 14, Keitel, Jodl, Bülow, and other officials acknowledged Göring's new mandate and immediately mentioned Italy's measures against the sanctions as policies that could solve also our difficult problems concerning the armament economy, including through blockade organization. 108. The four-year plan that emerged over the summer and was revealed in September was therefore shaped by the regime's ongoing analysis of what sanctions meant for Italy. 1091 One of the plan's cardinal aims was the achievement of blockade resilience, Blockadefestigkeit. 110 Its official publication claimed that the recognition that a 67 million strong people cannot be dependent on the mercy of its neighbors, either in peace or in war, and that nutritional or raw material factors can get it into distress just because of a peaceful blockade or economic war, must bring a responsible state leadership to the decision to provide a remedy to this. 111 Under Göring's supervision, attaining autarky acquired an explicit time horizon, fuel independence in 18 months, i.e., by March 1938, and readiness to wage war by September 1940. 112 In a speech to leading industrialists in December, Göring reminded his audience that in 1914 to 1918 Germany had possessed insufficient countermeasures. What was needed most was that the daily bread must be absolutely guaranteed. It is more important than guns and grenades. The Reich also needed to accumulate raw materials for industry on home ground. Imagine only that we would no longer obtain any Swedish iron ore, if it should fall into Jewish hands. 113 This was a telling form of paranoia. Even in the World War, these supplies had never been interrupted, as Sweden remained neutral and the German Navy retained control of the Baltic. It was a political decision from Stockholm to sever trade that worried Göring. Tied together in an anti-Semitic worldview, peacetime economic sanctions and wartime blockade had morphed into a single threat. 114 As one German geopolitical analyst wrote, it requires an especially cool juristic mind to keep the difference between sanctions and openly hostile acts effective for longer than a few weeks. 115. Germany's trade with Eastern and Southeastern Europe could not be easily severed by Western powers and therefore fit snugly into the strategy to attain blockade resilience. 116 Yugoslavia produced valuable iron ore, copper, and tin, Hungary supplied bauxite, livestock, and wheat, and Romania had long been an important source of grain and oil. 117 The main problem in obtaining food, crucial minerals, and fuel from this region was that it required a countervailing export drive. As one economist explained, for the further progress of the recovery it is necessary to procure the foreign exchange surpluses needed to cover the increased raw materials requirements by expanding German exports. 118 The military's economic staff put it even more simply, without exports, no foreign exchange, and without foreign exchange, no rearmament. 119 Exports therefore continued to be crucial. 120 Creating a Europe-wide greater economic space that enjoyed raw materials freedom would still involve selling German goods to Latin America, Asia, and Africa. 121 To Nazi economic officials, Blockadefestigkeit was thus perfectly compatible with continued trade prowess. Getting to this goal in fact depended on accumulating foreign exchange by continuing the export of high-value-added manufactures at scale. 122. By 1937, however, it was clear that Southeast European economies were not buying enough from Germany to finance the enormous quantities of raw materials demanded by heavy industry to meet the production targets of the four-year plan. 123 Commodities could be obtained on world markets. But Hitler rejected expanding intercontinental imports as long as the Royal Navy could interdict supply lines, arguing that it was more a question of security of transport than one of foreign exchange. 124 The Ethiopian precedent was never far from his mind. In September, the Führer insisted that a people of great military power can become the victim of an economic blockade. We got to experience this danger in its full immediacy when 52 states in Geneva decided on criminal economic sanctions against Italy. We will never forget this. 125 Germany obtained some material benefits from its support for Franco in the Spanish Civil War, but this too required fragile naval and air supply. 126 It was the annexation of Austria in March 1938 that temporarily improved Germany's strategic situation by expanding its trading links in southeastern Europe and doubling the Reichsbank's reserves, pushing back the foreign reserve constraint on German armament by another year. 127 In the meantime, Britain and France had started preparing for open economic war. The first British study of economic warfare against Germany was compiled in July 1938. 128 It concluded that Germany had built up considerable stocks and that a proper blockade would have to encompass perhaps as many as 19 neutral states, a significant increase from the 5 neutrals managed by Cecil's Ministry of Blockade. By early September, as he traveled to Munich to determine the fate of Czechoslovakia, French Prime Minister Édouard Daladier had CSDN produced plans ready to assure from the start a close blockade of the adversary if war broke out. 129 But rather than risk war, Daladier and Chamberlain chose to surrender Edvard Beneš's state to Hitler. Nazi Germany thereby not only avoided a campaign against the 1.25 million strong Czechoslovak army that it may well have lost. It also captured 3.5 billion Reichsmarks worth of gold, foreign currency, and stockpiled raw materials. 130 Analysts at the Quai d'Orsay's commercial desk warned that the Hitlerian state sees in the new resources of which it will dispose the means to impose its political hegemony on Europe. Escaping from the danger of an economic blockade, Nazism could be tempted to launch other adventures and to place new Western powers before the blackmail of war. 131. The self-sufficiency gained by conquest was tenuous. By early 1939, the German war economy was in better shape than it had been in 1914. Economic diplomacy had created a trading bloc in precisely those countries that lay in the blockade-free zone of southeastern Europe. 132 Synthetic fuel production could supply a third of peacetime German oil consumption, with imports from Romania just sufficing to cover the rest. 133 On paper, Germany had thus reached a measure of resilience against peacetime sanctions. This was conditional, however, on two factors. The first was the absence of military mobilization, as active operations massively increased resource consumption. Oil demand, for example, would rise by 60%. The second was that the resource-providing alliances that Berlin had built up would remain stable. In case of either a military mobilization or a negative diplomatic realignment, Germany would run immediately into problems. Further sources of raw materials could be secured only by force. Ultimately, German blockade phobia drove the regime to such extremes that blockade resilience was undermined. Nazi aggression provoked foreign responses that imperiled autarkic goals as soon as they were attained. In his famous Reichstag address on January 30, 1939, Hitler ominously forecast that war in Europe would spell the destruction of the Jews, but he also warned that when foreign statesmen threaten us with economic countermeasures, then all I can do is to assure them that this would lead to a desperate struggle for economic survival. 134 Around this time, the United States was shifting to a posture of armed unneutrality and extending support to London and Paris in their stance against Hitler. 135 The Nazi occupation of Czechoslovakia led Roosevelt and Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau to impose a retaliatory tariff on German goods,
costing 85 million Reichsmarks in export revenues. 136 By April, one of Göring's four-year plan officials warned that the economic war against the anti-Comintern powers under the leadership of Great Britain, France, and the USA, which has already been conducted secretly for a long time, has now been finally revealed. As time passes it will become more and more severe. 137 In this pattern of temporal claustrophobia, desperate decisions for conquest brought into being the economic pressure that the Nazis were trying to escape, causing greater problems of supply that propelled the regime forward to its inevitable defeat and destruction. 138. The debate in Western capitals between sanctionists and appeasers was therefore happening on the basis of a mistaken assumption. Both camps believed in a similar materialist calculus: if costs and benefits were balanced correctly, then Hitler would behave as a more rational member of the international system. 139 What this underestimated was the autonomous force that the specter of blockade had acquired in Hitler's mind and, as a result of the four-year plan, throughout the Nazi regime. When Reich Economics Minister Walter Funk emphasized in May that the four-year plan and foreign trade were not contradictory but complementary policies, the Financial Times interpreted this as a sign that Germany did not think of relinquishing her position in the world economy and that the blockade as an economic weapon had lost its terror. 140 But the fears it inspired were very much alive in the minds of the Nazi leadership. In their imagination the boundary between war and peace, and thus between sanctions and blockade, had broken down. 141 Even before the start of General European War, German publicists and officials were retroactively describing the League embargo against Italy as a sanctions war, Sanktionskrieg, directed by Britain and France. 142. To liberal states, Article 16 was still a tool to prevent or constrain war. But Nazi ideology saw the origins of sanctions in wartime blockade as a foretaste of where these policies would eventually return. When the Swiss diplomat and League High Commissioner Karl Burkhard visited Hitler at his Bavarian summer residence on August 11, the Führer told him, "I need Ukraine, so that they cannot again starve us out like in the last war." 143 Within 2 weeks, German diplomats had signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with the Soviets, securing large deliveries of Caucasian oil and Ukrainian grain. On August 22, Hitler declared to his generals that these supplies from the east meant that we do not need to fear blockade. 144 But this was not a sign that de-escalation was imminent. It was the calm before the storm. At this late stage, Hitler was merely reassuring his subordinates that no external intervention could derail the next campaign of conquest he had lined up in his flexible step-by-step plan to make Germany the dominant power on the European continent. 145 The invasion of Poland began 1 week later. Japan's struggle with economic pressure. Japan's interest in autarky, like that of Germany and Italy, had roots in World War I. From studying that conflict, its military elite had become convinced that the fate suffered by Imperial Germany, a national model since the Meiji Restoration at the hands of the Allied blockade, had grave implications for their own country. 146 Influenced by the experience of total war, a generation of young officers, chief among them Kanji Ishiwara, wanted to develop the material and territorial base from which Japan could survive a future continuous war, an attritional conflict of long duration. 147 In the Protectorate of Manchukuo, established in 1932, Ishiwara and his fellow Total War officers sought to create a resource-intensive industrial base. 148 The East Asian continent was thus expected to provide the base for a strategic autarky that the Japanese home islands lacked. 149 Despite the ultranationalists' obsession with Manchukuo, Japan continued to practice relatively free trade and retained a deeply interdependent position in the world economy. This was largely due to the influence of its finance minister, Korekiyo Takahashi, whose commitment to reflation and state-driven investment spurred an economic boom in the mid-1930s. 150 Japanese economic openness was, to some degree, baked into its growth model. Its industrial power depended on the steel, textile, and silk industries, which required copious amounts of iron ore, cotton, wool, and raw silk from abroad. The civilian fleet was the world's third-largest merchant marine and provided additional income by operating much of the intra-Asian tramp trade. Moreover,
Japan was not an automatic ally of Germany or Italy. In fact, much of the Japanese population sympathized with the Ethiopians' plight at the hands of Italian imperialism. 151 At the same time, the Italo-Ethiopian War was widely regarded as a sign that global great power struggle was accelerating and that Japan might have to create a Tokyo-centered economic sphere in East Asia. 152 As Europeans awaited Geneva's decision on oil sanctions in February 1936, ultranationalist army officers assassinated Takahashi. The young reform bureaucrats who gained power after his death pursued a more intensive pace of rearmament. A tense situation arose, as Japan's increasingly statist and militarized economy was highly connected to international trading partners. 153 Military expansion sucked in so many raw materials that the price structure of the balance of trade was altered. Imported coal and iron ore prices went up much more than export prices, creating resource shortages where they did not exist before. 154 More dangerous was that to supply these growing quantities of raw materials, Japan depended disproportionately on the United States and the British dominions, the states most likely to oppose its bid for East Asian power. In 1936, the US and British empires supplied 72% of Japan's iron ore, 92% of its scrap iron, 90% of its manganese ore, 97% of its copper, 85% of its zinc, 86% of its raw cotton, 70% of its oil, and 74% of its rubber. 155 The disjuncture between Japan's economic entanglement and its growing political divergence from the West posed a sanctions risk. But different factions in its elite were divided on the primary threat. Ishiwara and the Total War officers were focused on the Soviet Union, which remained implacably opposed to Japanese expansion on the Asian landmass. 156 By contrast, the Imperial Japanese Navy was more concerned about the United States, whose imperial presence in the Philippines and on Pacific Islands blocked southward expansion. Both the Soviets and the Americans might use economic pressure against Japan, the former through its council seat in Geneva, the latter together with its European and Chinese allies. To prepare against this eventuality, Japan studied Mussolini's anti-Sanzionista campaign. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry sent a secret mission to Italy to study its anti-sanctions measures. The Japanese technocrats took a particular interest in Guarneri's foreign exchange saving methods. 157 Italian anti-sanctions defenses had not only a perspective but also an immediate use. Just as the Japanese economy started to run up against capacity limits, Takahashi's death broke the finance ministry's ability to resist military demands for spending increases. 158 Massive purchasing abroad ensued in 1936, causing an import surge that further overheated the economy and rapidly drove up inflation. Domestic industrial management could no longer be separated from control over foreign trade. To curb this spending, the government imposed a licensing system for the control of foreign exchange in January 1937. 159 Japan's empire also became a testing ground for autarkic technologies developed with the aid of military funding. Industrialists and Manchukuo's planners courted bids by IG Farben to supply German fuel hydrogenation technology that could unlock the enormous coal basins of northeastern China and the Korean peninsula. 160 By the summer of 1937, the Total War officers and reform bureaucrats were on their way to achieving a single united plan for national autarky, to be approved by the Diet. It was the situation in China that derailed these plans for long-term self-sufficiency. On July 7, 1937, a Japanese garrison became embroiled in skirmishes with Chinese forces allied to Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists at the Marco Polo Bridge west of Beijing. Had Japan still belonged to the League, the incident would have been a perfect quarrel for Geneva to negotiate. There were plenty on both sides who opposed escalation. But in mid-1937 it was the Chinese nationalist leaders rather than the Japanese who felt that time was not on their side. Chiang worried about holding together a disparate patchwork of forces in northern China, where Japanese commercial interests were expanding. At a luncheon in Washington on July 10, his finance minister, H. Kung, told the State Department that China was preparing for what he felt was an inevitable war with Japan. since with the passage of each year Japan would become as compared with China comparatively stronger. 161. Chiang ordered 6 divisions north on July 9. 5 days later the Japanese Prime Minister, Prince Fumimaro Kono, announced he was mobilizing troops in response. Within the Japanese leadership, opinion on China was sharply divided. The total war officers in Manchukuo wanted to become self-sufficient in the long run and needed peace to do so. Ishiwara had been the architect of the 1931 Mukden incident. But in 1937 he opposed further expansion into China, warning it would become what Spain was for Napoleon. An endless bog. 162 Eventually, a compromise was reached between hardliners and moderates. 3 divisions would be dispatched to northern China for a short, limited operation, to take no longer than 3 months and with the goal of forcing Chiang to sue for peace. By August, the Sino-Japanese War was in full swing even though no declaration of war had been issued by either side. 163 The Chinese mobilized 500,000 men to defend Shanghai, which became the scene of vicious fighting. After Western dithering over further sanctions during the Italo-Ethiopian War, Chiang was convinced that he should not expect any assistance from Geneva or Washington. This further strengthened his resolve not to compromise with Japan. As Chiang put it to his ministers on August 7, in spirit, the United States and Britain would help us. But as the Italian case shows, they're not reliable. 164 The lack of positive economic assistance from abroad helped the nationalist leader decide, based on the local situation, to engage in an all-out war to preserve China's national existence. 165 Nonetheless, he still hoped to receive foreign support. 166 That month the Japanese Navy began a Pacific blockade of the southern Chinese coast, a policy it justified as a retaliation against abuse of the flag by Chinese vessels ferrying weapons to the nationalists. 167 Under the guise of an anti-piracy policing measure, Japan became the first non-Western power to use organized economic pressure in an undeclared war. Its blockade of China lasted until 1945, making it one of the longest of the 20th century. 168. In Washington, Roosevelt was hesitant to declare that a state of war existed between China and Japan since this would trigger an arms embargo under the Neutrality Act, whose third version had been passed that April. 169 The U.S. president was partial to the Chinese and wanted to avoid declaring an impartial arms embargo that would hit the Chinese nationalists, who imported German and Czech weapons and equipment, much harder than the self-armed Japanese. France argued that as long as there was a chance the conflict could be ended through negotiation, the specter of sanctions that the application of Article 16 will imply should be avoided. 170. Roosevelt's sympathies for the Chinese were increasingly evident. On October 5, he declared in Chicago that an epidemic of world lawlessness is spreading, remarking cryptically that when an epidemic of physical disease starts to spread, the community approves and joins in a quarantine of the patients in order to protect the health of the community against the spread of the disease. 171 This quarantine speech startled observers around the world. 172 Anti-interventionists in Congress sensed a departure from the neutrality they had fought so hard to preserve. A progressive New Dealer wrote that the Japanese General Staff are no fools and they have undoubtedly accumulated reserve stocks sufficient to keep going for a couple of years. If Mr. Roosevelt tries to lead this nation into another international Ku Klux flogging of an aggressor, he may find himself, like Wilson, stripped of liberal support, at the mercy of the Tories, and with his domestic reforms discredited and postponed for another generation. 173 Even the New York Times was of the opinion that from the longer view, experience has shown that boycotts and sanctions, or the threat of them, have driven many nations farther along the road to autarky and tended to reduce international trade still more. 174. In Europe, however, the quarantine idea was interpreted as a sign that the United States was preparing international economic pressure against Japan. The ATB was quick to analyze Japan's war economy. Although its dependence on international trade was evident, the Ethiopian episode had chastened British confidence in a priori evaluations of the efficacy of sanctions. The Colonial Office civil servant Gerald Clausen warned against the temptation to Establish some form of an equation. That the Japanese exchequer would not be empty until after a certain number of months, a clear criticism of the Treasury theory of sanctions. 175 But Hawtrey still supported sanctions as a means of financial attrition. In mid-1937, Japan had a foreign exchange reserve of 1.22 billion yen, $351 million. An embargo against Japanese exports, Hawtrey explained, would slow down the rate of reserve accumulation, while increased war production for the Chinese expedition would drive up imports and further drain the pool of foreign exchange. 176 Since intelligence indicated Japan had built up stocks worth 6 to 9 months' consumption, the efficacy of severing raw material imports in the short run was limited. British policymakers differed on the value of a food blockade, resorting to much wild speculation about whether the Japanese rice-based diet implied a lower vulnerability to nutritional deprivation. 177 Japan had ceased to borrow abroad in 1933, rendering financial sanctions relatively weak. Restrictions on its large merchant fleet would affect the British dominions very negatively. 178 Neither bunker control nor commercial pressure would have an immediate effect, nor would either work without U.S. help and preferably participation from the Netherlands, France, Belgium, Egypt, the Soviet Union, and Argentina as well. Even if such a coalition were assembled, the consequences of using sanctions to drive up unemployment, for example, were ultimately a psychological question. 179 ATB planners doubted whether Japan would respond in a way they considered economically rational, since they were dealing with an Oriental nation whose habits and character are alien to our own, leaving aside the impossibility of estimating the probable effects, both material and psychological, upon the subject races of Manchukuo, Formosa and Korea. Pressure to do something against Japanese aggression kept rising, especially after December 1937, when Japanese aircraft sank the gunboat USS Panay on the Yangtze River, killing 5 and wounding 48 passengers. Public opinion in the West turned strongly against Tokyo. The Roosevelt administration demanded the punishment of the perpetrators, and although the president was not prepared to send the U.S. Navy into East China, he was beginning to change his attitude toward economic sanctions. 180 In private, FDR discussed with his advisors how the democracies could fight an undeclared economic war against the fascist states. If Italy and Japan could wage undeclared war, why not the United States? Roosevelt told Morgenthau that he wanted to use a technique of fighting without declaring war. This meant avoiding calling them economic sanctions, but calling them quarantines. He insisted that we want to be as smart as Japan and as Italy. We want to do it in a modern way. 181 The Treasury legal advisor, Herman Oliphant, described this new form of force projection as waging peace. 182. When Morgenthau spoke to his British colleague John Simon about economic action against Japan, British Treasury officials studied the use of exchange controls to drive down Japanese export revenue, just as the League import embargo against Italy had done. 183 What rendered this difficult was that both the United States and the British Empire had significant trade surpluses with Japan, earning more foreign exchange by selling to Tokyo than Japan derived by exporting to them. The Treasury's conclusion was therefore the same as that of the ATB: sanctions would have no serious effect for 1 to 2 years. This was useless if the point was to make a move that was quick-acting and not mere economic nagging. 184. Even though the Panay crisis blew over after the Japanese paid an indemnity and apologized, the Sino-Japanese War continued unabated. The problem of how to contain Japan short of going to war persisted. Throughout the spring of 1938, Chinese ex-Premier Wellington Koo, a well-connected diplomat and eloquent spokesman for the nationalist cause, implored Western countries to mobilize financial assistance, whether through Article 16's third paragraph or in the form of direct aid. Litvinov indicated that Moscow supported joint Anglo-French-Soviet assistance. But amid ongoing European rearmament, the British and French governments claimed that they lacked the industrial capacity to produce weapons for an army as large as China's. 185 Thus the emphasis remained on negative rather than positive sanctions. From London, Robert Cecil wrote with grave concern about Japan's continued ability to purchase aircraft in the United States. Did Roosevelt not understand the enormity of this outrage? 186. Given the lack of substantial aid, Chinese resistance accomplished much. Strategically, it delayed the implementation of plans for an autarkic East Asian economic zone based on a yen bloc covering Japan, Manchukuo, Korea, North China, and Taiwan. 187 Jiang's abandonment of Shanghai and retreat into the Chinese interior initiated a long-term guerrilla war and created a quagmire for the Japanese army. Kono's original authorization for a 3-month punitive expedition by 3 divisions at the cost of 100 million yen had, by the spring of 1938, expanded into a 20-division operation funded by an emergency budget of 2.5 billion yen, 90% of ordinary government spending. To equip and fund this force, Japan's civilian industries were subjected to a draconian regime of capital and import controls that all but stifled the country's ability to generate export revenue in international markets. 188. Time was working against Tokyo. As the army sought an elusive showdown with Jiang's forces, the Japanese economy was hobbled by military outlays and becoming more, not less, dependent on imports from the British Empire and the United States. A faction in the army leadership urged a negotiated solution, but in January 1938 Kono doubled down on the destruction of Chinese resistance, declaring there would be absolutely no dealing with the nationalist government. 189 Nor was Chiang, who secured $250 million in aid from Moscow, inclined to compromise. 190. In Washington, Morgenthau had emerged from the December 1937 discussions as a proponent of the use of economic power against aggression. In 1938 he began to dispense financial aid through his gold purchase policy, in which the Treasury bought silver from the Chinese nationalists and gold from the Spanish Republicans. Officially this was justified as a way to stabilize the yuan dollar and peso dollar exchange rates, but in reality it was intended to finance weapons purchases. Morgenthau also cleared a $25 million Reconstruction Finance Corporation loan to China. 191 During the Sudeten crisis in September 1938, Morgenthau convinced Roosevelt that if war came to Europe, France should receive financial support while supplies to the Reich should be cut off to put pressure on the Germans. 192. As it sought in vain to defeat the Chinese resistance in a decisive battle, Japan began to fight a more brutal war. Fitting its economic planning to suit the new strategic aim of victory in China before a showdown with the Western powers would unfold, the Japanese cabinet passed its own 4-year plan in January 1939. This mobilization plan covered all the raw materials of the yen bloc constituted by Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Manchukuo, and North China. The deprivation of civilian industries initiated in the previous year was reversed. Through the link system, exporters who earned more foreign exchange than they spent continued to receive raw materials. 193 Japan hereby avoided the deflation that Guarneri had imposed on Italy. In the summer of 1939, Britain and Japan edged closer to war after an incident at the British concession in Tientsin. Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain ordered the Royal Navy to prepare for action against Japan rather than Germany. 194 Yet British policymakers remained uncertain about the possibilities of using peaceful economic pressure to bring Japan around. The problem was not an inability to apply the policy but their estimation of its effects. Imperial dominions like Australia, New Zealand, and Canada would protest against stopping trade that was crucial to their national prosperity. Britain's empire, it turned out, could be an obstacle to sanctions as well as an asset. Despite their slow effect, the ATB felt that sanctions targeting Japanese exports were the best way to apply pressure without laying ourselves open to a charge that we are abusing our power over the world's supply of raw materials. 195. The outbreak of war in Europe in September changed the international economic situation, as London used its war powers in the Empire to prioritize supply to the British Isles. British mobilization had unintended consequences. Indian and Australian sales to Japan fell noticeably, and Canada cut nickel exports to Japan. 196 The loss of supplies from the Dominions threw the new Japanese economic strategy into disarray. Maintaining production pushed the country into a deeper dependence on the United States to provide nickel, copper, and machine tools. But U.S. supply too was increasingly unreliable. Roosevelt had first used personal appeals to American manufacturers, so-called moral embargoes, to stop the delivery of aircraft to Japan in July 1938. Imports came under further pressure in mid-December 1939, as U.S. firms ceased supplying aluminum, magnesium, and molybdenum to Japan and halted the transfer of techniques to make high-octane aviation fuel. 197 Hornbeck agitated for the repeal of the 1911 U.S. Japan Commercial Treaty, which was allowed to lapse in January. What was the effect of all these measures on Japan's position? The Imperial Army and Navy had spent years building up stockpiles, providing some cushion against immediate pressure. Officer administrators in Manchukuo rhapsodized about an imminent Eastern autarkia, based on the yen bloc's self-sufficiency in coal, iron ore, sulfur, aluminum, salt, and wood. 198 But in the bigger scheme of things, Japan had worked itself into a precarious situation. Invasive controls had gone hand in hand with the destruction of democracy at home, while the Japanese economy was burdened by the army's unlimited and unendable war in China. That conflict uprooted Eastern China's economy and society so violently that the goal of long-term self-sufficiency in East Asia was further undermined. 199 Meanwhile, for industrial raw materials such as oil, copper, nickel, and rubber, Japan was by 1940 more reliant on the United States and the Dutch East Indies than it had been in 1935. Conquest was not a sustainable means to autarkia. But by provoking economic pressure, it could cause war to escalate. One of the most acute observers of this unstable situation was Elizabeth Booty Schumpeter, an economic historian who had spent the preceding years studying Japan's Asian empire. 200 In her view, the relationship between economic pressure, the threat of sanctions, a policy of autarkia, and territorial aggression was a very involved one, because they act upon one another with cumulative force. In this desperate situation, additional pressure would not induce a change of course. We cannot assume, as so many people do, Schumpeter wrote, that an embargo or some other form of economic pressure will so discourage the Japanese army that it will pack up and leave China, or that it will cause the Japanese nation quite suddenly to stop supporting its army. Human nature does not react in that way unless on the point of exhaustion. 201 From the State Department, Stanley Hornbeck attacks Schumpeter's claims, which he thought amounted to a political conclusion. 202 Schumpeter's economic analysis indeed rested on a political understanding of the problem of international peace preservation. She was not opposed to sanctions on principle. But Schumpeter did criticize American sanctionists for failing to think about alternative forms of global order that address the root causes of the conflicts that sanctions were meant to stop. If sanctions are to become an effective method for ensuring collective security, they must be imposed promptly by an international organization which is prepared to implement economic sanctions with force. The international organization must be something more than a means of maintaining the status quo by using collective force against individual force. It must recognize that social and economic security are as important as territorial integrity. If its members are pledged to prevent territorial expansion, they must ensure the possibility of industrial and commercial expansion. Only in this way can real collective security be established. 203. Schumpeter's analysis contained many of the core trends of the 1940s. Providing social and economic security indeed became a cornerstone of renewed internationalism in the following decade. But such positive provision would only emerge as the result of a devastating world war. Japan's aggression, moreover, would soon spread through the Pacific as a result of the U.S. economic sanctions against which Schumpeter had warned so strongly. Chapter 10. The Positive Economic Weapon, 1939–1945. In July 1941, the Czech economist Antonin Baš delivered a series of lectures at Columbia University. Baš had worked for the Czechoslovak Commerce Ministry and Central Bank and attended the World Economic Conferences of the 1920s and 1930s before moving to the United States. Despite being exiled from his country, now ruled as a protectorate in the Nazi Empire, Bash did not think that the aggression of the Axis powers meant that the League had been bound to fail. The principal lesson of the war, Bash argued in New York, has been the interrelation today of the whole world economy and the validity of the theses of collective security and an indivisible peace. Rather than expose the bankruptcy of idealism, the war showed that a more ambitious form of global government was needed. He thought that, the necessity has become apparent of providing in the future for a world organization to prevent any preparation of economic aggression which may pave the way for military aggression. 1. Bash grasped an important truth about the mid-century moment: the internationalist project of collective security was not discredited by the iniquities of the 1930s but had reconstituted itself and returned more powerfully than before. Collective security did not die, it went to war. The United Nations began in both name and substance as a wartime alliance. It was the full-blown military that the Interwar League never fully developed. As the League's chief security instrument in the interwar period, economic sanctions would likewise reappear in the organization of the United Nations organization that grew out of this structure in 1945. If sanctions remained more potent than usually assumed, the question must be asked: why did a sanctionist coalition not come together successfully to stop war in the 1930s? As we have seen, a large part of the answer lies in the immense complexity of assembling such an alliance. Ideological competition between democracies and dictatorships regularly clashed with geopolitical aims. The crisis of the 30s is often portrayed as a Manichean confrontation of liberal internationalism and illiberal nationalisms. 2. While the frame is politically evocative, it is not the right way to understand the challenges that collective security faced. The economic weapon created at the Paris Peace Conference in 1918 to 1919 was designed first and foremost to prevent wars of conquest. It was not concerned with political developments within nation-states or empires. Coups, civil wars, revolutions, ethnic cleansing, and the overthrow of democratic institutions plagued the landscape of interwar politics, but none of these problems triggered the use of economic sanctions. 3. The focus of sanctionists on stability in interstate politics, however, got mixed up with the ideological and institutional projects of the interwar world. This created a vexing coordination problem involving at least four sides. First, the main liberal imperial internationalist powers France, Britain, and their allies. Second, the Soviet Union, a half-accepted, half-distrusted authoritarian partner in collective security. Third, the largely neutralist but economically all-important United States, and fourth, the revisionist powers of Nazi Germany, Italy, and Japan, each of which had destabilizing intentions but which remained uncoordinated as a group and could thus potentially be played off against each other. By late 1941, the course of the war had resolved this coordination problem by bringing together the first three groups in a direct military and economic partnership against the fourth. Once a new internationalist front had been assembled, this alliance created institutions of economic coercion and provision that far outstripped those of the 1914 to 1918 period in scope. 4. From the outset, Britain and France created ministries devoted to economic warfare. This complex of measures included administrative and naval blockade, blacklisting, resource control on every continent, submarine interdiction, and a new and uniquely destructive form of long-range power projection, strategic bombing. 5. The United States and Soviet Union both joined this alliance in 1941, adding global heft to the fight against the aggression of the Axis powers. By the end of that year, the outcome of the conflict was a foregone conclusion. The interwar security system was strengthened not by the insertion of military force into a framework that lacked it, but rather by the full integration of the two great extra-European flanking powers, the United States and the Soviet Union, into the edifice of collective security. 6. As a creation of the era of total war, economic sanctions therefore persisted in the new disciplinary measures of the UN Charter. But their use would be decided by a small group of major powers in the Security Council: the United States, Great Britain, France, the Soviet Union, and China. 7. In the history of sanctions, the broad-based revival of economic pressure was not the most significant innovation that took place in the 1940s. After all, the Covenant's Article 16 had kept alive the experience of the expanded blockade measures used in World War I. What was truly new, however, was the belated development of Article 16's positive assistance measures on a massive scale. After first extending financial aid to beleaguered states in 1938, Roosevelt and Morgenthau broke new ground in 1940 to 1941 with the policy of Lend-Lease, a vast global logistical scheme open to any state willing to join the United Nations war against Axis aggression. 8 The positive economic weapon, stillborn as a result of the instability and austerity of the interwar years, finally found a material center due to the enormous growth of the U.S. war economy during the early 1940s. 9 War production flooded the world with money and goods, breaking the deadlock of the Great Depression and the sanctions autarchist spiral that it had enabled. 10 Moreover, coordinated provision proved a far stronger alliance builder than administered deprivation. As the sanctions and competition of the 1930s were displaced by aid and productivity in the 1940s, post-war internationalism acquired solid foundations. 11. The Winter War and Article 16. Embattled states clung to the League's economic weapon as their main hope for survival amid the existential dangers of the 1930s. Haile Selassie, Wellington coup, and the Spanish Republican government had all tried to activate Article 16 sanctions against invaders and foreign-backed opponents. Italy had left the League in December 1937, which in principle left Moscow, London, and Paris as the three council members capable of deciding on sanctions. But the conservative cabinets of Neville Chamberlain and Edouard Daladier distrusted the Soviet role in the League, despite Litvinov's repeated assurances that Moscow was committed to collective security and non-aggression. Hence the Soviets' non-invitation to the Munich Conference in September 1938, where Czechoslovakia was sacrificed to Hitler. 12 At the League Assembly in October, Spain, China, the Soviet Union, and Mexico were the only states that voted to maintain the mandatory nature of economic sanctions under Article 16.13. If no punitive measures against aggressors were forthcoming, then only aid remained. But since the 1930 Convention on Financial Assistance had not gone into force, there was no international mechanism for this. Soviet aid to the Spanish Republicans and Chinese nationalists was therefore a purely bilateral policy. But Stalin kept hoping that the old Anglo-French-Russian alliance would be restored. 14. As German power grew, London and Paris wanted to prevent another Brest-Litovsk moment. In March 1939, Britain extended a security guarantee to both Poland and Romania to strengthen the eastern rampart in an anti-Nazi blockade ring. 15 Chamberlain's and Daladier's preferences for an alliance with Warsaw also account for why simultaneous efforts to create an Anglo-French-Soviet alliance failed. 16 When this prospect diminished in the summer of 1939, Stalin put Soviet interests first and signed the infamous Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, a second-best solution to containing Nazi militarism. At the expense of small state sovereignty. 17 To the Nazi leadership, the treaty preserved German blockade resilience by opening up the resources of Western Eurasia: animal feed, phosphates, grain, chrome ore, manganese, nickel, and oil. 18 The German Navy called Soviet help so generous that the success of an economic blockade appears impossible. 19. But the treaty left Stalin unhappy about Soviet security and keen to move Soviet defenses further west. Finland, having seen the Convention of Financial Assistance fizzle out, had meanwhile hedged its bets. 20 In October, Stalin invited Finnish diplomats to Moscow to propose a land swap. Helsinki would obtain sizable territories in White Karelia in return for moving the border closest to Leningrad further northwest so as to expand the Soviet coastline. Misjudging Stalin's desire for strategic access to the Baltic, the Finns rejected this offer. To bend Finland to his will, Stalin launched an invasion on 30 November. 21. The Russo-Finnish War became a litmus test for Western mobilization against the new Nazi-Soviet alliance. Herbert Hoover was at his home in Palo Alto, California, when a personal appeal for food aid from Risto Ryti, now Finland's prime minister, reached him 3 days after the Soviet invasion. Invigorated by the prospect of another humanitarian campaign, Hoover soon embarked on a nationwide tour to rally support for the Finns. Finland is a little country, carved from the bleak forests of the far north, scarcely the size of Montana, with but 4 millions of people, he declared. For 1200 years the Finns have lived in their beloved Northland. Now they have been barbarously attacked. They are making heroic defense against appalling hordes of savages. 22 Within 6 months, Hoover's Finnish Relief Fund raised over $3.5 million in humanitarian aid through private channels. 23 At the Treasury, Morgenthau provided a stronger form of assistance to Finland, extending $30 million in loans through the U.S. Export-Import Bank between December 1939 and March 1940. 24 On December 11, Rudolf Holste addressed the League Assembly in Geneva. This time the Finns received diplomatic support from Britain, France, the Low Countries, and Scandinavia. In the wake of the Nazi invasion of Poland, West Europeans quickly united against an attack they perceived as a similar evil. Even to the left-wing British press, expelling Russia forthwith from the League would be no injustice. Since no act of aggression since the last war has been more unprovoked or cynical in character. 25 The Assembly also condemned Soviet actions. When the Council met on December 14, it voted to expel the USSR from the League under paragraph 4 of Article 16.26. Although the lack of a simple majority on the Council meant that the conditions for expulsion had not been technically met, Anglo-French dominance in Geneva ensured that the Soviets were expelled nonetheless. 27 The first months of war in Europe had a galvanizing effect that broke the interwar conception of sanctions as a predominantly negative instrument. The ideas behind the Convention on Financial Assistance seemed freshly relevant. As the U.S. ambassador to Paris reported, the whole record of the proceedings does not contain one reference to the negative concept of sanctions, since the French delegation had gone to Geneva with the determination to emphasize the positive concept of aid. 28 Although punitive isolation did not disappear, it was now complemented by the provision of material assistance. The Winter War was a key moment in the history of Genevan internationalism. The meeting of December 14, 1939 was the last time that the Council convened. It was also the final invocation of the Covenant's Article 16. Henceforth, the economic weapon would re-emerge in the comprehensive form it had first assumed in 1914 to 1918, in which a positive logistical apparatus and a negative interdiction machine operated side by side. But at that stage, the alliance that would harness this material power remained very much up in the air. The place of sanctions in the post-war order would be decided by the political history of the war itself. This prioritization of assistance to allies instead of deprivation of the enemy was driven by strategic considerations. In September 1939, Britain and France had created a Supreme Allied Council for Joint War Planning. As in 1914, their strategic thinking considered Germany and the Soviet Union to be single self-sufficient economic bloc. Both the CID and the CSDN saw the two key commodities of this combine as Scandinavian iron ore and Caucasian oil. French intelligence indicated that the provisioning of Germany in raw materials, especially in iron ore, is so deficient and its financial situation so precarious that one can foresee with some precision the date on which it will have to surrender. 29 The Winter War was causing interruptions in ore shipments across the Baltic. Support for Finland thus became part of a wider strategy against the German-Soviet bloc. In the first months of 1940, London and Paris prepared to send a joint expeditionary force of 100,000 British and 35,000 French troops either to Narvik in Norway or to the Finnish port of Petsamo to establish control over the flow of iron ore to the Reich. 30. An alternative approach to flanking the Nazi-Soviet colossus was to approach it from the south, in the Black Sea region. In the spring of 1940, the alternative to a Scandinavian prong was to bring Turkey into the Allied camp and attack the Soviet Union from the south, either through an aerial attack on the Baku oil fields, a ground invasion with French colonial troops from Mandate Syria, or a landing at Batumi in Soviet Georgia. 31 But in the months before the fall of France the French ruling class was suffering from a profound schism. 32 In the realm of economic pressure, Anglo-French attitudes remained anti-Soviet, not just in ejecting Moscow from the Council, but also in planning for economic war against Moscow during the first 9 months of the war.
When the Winter War reached a negotiated end in March 1940, the planned expedition to northern Scandinavia was temporarily put on hold. But Hitler had perceived the threat to Swedish ores. In their rapid invasion of Denmark and Norway in April, the Nazis carefully preserved Swedish neutrality while extending the length of European coastline that had to be blockaded by the Royal Navy. 33. In the United States, Danish and Norwegian communities in the previously neutralist states of the Midwest regarded the Nazi invasion with dismay, allowing Washington to take more serious action than in the Winter War. On April 10, Roosevelt issued Executive Order 8389, protecting funds of victims of aggression, which confiscated all Danish and Norwegian assets held in the United States, some $267 million under the 1917 Trading with the Enemy Act. 34 This was intended to prevent the German occupiers from accessing these funds, which Washington kept in trust for the Danish and Norwegian cabinets in exile in London. A new office, Foreign Funds Control, was created in the Treasury to manage the Scandinavian assets. In the following months its asset freezes systematically followed the Wehrmacht's advance across Europe. By the end of 1940 Foreign Funds Control had sequestered the overseas funds of the Low Countries and France, as well as Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary. Nazi aggression thus prompted the creation of an economic warfare apparatus within the American state some 20 months before formal war broke out between the United States and Germany. Economic warfare redivivus. Just as in August 1914, the outbreak of war in September 1939 found the British government without a unified economic war strategy. But in institutional terms, the state was better prepared. The ATB felt the organization in charge of blockade would be one of the most important departments in the next war, but that it was really engaged in economic warfare and should be labeled as such. 35 The Ministry of Economic Warfare came into existence on September 3 under Sir Ronald Cross, a conservative and parliamentary secretary to the BOT. 36 As the ministry's official historian put it, economic warfare was a very recent addition to the vocabulary of international coercion. 37 The ministry got up and running quickly. Several months into its operation, an American journalist described it as a score of Britain's shrewdest bankers and economists, and their 400 assistants working toward the economic destruction of Nazi resistance. 38 Although Cross was a career politician and civil servant, and most of the ministry's officials were civilian administrators, its intelligence-gathering heart was the Industrial Intelligence Center under Major Desmond Morton, a military officer. The ministry's activities fell into three categories. First, legislative action included the use of the Trading with the Enemy Act to prohibit as much as possible the interaction with Germany of British firms and foreign firms operating under British law. Private merchants, shipping companies, coal and oil traders, banks, and insurance firms were pressured with the old statutory list system and by legal prosecution from engaging in suspect trade. Second, diplomatic action included purchasing agreements and voluntary export restrictions for neutrals. It was only in the third strand of policy, military action, that the traditional naval practice of intercepting merchant vessels and checking their cargoes persisted. The slow and indirect approach taken during the first months of the war led to accusations that the ministry was staffed with appeasers. Financial journalist Paul Einzig criticized the blockade for leaking like a sieve. 39 Arnold Forster shared his concern that there were too many holes in the blockade. In the spring of 1940 the Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, Sweden, Portugal, and Spain all remained neutral. Only by immediately applying the same statistical system of rationing that he had developed in the last war, Arnold Forster argued, could the Ministry of Economic Warfare hope to weaken Germany quickly because the time factor is all important. 40 Cecil was less convinced of the need for pressure on neutrals and privately advised Cross to be lenient in allowing imports into Germany. He believed that the Reich operated on a very limited base of financial reserves, and the more the Germans buy from outside, of non-essentials, the less money they will have to spend on munitions of war. 41 For that reason Cecil thought Germany's cash-generating exports, rather than its cash-draining imports, should be the main target of the ministry.
The Treasury's foreign exchange theory that had underpinned sanctions policy in 1935 to 1939 therefore continued to exert influence in the early stages of the war. 42. Another improvement on the last war was that the blockade in 1939 was an international project from the start. In June, a 26-man economic mission had arrived in London from Paris to ensure cooperation between the French Ministère du Blocus and the Ministry of Economic Warfare. This Anglo-French executive committee began negotiating the preclusive purchasing of supplies to be kept out of German hands, such as Turkish chrome, Romanian petroleum, Norwegian whale oil, and Mexican lead vanadate. 43 Britain and France also tried to convince the Roosevelt administration to extend its moral embargo policy to include critical war supplies for Germany. Although FDR did not take such action, he did allow the British and French economic warriors to cut their own deals with American firms. U.S. domestic economic policy also helped. The June 1939 Strategic Materials Act had earmarked $100 million for the departments of the Army and Navy to begin building up stockpiles to safeguard national supply. It was this domestic state-building and war preparation effort rather than any active interest in blockade or sanctions that allowed the U.S. government to begin withholding important goods and materials from Germany. 44. Hitler's conquest of Western Europe in the summer of 1940 dramatically changed the circumstances in which economic war was conducted. The fall of France rattled U.S. policymakers into formulating concrete plans for international intervention. 45 The large increase in occupied territory increased the resilience of the Nazi Empire. 46 Yet Nazi conquest also made the task of economic warfare easier by reducing the problem of neutral states. By focusing on fewer neutrals, the blockaders could exert more calibrated pressure on them. In Europe, the main focus fell on the mineral-rich and Axis-supplying economies of Portugal, Spain, and Turkey. 47. An important success was achieved in August, when the United States used sanctions to stop Spain from further widening the war by joining the Axis powers. After the demise of the Third Republic, General Francisco Franco was contemplating allowing Hitler to seize Britain's base in Gibraltar, a move that he hoped would secure economic aid and German support for Spain's imperial expansion in North Africa. The British cabinet wanted to avoid such an alignment at all costs. Accordingly, in July the Ministry of Economic Warfare asked the U.S. government to restrict oil shipments to Spain. 48 Officially this was to prevent their transshipment to Germany and Italy, but in practice it was meant to demonstrate Allied resource control to Franco. The interdiction effort was effective because of its manageable size. Spain's monthly fuel demand of 50,000 tons could be supplied in just 10 tanker ships. When 2 tankers bound for Santander and Bilbao were detained in the port of Houston, the effect on the Spanish fuel stock was immediate and substantial. The American embargo, which was more a slowdown than a total blockade, terrified Francoist officials. U.S. companies supplied Spain's entire oil supply, and domestic stocks covered no more than 1 month, after which the transport system, the fishing fleet, and agricultural production would grind to a halt. As Franco's Interior Minister Ramon Serrano Suñer warned, even with the rationing of domestic consumption, the oil cut-off would soon cause severe damage to the production of Spain's vital necessities. 49. The use of tanker control as a form of oil sanctions against Spain coincided with increased U.S. interest in the use of economic coercion to stabilize East Asia. Britain was unwilling to confront Japan without support from the United States. At a dinner in Washington on July 18, the British ambassador had sounded out Morgenthau, War Secretary Henry Stimson, and Navy Secretary Frank Knox about Anglo-American sanctions. He feared that without action strong enough to risk war, Japan could not be swayed from its ongoing depredations in China. Morgenthau, Stimson, and Knox were receptive to his argument and proposed an international embargo on oil shipments to Japan from the major British and U.S. controlled oil fields servicing the Pacific, mainly in California and the Persian Gulf. It was also hoped that the Dutch would assist by restricting supplies from the Dutch East Indies. On July 25, Roosevelt imposed an embargo on exports to Japan but limited its object to aviation fuel and high-grade iron and steel scrap. 50 He did so under the new Export Control Act, which allowed restrictions on exports to other countries in the interest of national security. This constituted a strong foreign economic intervention in East Asia. One journalist described the export controls as partial use of one of the most powerful economic weapons the United States could aim at Japan. 51 The simultaneous withholding of fuel and iron exports to Japan and Spain in July 1940 was the first time the U.S. government used openly discriminatory economic sanctions in peacetime. 52 Previous restrictions had either been impartial embargoes or voluntary private embargoes more akin to boycotts. 53 Although Roosevelt had allowed the commercial treaty with Japan to lapse in January 1940, it was only in July, after France had fallen and democracy appeared in danger worldwide, that he began to use the New Deal regulatory state to conduct foreign policy through economic pressure in both Europe and Asia. The United States had entered the history of economic sanctions as a primary participant. The initial effects of Washington's recourse to the economic weapon in Spain were positive. As the Spanish oil supply dwindled, Franco approached Hitler for help. Yet with a continental economy to run, Germany could spare neither oil nor wheat. Franco understood that if he joined the war on Hitler's side, no additional support would be forthcoming. Moreover, the U.S. oil embargo implied a threat of further sanctions on food and other vital goods. After 3 years of civil war that had devastated Spanish society, these prospects were daunting. Franco let the opportunity to join the Axis pass. On September 7, restrictions were lifted as quickly as they had been imposed, and U.S. oil shipments to Spain resumed at their normal rate. Oil sanctions thus prevented Francoist Spain from giving in to what its historians have called the temptation, la tentation, of joining the war and expanding its empire. 54. The Spanish success contrasts notably with the effects of the onset of U.S. sanctions against Japan. In direct retaliation for Japanese intrusion into French Indochina, where Tokyo was squeezing the Vichy authorities to allow the stationing of troops and procurement of raw materials, Export Control Act restrictions were extended to all exports of iron and steel scrap in September. 55 The core of Japan's construction sector and military production, its steel industry, was now starved of inputs. It was increasingly difficult for the advocates of a negotiated settlement in Tokyo to deflect hardliners' warnings that the Americans were stifling their bid for imperial power through an economic war of steadily growing intensity. 56. The key constraint on Japan's geo-economic position was oil. In 1940, the world's 5 main oil producers were the United States, with an annual production of 182 million tons, the Soviet Union, 29 million tons, Venezuela, 27 million tons, Iran, 10.4 million tons, and the Dutch East Indies, 7.9 million tons. Together these countries accounted for some 87% of global production. 57 Iranian oil was almost entirely in the hands of British companies, and Venezuela's heavy oil was refined offshore in the Dutch colony of Curaçao before it was ready for export. Both Iran and Venezuela thus fell under effective Anglo-Dutch control. This meant that the only major non-Western oil producer open to Tokyo was the Soviet Union. The Japanese Navy operated a small concession on the island of Sakhalin, but this did not produce more than 160,000 tons per year. 58 After the two countries had fought a short war in Mongolia in the summer of 1939, Soviet-Japanese relations were not good enough to provide Tokyo with sufficient oil. 59 During 1940 Japan twice sent trade delegations to the Dutch East Indies to negotiate the purchase of half of the colony's 3.8 million ton production. But in their desperation to obtain wider economic relief, the Japanese loaded their proposals with so many additional demands that they made their offer too onerous for the Dutch to accept. 60 Other global producers such as Mexico more than tripled their exports of metals and oil to Japan in 1939 and 1940, but by too little to make a difference. 61 Thus Japanese reliance on trans-Pacific supplies of U.S. oil remained its Achilles heel. Roosevelt's measures to restrict oil to Spain and the flow of raw materials to Japan were an instance of what the British had begun to call control at source, the preemptive purchasing of supplies at home and in third countries to drive the Axis powers out of world markets. British economic war policy too increasingly aimed at an oil famine in Europe 62, but exhaustion through attrition was not the only strand of economic warfare. The Ministry of Economic Warfare played an important role in preparing for strategic bombing and in planning the air campaign, since its Industrial Intelligence Center provided targets and economic data to planners in the Air Ministry. As The Economist explained, the Ministry of Economic Warfare was never a mere ministry of blockade, and it was always intended that the bombing operations of the RAF should be guided by this ministry's economic experts. Bombing is the accelerator of blockade. 63 After the blockade's slow reduction of inputs made the enemy economy more brittle, the ministry's planners expected it to crack quickly when hit with the force of strategic air power. 64 In the wake of the Blitz, the British War Cabinet approved the bombing of German cities, and the RAF's first area bombardment on an enemy urban center, Operation Abigail Rachel, targeted oil refineries around Mannheim on 16 to 17 December 1940. 65 Henceforth the Allies would use strategic air power to aggravate their economic blockade of the continent. Lend-Lease as anti-aggression scheme. The tripartite pact signed by Germany, Italy, and Japan on September 27, 1940 marked the beginning of a crucial stage in the strategic history of the war. 66 British unwillingness to sue for peace prevented Germany from striking an inter-imperial bargain, as Hitler had wanted. But his incapacity to offer Spain aid in the face of the American oil embargo dissuaded Franco from joining the Axis, blocking German plans for southward expansion into northwest Africa. This moved the Führer's attention back to his obsession with the resources of Russia and Ukraine, which now seemed the only possible foundation for long-term intercontinental competition with Britain and the United States. On December 18, Hitler made the fateful decision to attack the Soviet Union by mid-1941. 67. The Nazi decision to strike east was all the more significant in light of the increasing American involvement in the war. Roosevelt's re-election in November 1940 cleared the way for the intensification of U.S. aid to the Allies. Mere days after the vote, Roosevelt approved orders to manufacture 12,000 aircraft for Britain and began shipping war materiel to Churchill. Simultaneously, Morgenthau initiated the most significant aid yet to China by granting a $100 million loan to the nationalists, another message to Tokyo that it should give up all expectations of victory in its war in China. 68 If in 1937 to 1938 Japan had still tried to destroy the nationalist economy through its anti-piracy blockade of the Chinese coast, 2 years later this local economic war appeared futile. Any intra-Asian trade that Chiang lost to the stranglehold of the Japanese Navy could be compensated by American dollars. Washington's role in more ambitious schemes to help the embattled states of the world did not go unnoticed. In December, the League Deputy Secretary General Frank Paul Walters wrote from Oxford to his colleague Arthur Sweetser, "I have not at all lost hope that the creative urge of 1917-18, which flowed most strongly in America, may reappear, and if America takes sides in the war more completely than she has yet done even without becoming a belligerent, it seems to me not only possible but probable that that will happen." Walters, who had been Cecil's secretary during the Paris Peace Conference, thought that in that case we might see a new covenant based on effective economic sanctions, instead of the watering down which inevitably followed in 1921 from America's withdrawal in 1920-69. It might seem startling that in the fall of 1940, with Europe under Nazi control and the Blitz in full swing, an official in a defunct, exiled body could have such high hopes for a new international organization based on effective economic sanctions. But from a long-term perspective, the reasons for Walters's optimism become clearer. Roosevelt had already broken with decades of post-Wilsonian neutrality by using peacetime economic sanctions and was initiating further anti-aggression policies. On December 17, the president returned from his post-campaign holiday determined to aid Britain in a more constructive way. Churchill's government, it was becoming clear, would not be able to pay for the enormous weapons and munitions orders it had placed with American firms. With nearly $5 billion in weapons orders already on the books and just $2 billion in unpledged foreign exchange reserves left, the British Exchequer was on track to run out of money by the summer of 1941.70. The Americans proposed an agreement in which they would lend the guns, ships, and equipment with which Britain and its allies would fight the war on condition they were counted as aid in kind and that the recipients return them after victory. This allowed U.S. war production and Allied needs to be integrated into a single organization. On December 30, Roosevelt announced the so-called Lend-Lease program in one of his fireside chats. Over the next weeks, Morgenthau's Treasury prepared a bill that would disburse $7 billion in material assistance. The Lend-Lease program is often seen as a liberal internationalist policy that turned the United States into the arsenal of democracy, a phrase coined by Jean Monnet and used by Roosevelt in a radio address on 29 December and avoided a repetition of the fraught transatlantic war debts problem created by World War I. 71 Roosevelt's generosity contrasts with Wilson's aloofness and the stinginess of Republican administrations in the 1920s. But this comparison misses another context that is equally relevant to understanding Lend-Lease, the League's interwar efforts to craft a financial mechanism to aid victims of aggression, which appeared in the 1930 Convention on Financial Assistance. Lend-Lease provided the logistical edifice that the League had never fully developed. Its politics are more ambiguous than the arsenal of democracy rhetoric suggests. Instead of a commitment to the defense of democratic institutions worldwide, Lend-Lease was in fact much closer to what Article 16 had envisioned, the financial defense of state sovereignty against invasion, irrespective of domestic political arrangements. To receive assistance under the policy, what mattered was not whether a state was democratic but whether it was currently, or in danger of becoming, a victim of international aggression. By the winter of 1940 to 1941, there were plenty of candidates. Mussolini's invasion of Greece in October had led to calls for assistance from Athens, which Roosevelt promised to deliver in December. On February 10, as the Lend-Lease Act was being prepared by Morgenthau's financial experts, Roosevelt's economic advisor, Lachlan Curry, visited the Chinese government in Chongqing to promise Chiang $45 million in military equipment. 72 4 days later, Secretary of State Cordell Hull offered Lend-Lease aid to Turkey and Yugoslavia as a reward for joining the coalition against the Axis. 73 That the proposed financial scheme was intended to assist sovereign nations under external attack became evident at the time of the congressional hearings about it. Even Hoover, otherwise an implacable critic of Roosevelt's interventionism, affirmed that we wish our industries to function for Britain, China, and Greece. 74 A crucial discretionary provision in the bill allowed Roosevelt to extend future aid to any country whose defense the president deems vital to the defense of the United States. 75. At the start of 1941, Britain, China, and Greece were all fighting aggressors. But this is where the similarities ended. Britain remained a major naval and military power in Europe, and the true value of American aid was to enable Whitehall to do what it had done in World War I, act as the disperser of inter-allied funds. 76 Most prospective Lend-Lease recipients were not democracies. Both the nationalist government in Chongqing and the Greek state of Yanis Metaxas were authoritarian regimes. Turkey remained a single-party state under Ataturk's successor, Ismet İnönü. Only Yugoslavia was a functioning democracy at the time of Hull's promise. The rhetoric of democracy espoused by many American boosters of Lend-Lease was mainly intended for domestic consumption. The initiative remained largely indifferent toward the internal politics of the aid recipients. As a Council of Foreign Relations study of the program emphasized, no quid pro quo concessions regarding political policy should, if they can possibly be avoided, be demanded. The United States should ask as offsets only for such things as are likely to make us more efficient agents in the promotion of world stability. 77. There's going to be no delay on this production job. Cartoon by C.K. Berryman showing President Roosevelt, Treasury Secretary Morgenthau, and Democratic House and Senate Majority Leaders Sam Rayburn and Alban Barkley preparing the Lend-Lease bill to aid Britain, Greece, and China. Published in the Washington Evening Star, January 8, 1941. Library of Congress. A commitment to liberal democracy was therefore not the reason why Washington began funding the war efforts of other countries in 1941. What was at stake was not domestic freedoms but the national independence of European, Asian, and Latin American states that had not fallen under Axis control. In the history of collective security and economic sanctions, Lend-Lease implemented the positive economic weapon of Article 16 on a vast scale. Indeed, to commentators at the time the policy seemed the most important single type of economic sanction employed by the United States. 78 The American Federation of Labor described the bill as the most important legal and economic weapon of defense, a view that was widely held throughout U.S. civil society. 79 1 out of every $6 Washington spent on the war went to the program. Put simply, Lend-Lease was the most significant economic scheme against aggression ever created. 80 The Lend-Lease administration was run on a day-to-day basis by Edward Stettinius, a business executive from U.S. Steel. Weapons deliveries to Europe were ordered within hours of the president's signing of the bill into law on March 11, 1941. 81 The politics of economic pressure and aid that it activated are poignantly illustrated by the situation of Yugoslavia. A constitutional monarchy under Prince Regent Paul, the country's elite had grown disillusioned with the League after the sanctions during the Italo-Ethiopian War had forced Belgrade to cease trade with Italy, which had been its largest trading partner. 82 This had started Paul's drift into the orbit of the Germans, who by 1940 bought the vast majority of Yugoslav exports. Paul had accepted Cordell Hull's offer of Lend-Lease aid. But Hitler had subsequently put tremendous pressure on the regent to sign the tripartite pact with the Axis. When Undersecretary of State Sumner Welles found out about Paul's change of heart, he notified Belgrade that if it joined Germany, the U.S. government would not only refuse Lend-Lease aid, but would also immediately freeze Yugoslav funds abroad. 83 The choice between receiving aid and suffering financial sanctions could hardly have been clearer. 2 days after Paul signed the pact, he was overthrown in a British-backed coup by General Dusan Simovic. Yugoslav participation in Lend-Lease appeared to have been saved. But before the artillery, ammunition, and supplies shipped from the United States arrived, Simovic's military government faced a German invasion. 84 Belgrade fell on April 18, Athens, on April 27. Yugoslavia and Greece, the very countries against which Geneva's negative sanctions had been deployed as a deterrent in the 1920s, narrowly missed out on help from the American positive economic weapon in 1941. This ill-fated Balkan opening to Lend-Lease meant that Britain became the program's first actual beneficiary. John Maynard Keynes was sent to Washington to negotiate the release of Lend-Lease funds. Appropriately, it was Keynes who had told the EFO already in 1924 that he thought positive assistance to the injured party was a better use of the economic weapon than reprisals against the aggressor. 85 In February 1940, he had calculated that Britain had around £1 billion in usable foreign assets at its disposal. 86 Just a year later, London's national defence expenditures had far outstripped this external wealth. The United States had to be convinced to accept deferred earnings. In the first few months of its existence, Lend-Lease aid substantially supported British foreign procurement. Morgenthau was thus more accurate than Monnet and Roosevelt when he called the program an arsenal for the empire. 87. Understandably, internationalists in Britain and the United States rejoiced at this opening of American industrial and financial power to the world's sovereign nations. 88 Historians have recognized that the international institutions created in 1944 to 1945 owed much to the Interwar League and involved more than just American planners. 89 What the correspondence of leading internationalists shows is that the idea of reviving the League in an improved form was already popular in the spring of 1941. At the time when Lend-Lease aid began to flow. Arthur Sweetser, now based in Princeton with exiled members of the EFO, very much grasped the global material foundations of this institution-building project. Sweetser insisted to Buell that American planners should pursue a true universal approach. He strongly opposed other proposals making the rounds, such as Clarence Streight's call for a U.S. British politico-military union, which would raise a definite danger if we set out for what might appear to be a too exclusivist Anglo-Saxon direction of world affairs. 90 Sweetser urged Cecil not to lose sight of the other democracies, not only such old friends as Scandinavia, Holland, etc., but also of China. A Pax Anglo-Americana for the next 100 years was not a legitimate basis for world order and was bound to build up a counter-alliance. 91. In 1920 Sweetser had still been enraptured by the League's weapon of economic strangulation. But he now placed more trust in forging new connections than severing them, and believed that the foundations of peace were being laid by the inventors and the businessmen who are driving the world together into one indissoluble unit. The spirit of Geneva had taken up temporary residence on the U.S. eastern seaboard. As Sweetser assured Cecil, "We are keeping the spark alive, both in theory and in fact. I have the profoundest conviction myself that if we can ever bring this war out the way it ought to be brought out, the League will come back into its own infinitely strengthened over the last time, and the world will be made eventually to come out into a period of prosperity and hopefulness such as it never has known." 92. Deprivation and provision. Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941 closed the grand strategic options of the preceding year. 93 It provided an occasion for Roosevelt to do what Britain and France had not done earlier, bring the Soviet Union into the armed internationalist coalition against fascism. US aid to the Soviets reversed the prevailing orientation toward Moscow that the old Genevan powers had adopted in 1939. In just 2 years, the Soviet Union went from being an aggressor against Finland and thus the target against whom an international resupply campaign might be undertaken to the victim of aggression benefiting from precisely such a scheme. Finland reinitiated war on the Soviets on June 25 in the so-called continuation war as co-belligerent of the Axis, causing it to undergo the opposite treatment with astonishing rapidity. In April 1941 Helsinki still received loans from the U.S. Export-Import Bank. By June it had to request licenses from Foreign Funds Control to pass through the American financial blockade, which had by now frozen the foreign assets of every continental European country. 94. In the summer of 1941 the negative sanctions weapon and the positive aid weapon went into action simultaneously. Lend-Lease for the Soviets coincided with the escalation of U.S. economic pressure against Japan and the creation of an economic warfare apparatus in the American state. Nazi aggression also reached its genocidal apex in the War of Annihilation waged on the Eastern Front. The maelstrom of 1941 thus brought together 3 central strands in the interwar history of economic sanctions: the parallel use of aid and isolation to prevent and contain aggression, the balancing act involved in applying effective coercion short of war, and the effects of blockade phobia in a world dominated by sanctions. The Nazi New Order on the European continent was supposed to be much stronger than Imperial Germany's brittle hegemony. One German economist proclaimed that the blockade of Europe is impossible. 95 But bureaucrats in the regime knew this to be false. Although in 1939 the Reich was barely self-sufficient within its pre-war borders, by the winter of 1940 the German conquest of Europe had created raw materials and food shortages that rendered a sustained global power struggle with the British Empire and the United States unfeasible. 96 Adding the western territories of the Soviet Union to this bloc would not improve German Europe's blockade resilience unless these lands were subjected to a campaign of racialized mass starvation on an unimaginable scale. The infamous Nazi hunger plan, prepared in the spring of 1941, spelled out the link between blockade security and mass murder with chilling lucidity. Many tens of millions of people in this territory will become superfluous and will die or must emigrate to Siberia. Attempts to rescue the population there from death through starvation by obtaining surpluses from the Black Earth region can only be at the expense of the provisioning of Europe. They prevent the possibility of Germany's holding out until the end of the war. They prevent the blockade resilience of Germany and of Europe. Sie unterbinden die Blockadefestigkeit Deutschlands und Europas. With regard to this, absolute clarity must reign. 97 The architects of German resettlement in these ethnically cleansed lands known as General Plan Ost were also oriented toward the goal of Blockadefestigkeit. 98 Across the German state, The specter of blockade was invoked in the Planning for Genocide. 99. Once the largest invasion force in history crossed into the Soviet Union on June 22, Western governments began to consider aid to Moscow. 2 days after Operation Barbarossa began, Foreign Funds Control released $10 million in frozen Soviet orders for aircraft engines and machine tools and began to unfreeze other Soviet assets. Before the month was out, the Soviet ambassador had asked the State Department for a $500 million credit to finance a wide-ranging supply program. 100. A Soviet military mission arrived in Washington to discuss details in early July. As the Luftwaffe was rapidly gaining control of the skies, the Soviet Air Force was in particularly dire need of high-octane aviation fuel. 101 But the size of the assistance needed grew astronomically as the situation on the Eastern Front deteriorated. On July 18, Roosevelt's cabinet saw the first full Soviet aid request, totaling an eye-watering $1.85 billion in supplies, 3,000 fighter and 3,000 bomber aircraft, 20,000 anti-aircraft guns, 50,000 tons of aviation fuel, large amounts of gasoline and lubricants, and $50 million in industrial plant. 102. Even for an industrial powerhouse such as the United States, this was a tall order to fulfill on short notice. What complicated matters more was that the war of the factories on the Eastern Front coincided with the intensification of the economic pressure campaign against Japan. 103 U.S. restrictions on exports of iron ore, hydraulic pumps, and lubrication oil to Japan went into effect in December 1940. In January and February 1941, further sanctions followed on exports of copper, zinc, nickel, and potash. These restrictions were undertaken in a stepwise fashion so that they could be justified as measures to safeguard the supplies needed for rearmament. 104 Indeed, the Lend-Lease economy began to suck raw materials, energy supplies, semi-finished goods, and machine tools from all over the world toward the North American continent. 105. There was still serious disagreement in the Roosevelt administration about how to confront Japan. 106 Hornbeck at the State Department's Far Eastern Division represented the hardliners in favor of a comprehensive and thoroughgoing program of measures of material pressure. 107 Joseph Grew, the ambassador in Tokyo, was a steadfast supporter of moderation. Grew did not believe that the deterioration of Japan's economic and financial resources would within a short time cause Japan as a militaristic power to collapse. Up to the present, the facts have failed to support the view that Far Eastern conflict can best be avoided by the continued imposition of embargoes on trade and by the blockading of Japan. 108 Most U.S. policymakers came down somewhere between Hornbeck and Grew, recognizing that while sanctions could cause grave economic damage to Japan, they would not necessarily stop her war machine. 109 The central policy dilemma was whether to impose an oil embargo. Japan had been stockpiling large amounts of fuel. But by the summer of 1941, the global oil supply situation was being seriously complicated by Lend-Lease. The prioritization of shipments to Britain caused an acute crunch in the U.S. tanker fleet. 110 On June 20, Interior Secretary and Petroleum Administrator for War Harold Ickes announced that henceforth any petroleum-derived product leaving the United States required an export license. 111 Tanker ships were forbidden from departing Atlantic ports except for Britain or Latin American allies. In a repetition of the August 1940 embargo, neutral Spain and Portugal were starting to experience slower deliveries. 112 The demands of Allied rearmament and Japan's need to bankroll and equip a 1 million-strong expeditionary army fighting in China now competed for the same North American resources. Washington's inclination to use trade controls was encouraged by Japanese moves in the Far East. On July 24, Vichy French authorities transferred 2 harbors and 8 air bases in Indochina to Japanese control. After speaking to Japanese Ambassador Kichisaburo Nomura in Washington, the U.S. Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Harold Stark, believed that the Japanese military would consolidate their positions, and await world reaction to their latest move. He doubted that they would attack unless we embargo oil shipments to them. They will do nothing until the outcome of the German-Russian war on the continent is more certain. 113 But in Washington, the move into Indochina decided the argument in favor of the sanctionists. On July 25 Roosevelt froze all Japanese assets in the United States and made all exports to Japan subject to control by license. 114 The export license requirement was intended as a noose around Japan's neck, which Roosevelt would jerk now and then. 115 5 days later, Roosevelt created the Economic Defense Board, the first dedicated body for the conduct of economic warfare. Roosevelt may not have intended to impose total economic isolation on Japan. But the British and Dutch cabinets soon joined the U.S. asset freeze, and the Netherlands East Indies government also sharply reduced deliveries of bauxite and rubber. While the American president met Winston Churchill off the coast of Newfoundland to draft the Atlantic Charter, the export control apparatus was transformed by Morgenthau and Assistant Secretary of State Dean Acheson. They turned it into a stringent two-tier licensing system that quickly blocked almost all normal exchange with Japan. 116 Tokyo's position was also weakened by its increasing financial isolation, confined to the yen bloc. By the first week of August 1941 Japan was almost totally cut off from the rest of the world economy, having lost 90% of its foreign oil supply and 70% of its trade revenues in less than 2 weeks. 117 The seizure of most of its foreign assets meant Japan would eventually run out of foreign currency with which to pay for vital imports and could no longer replenish its fuel reserves on international markets. As a result, the Anglo-Dutch-American economic blockade started the clock on the time frame within which Japan could seize crucial raw materials in Southeast Asia by force. The chief of the Naval General Staff, Admiral Osamai Nagano, told the Emperor on July 30 that because our supplies are gradually diminishing, if we are going to fight, I think the sooner we do, the better. 118 With the oil sanctions in place, he reminded the leadership that the Navy alone was burning 400 tons of fuel oil every hour. 119 The simultaneous emergence in summer 1941 of relatively tight Allied sanctions against Japan and construction of the enormous Lend-Lease resource conduits to Britain, China, and the Soviet Union dramatically demonstrated the dual nature of the economic weapon. As in World War I, mobilizing resources for allies went hand in hand with withholding them from enemies. What is especially striking is the crucial role of oil as a swing commodity. Of all U.S. aid to the Soviet Union in the first 3 months after the start of Operation Barbarossa, petroleum products constituted 79% by weight, 145,000 tons. 120 Since most of this was delivered by tankers from West Coast refineries, the difference between crippling economic sanctions and crucial material aid thus amounted to the subtle rerouting of energy transport across the Pacific. Instead of steaming to Yokohama, U.S. tanker vessels now set course for Vladivostok, a few hundred kilometers north. The difference between exclusion and provision was narrow, but its consequences were enormous. On the evening of September 17, as the German advance into the Soviet Union was running out of steam, Hitler had dinner at his headquarters with a small circle of intimates. He proclaimed that the fight for world hegemony will be decided for Europe by the possession of the Russian region. It will make Europe into the place most resilient to blockade in the world. Blockade Festessen Ort der Welt. 121 Several days later, he declared that the myth, that we can be subjugated by a long war, has to be disposed of. We must no longer believe that the passage of time will force us to our knees. 122 Paradoxically, the temporal claustrophobia that had gripped Hitler so profoundly in 1938 to 1939 seems to have dissipated as the war he had unleashed became larger in scope and duration. Looking back across the recent past, the Führer explained that insofar as I recognize a material as crucial for war, it will be my full goal that we render ourselves independent in it: iron, coal, oil, grain, cattle, wood, these one must dispose of. The effort to make Europe immune to blockade had been successful. Today I can say, Europe is autarkic as long as we just prevent that a giant state Riesenstadt exists farther away that will use European civilization to mobilize Asia against us. 123. Giant states far away were indeed mobilizing against Hitler by sharing their resources. On October 1, Roosevelt's envoy W. Averell Harriman arrived in Moscow. In the presence of Stalin's diplomats Vyacheslav Molotov and Litvinov, as well as the British Minister of Supply, the newspaper magnate and industrialist Lord Beaverbrook, Harriman signed the so-called Moscow Protocol, starting official Lend-Lease deliveries to the Soviet Union. Especially in the provision of trucks, fuel, and aircraft, as well as in machinery and industrial equipment, the program aided both the Soviet military effort and its war economy. 124 In 1941 the international politics of the economic weapon pivoted with amazing speed. As Lend-Lease shipments for the Soviets began to arrive in the Arctic port of Murmansk, Finnish forces launched a ground offensive to cut off the supply lines ferrying them to besieged Leningrad. It was an ironic twist. Finland, one of the interwar originators of the League's financial aid weapon, ended up fighting the wartime instantiation of that very mechanism. In early 1943 the Finnish government cautiously approached U.S. diplomats, expressing interest in the Atlantic Charter and inquiring about the possibility of obtaining Lend-Lease aid without belonging to the United Nations. 125 The temptation was obvious and understandable. By war's end, Lend-Lease deliveries to the Soviet Union totaled over 400,000 motor vehicles, 1.75 million tons of food, 2.6 million tons of oil, and 53% of Soviet heavy ordnance ammunition production. 126 This allowed the Allies to pursue a global war in which the manpower of the Red Army and the Chinese nationalists bore the brunt of the fighting. 127 Iranian women beside a Lend-Lease convoy passing through the Persian corridor into the Soviet Union, 1944. Everett Collection Historical/Alamy Stock Photo. Allied economic mobilization would win the war but not before purposive economic pressure backfired by broadening the conflict. The Anglo-Dutch-American oil sanctions directly prompted a Japanese offensive against Western interests in Southeast Asia. American policymakers felt emboldened by the success of oil sanctions in keeping Franco out of the war. Since they had worked against Spain, why not use them against Japan? In October 1941, Hornbeck was satisfied with the sanctions in place. He dismissed concerns that the Japanese leadership would go on some terrible rampage. It has not, in the presence of severe economic pressures, exploded or gone berserk or moved toward a national juramento. 128 Churchill wrote to Roosevelt on November 5 that the Anglo-Dutch-American front had been brilliantly successful. But our joint embargo is steadily forcing the Japanese to decisions for peace or war. 129. 1 month later, Japan struck at Pearl Harbor and attacked across Southeast Asia. It is still a remarkable historical fact that the Japanese imperial elite consciously launched a war that it knew it stood no chance of winning. 130 Like Hitler in the summer of 1939, Japanese leaders were gripped by temporal claustrophobia. But their sense that time was working against them was not imaginary. It was based on the real material depletion caused by economic sanctions and Japan's international isolation within the yen bloc. Unsurprisingly, the main Japanese objective in the 1941-1942 offensive was control over Indonesian oil resources. 131 When Ambassador Hiroshi Oshima met Hitler in January 1942, he told the Nazi leader that Japan would be able to sustain a war of long duration once it had conquered the raw materials of Southeast Asia. As Japanese armies fanned out across the region, Oshima thought Roosevelt's decision to impose sanctions without preparing an armed defense a big mistake, calling it a downright insane policy. Hitler, all too familiar with the fear of blockade, agreed and added that if one doesn't want to wait to have one's throat cut, one must strike just beforehand, and Japan rightly recognized and did this. 132. But short-term success did not change the Axis powers' long-term disadvantage as they faced forces against which they could not win. The wartime alliance of the United Nations officially came into being on December 29, 1941. Its aims had been announced in the Atlantic Charter. 133.4 of that declaration promised all nations access, on equal terms, to the trade and to the raw materials of the world which are needed for their economic prosperity. At this time the United States had already committed Lend-Lease funds to over 30 nations. These supplies were the bread, guns, and butter of the UN alliance. By the summer of 1945, When the program ended, Washington had provided over $48 billion in such supplies and received $8 billion through so-called reverse Lend-Lease. 134 But Roosevelt also launched new government agencies to direct economic pressure on the enemy, such as the Board of Economic Warfare created in December 1941. 135 Consisting of three branches: imports, exports, and analysis. Its institutional simplicity was a testament to Washington's commanding material position. Determining which country received what raw materials was to a large extent a matter of managing the internal production and external supply of the U.S. economy. The board's Office of Exports focused on which goods and resources could be spared for shipment to no fewer than 38 different countries, while its Office of Imports managed foreign sources of critical material supplies. 136 The board's work was based on the premise that the power of supply can be used as a positive economic weapon in the successful prosecution of the war. 137 The chairman of the Board of Economic Warfare was Roosevelt's vice president, Henry Wallace. A left-wing New Dealer with agrarian roots, Wallace had ambitious visions for a post-war world in which economic security and a decent standard of living would be made available to every human being. In his famous Price of Free World Victory speech on May 8, 1942, Wallace prophesied about a people's century and a century of the common man for all nations around the world. He reiterated that Roosevelt's four freedoms are the very core of the revolution for which the United Nations have taken their stand. 138 Wallace felt, however, that we cannot perpetuate economic warfare without planting the seeds of military warfare. 139 Unlike in 1914 to 1918, the United Nations at war had to be ready to use the power of provision for transformative social ends. Many interwar critics of sanctions saw political conflict as caused in large part by socio-economic disparities. As Wallace told Ivy Lo Litvinov, the British-born wife of the Soviet foreign minister, the object of this war is to make sure that everybody in the world has the privilege of drinking a quart of milk a day, a remark to which she responded, yes, even half a pint. 140 This was a political economic agenda quite different from the frugal internationalism of the League founders. Robert Cecil observed such progressive policies with suspicion, explaining that although he supported a revival of the League in some form or another, he was most frightened of the left-wing enthusiasts, who see a great opportunity for trying to use the revived League of Nations for the enforcement of their economic views. 141 By the spring of 1943 the economic pressure on Europe was being referred to as the United Nations blockade. 142 The UN war effort involved both economic and air war planners directly targeting enemy civilians and administrators preparing material assistance to those same civilians. The year 1943, for example, saw both the firebombing of German cities and the creation of the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, UNRWA. 143 Material provision would flow to every country in the world after the war's end, but on terms decided by the Allies. There was no question that the war would end with the enemy's unconditional surrender. 144 Allied schemes for future world organization were built on interlocking monopolies, a global intervention force, strategic resource control, and, following from these, the capacity to use hermetic sanctions against aggressors without neutrality for third countries. Charles Leith, now a mineral consultant for the War Production Board, thought that the United States must formulate a mineral policy which will encompass sanctions against future aggressors. Some solution to the sanctions problem must be found if Axis rearmament is to be prevented. 145 The sanctions problem therefore seemed to be tied to questions of institutional design, how to create something like the League's Article 16 but better, and material stabilization, how to fix the damage done by the war to the world economy. This was a formidable challenge. When the Bank for International Settlements surveyed the world economy in 1944, it estimated that of a total pre-war world trade volume of $46 billion, almost $20 billion had been destroyed, suppressed, or blocked by state restrictions. 146 Massive shifts in production, trade, and distribution had taken place. The Soviet Union suffered 27 million citizens dead and lost 80% of its pre-war trade and a quarter of its capital stock. But even here the new connections forged by wartime logistics offered a basis for reconstruction, The Soviets also supplied the United States with 32,000 tons of manganese and 300,000 tons of chromium under the reverse Lend-Lease arrangement, sustaining U.S. production of high-quality steel for the entire United Nations. 147 As Allied victory came into view, the question of the economic weapons role in post-war international organization therefore loomed larger. Sanctions in a new multilateralism. On October 30, 1943, the foreign ministers of the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union, and China issued the Moscow Declaration, in which they agreed to establish a post-war security organization. 148 Under the aegis of the LNU, Robert Cecil produced a draft pact for a future international authority that mirrored this four-power structure. 149 Sweetser passed on this draft to State Department planners and in February 1944 conveyed to the British that the Americans found military cooperation the most important element of the post-war order. 150 This was precisely the domain in which Anglo-American agreement had been lacking at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. Cecil, by now 79 years old, felt that an international organization with military power was absolutely necessary. As he wrote in a letter to his older brother during the war, there were cases in which nothing short of actual force will stop aggressors. 151. Cecil's family had become a dynasty of economic warriors. His nephew Rundell Palmer, the third Earl of Selborne, son of his sister Maud, was Britain's Minister of Economic Warfare from February 1942 until the end of the war. Selborne subscribed to the same long-term logic of exhaustion as his uncle. Before the House of Lords, he defended British economic warfare as a giant symphony of attritional instruments, in which the navies stopped the import of rubber from Malaya, while the air forces destroy the synthetic rubber factories in Germany. The result was a vast combined operation against the enemy's fighting power by various methods outside and inside his frontiers. 152 Selborne's views followed Cecil's own musings in 1916 about the blockade as a model for world order, but they went beyond them because of the advent of new technologies and policies. Strategic air power and global resource control enabled modern economic warfare to grind down even the most resilient enemies. If the point was to avoid war, then, as useful as sanctions might be, direct military measures remain the best deterrent. To Cecil, the Manchurian and Ethiopian crises had proven that the most important element in war prevention was less the economic weapon itself than a strong and instructed body of opinion in favor of international organization, in the first place to prevent aggression if necessary by force. 153 The interwar internationalist hope that economic coercion could transcend military force in world affairs had been chastened. Armies, navies, and air forces remained a necessary backstop of global order. The British government also thought along these lines when it suggested in July 1944 that the proposed organization will have to rely, in the main, on the combined military forces of the United Nations and, in particular, of the four powers, working together to a common end. What the League had called public war was for the UN nothing other than a coalition war by the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union, and China. Economic sanctions, the Foreign Office felt, might deter potential aggressors, but unless backed by force or the effective threat of it, are unlikely to prove an adequate check on a state which is, itself, ready to resort to force. 154 These observations were an admission that economic sanctions were an intermediate tool in the hierarchy of force. The American government also considered sanctions to be economic, commercial, financial, and other measures of enforcement not involving use of armed force. 155 At the same time, the ladder of coercive measures outlined by the United Nations in 1944 to 1945 consolidated something the League had not succeeded in establishing, a distinction between uses of force that constituted war proper and forms of coercion, such as economic sanctions, that fell short of war and thus still preserved peace in notional terms. During this planning phase, the United Nations imagined using future sanctions against the countries it was currently fighting. In 1944 as in 1918, the universal problem of sanctions contained a specific political question: how to deal with Germany. U.S. occupation planning aimed at shock economic liberalization through the dismantling of industrial cartels, exchange controls, and bilateral trade arrangements. A post-Nazi Germany should be so profoundly integrated into world trade that it could never again consider an aggressive bid for autonomy. Germany's ability to export and import should be unrestricted, precisely so that it would remain highly open and hence vulnerable to being disciplined by sanctions. 156. During inter-Allied talks held at Dumbarton Oaks from August to October 1944, the League's sanctions model was reworked. Sanctions were recognized as both war-preventing and war-containing measures. They could be enforced by the UN Security Council, which could punish non-participation and enforce general implementation. 157 Military action could be taken to ensure the efficacy of blockades, which could proceed fluidly into war if the Security Council so decided. Sanctions were thereby firmly established midway on the spectrum between moral pressure and military action. The United Nations' major innovation over the League in the realm of sanctions was its introduction of a two-tiered sanctions model. This was based on a Soviet memorandum that ranked different measures of pressure on an increasing spectrum of coercion. 158 First came the economic pressure of specific sanctions, then the severing of diplomatic relations, followed by the severance of all commercial and financial interaction with an aggressor, including postal, rail, telegraph, and other traffic. These three sets of sanctions were united in the UN Charter's Article 41 as measures not involving the use of armed force. The more powerful enforcement methods on the Soviet list included the establishment of UN military bases in the territories of victim states, the imposition of sea and land blockade, naval and air force demonstrations, air raids on particular military objectives of the aggressor state, and, finally, military operations by UN forces. These uses of armed force were prescribed by Article 42, which could be applied when the comparatively milder sanctions of Article 41 would be inadequate or have proved to be inadequate. Furthermore, Article 42 permitted immediate escalation to military force if the Security Council expected that economic sanctions were unlikely to work. In this realm, too, a major weakness of the League, its adherence to a highly predictable step-by-step procedure for escalation that delayed effective pressure, was corrected. Taken together, these innovations made Articles 41 and 42 of the Union Charter a more forceful, precise, and streamlined sanctions mechanism than the League's Article 16 procedure. 159. The British, American, and Soviet proposals were put up for discussion before a wider group of countries at the San Francisco Conference, which opened on April 25, 1945, 2 weeks before the end of the war in Europe. 51 countries were present to determine the details of the functioning of the United Nations organization. 3/4 of the delegations in attendance, some 38 countries, had been Lend-Lease recipients. 160 As a result, the legitimacy of economic sanctions as an international practice was significantly greater than it had been in 1919, when Cecil and Bourgeois presented their sanctions articles to European neutrals. Moreover, the United Nations seemed a surer protector of state sovereignty now that non-capitalist and non-Western states such as the Soviet Union and China were represented on the Security Council. It was never in doubt whether economic sanctions would return in the post-World War II international order. Even officials of the defunct League, such as Frank Paul Walters, could see as early as December 1940 that what mattered was how and when effective economic sanctions would emerge as part of any new institutional architecture. Although the League's interwar sanctions are often dismissed as a misconceived experiment, this only reinforces the question of why they reappeared so soon after in the UN Charter. As we have seen, the assumption of failure is itself partially misconceived. Internationalists like Cecil and Sweetser believed that during the 1930s the League had never dared to push collective security to the logical extreme of public war against an aggressor. Many at the San Francisco Conference agreed. The French government, for example, argued that economic sanctions could have prevented a European security crisis in 1935, at the time of the Streese Front, but that a weakening of wills had been the problem, not a defect in Europe's institutions. 161 The French elite had felt that Britain in particular had abandoned them in this respect. 162 In 1944 to 1945, however, France benefited from the unusual generosity of the Allies. Churchill secured Stalin's agreement to grant Charles de Gaulle's government a permanent Security Council seat. 163 Thus the results of the San Francisco Conference ultimately came to reflect something quite close to Léon Bourgeois' original agenda at Versailles: negative economic sanctions and positive economic assistance, plus the power to deploy UN military force against aggressors. The consolidation of economic sanctions in the UN Charter was a victory for a new brand of internationalism. It also constituted a revolution in international law as it had existed for centuries, as those who had lived through the fin de siècle period realized. One such observer was the British politician Joseph Kenworthy. An officer in the Admiralty during World War I, Kenworthy had become a vocal critic of the undeclared Allied blockade of Russia in 1919. Like many British liberals, he felt that undeclared economic war was a despicable instrument for the defense of civilization. By 1944, Kenworthy had left the Liberal Party and was a Labour peer in the House of Lords. During World War II he observed that in these days, first of all of totalitarian war, and then of war against robber states such as Germany and Japan, the conception of neutrality has largely disappeared. You cannot have neutrals any longer in the old sense in the future, and we shall not have won this war in the political sense if we do not succeed in establishing a system after the war by which in the case of a new aggression or new outburst of lawlessness no neutrals remain. 164. The classical era of neutrality had indeed ended, and with it, the way that war and peace had functioned in the international order. 165 In the coming era of superpower conflict, the end of neutrality put the independence of small countries back into question. Economic warfare created, in the words of the blockade's main historian, a world fit, or fit only, for belligerents to live in. 166 Neutralists saw this as a tragic defeat. The American jurist Edwin Borchard attacked the new disposition in 1946, arguing that the chameleonic epithet aggressor is applied selectively to those particular disturbers of the status quo whom the dominant states happen to dislike. It is responsible for the doctrine of sanctions, designed to bend nations to the will of the ruling group. Borchard was no cynic, the child of German Jewish immigrants. He despised Nazism and supported Latin American sovereignty, restrictions on the use of force, and development aid. Still, Borchard advocated for curtailing if not abandoning sanctions, an instrumentality of economic warfare, which widens the gap between the possessing nations and others and constitutes a constant incentive to conflict. 167 At the time of the Paris Peace Conference in 1919 there had been many who had criticized sanctions as the illicit continuation of war in peacetime. But by 1945 the sanctionists were in the majority in Western capitals, and the neutralists were strongly outnumbered. This was not because sanctions were no longer seen as coercive. Rather, after the preceding decade's landscape of savagery, culminating in the horrors of Auschwitz and the devastation of Hiroshima, the spectrum of imaginable violence had expanded so dramatically that sanctions appeared comparatively mild. By 1945, the material conditions existed in which the idea of ending aggression could acquire real teeth. For the first time, a sizable group of states was able and willing not just to chastise transgressors, but also to organize resources for solidarity. At its head stood the United States, the workshop of the world, its main aid provider, and the rising sanctions-wielding state. In light of its interwar opposition to sanctionism, the U.S. emergence in this role was a remarkable historical reversal. 168 At the same time, the United Nations, an organization whose roots lay in the geopolitical defense against aggression and was held together by the political agnosticism of Lend-Lease, was a diverse collection of regimes. For this reason it was, unlike the League, never a plausible instrument of ideological warfare. 169 Neither authoritarianism nor empire was an obstacle to UN membership, only wartime support for the Axis was. Spain, for example, was officially put under the diplomatic sanction of non-recognition by the Security Council in 1946. A year later, two American economic war administrators suggested that Franco's dictatorship, a disreputable fascist remnant, unfit to be received into respectable international society, could be brought down by economic controls modeled on Washington's oil sanctions against Madrid in 1940. This peaceful coercion could pave the way for a UN caretaker regime. 170 Spanish isolation lasted until 1950, when Dean Acheson, one of the architects of the fateful U.S. oil embargo on Japan, engineered the country's admission to the United Nations. The mid-century birth of the international order that we still inhabit today made economic sanctions appear in a new light. The contentious interwar history of the practice was either forgotten, dismissed as a false start, or remembered as a failed idealistic experiment. By contrast, UN embargoes and Cold War-era sanctions were portrayed as a benign alternative to atomic war, an enlightened overcoming of the past. Yet the economic weapon was an interwar creation that was carried over into the post-war world by power politics. What had changed after 1945 was that a novel group of nations had come to agree on a new institutional framework for its use. The history of sanctions also changed in character. Between the wars it had been a predominantly Euro-American affair in which the non-Western world was peripherally involved. For the rest of the century, it would be a global practice in which American power was dominant, while the socialist Eastern Bloc and newly independent states in the Third World both resisted and appropriated the tools of economic pressure. Conclusion. From antidote to alternative. Economic sanctions as we know them today emerged a century ago. Toward the end of World War I, organized material pressure emerged as a new answer to an old question: how could war be prevented without resorting to military force? What the victors called their economic weapon would be used by the League of Nations to bring wayward states to their senses. After the horrific destruction of the Great War, international institutions adopted techniques of economic war and reframed them as an antidote to war itself. By the end of the war, it was clear that sanctions were likely to become a permanent part of the machinery of organized mankind. 1. Seen from the 21st century, they have indeed become permanent, but not without important shifts in scope and function. Point 2. The interwar history of sanctions illuminates our present in three areas. First, it highlights how profoundly liberal internationalism has been shaped by the era of total war between 1914 and 1945. Second, it puts into perspective how the rise of U.S. hegemony has normalized the use of sanctions while widening their goals. Third, it forces us to think about how economic pressure does and does not shape political outcomes, suggesting a key distinction between the effects and the efficacy of sanctions in global history. Interwar internationalists sincerely wanted to preserve peace. But since they were unable to erase the memory of civilian suffering caused by the wartime blockade, they decided to embrace this legacy instead. This was the origin of the idea of sanctions deterrence. Knowledge of the horrors of the past would keep future lawbreakers in check. Sanctions deterrence worked to keep peace in the Balkans during the 1920s. But after the Great Depression, as ideological and military rivalry mounted, it came under strain. The Norwegian internationalist Christian Lang worried in 1933 that where it was possible to use the threat of Article 16 as a preventive of war against small states, there was no possibility of using this threat against powerfully armed states. 3. Amid rising economic nationalism, peacetime sanctions became more difficult to distinguish from the wartime blockade that had inspired them. In these conditions, sanctions did not stop political and economic disintegration but accelerated it. The English international affairs analyst Helena Swanwick pointed out in 1937 that this meant preparing for war. If we insist on pursuing a policy of sanctions in Europe as it now is, we must rearm. What sanctionists will not realize is that the theory of sanctions ties the whole league up to the balance of power. 4. Internationalists did not abandon economic coercion as a means of enforcing collective security in the 1940s. But they had to fight another, still more devastating world war before they could establish the policy on a more solid foundation.
Far from being bleeding heart pacifists, early 20th century liberal internationalists were deeply concerned with the use of force. In their eyes, World War I had shattered the old belief that people were inherently peaceful and only their rulers belligerent. The innovation of sanctions was to rely on economic total war to intimidate peoples into restraining their princes. Interwar sanctionists transformed the liberal state, defended the League, attacked neutrality, stigmatized aggression, and justified the threat and application of coercion against civilians. This was a formidable political challenge, and it is not surprising that this project was initially met with resistance. But the acceptance of sanctions was never a question of narrow legality alone. Since World War II, it has become clear that sanctions depend on a substratum of general consent. Economic coercion can find a place in politics if its goals and methods enjoy legitimacy. Multilateral organizations like the United Nations and the European Union have given sanctions a legitimacy that the Interwar League of Nations, an organization dominated by empires openly espousing a hierarchy of civilization, never could. 5 But as sanctions have become an accepted tool of liberal international institutions, the threshold for using them has declined. How to respond to the violation of norms remains, ultimately, a political question. In the spring of 1919, Robert Cecil waved away protests against using blockade to overthrow Bolshevism by responding that he saw no other alternative. Many of today's internationalists, too, see few alternatives. This perception has driven some of the most grievously counterproductive uses of sanctions, most prominently against Iraq in the 1990s, when its strangulation at the hands of the UN Security Council cost hundreds of thousands of lives and permanently damaged the country's social and economic fabric. 6. These humanitarian nightmares are an important reminder of the lethal early 20th century origins of sanctions. But most economic sanctions used today are far more mundane in character. In 2015, a UN official estimated that 1/3 of the world's population lives in countries that are under some form of economic sanctions. 7 These range from the specific, such as individual travel bans and asset freezes, to more general measures, such as technological and trade restrictions. 8 Today's omnipresent sanctions have traveled a long way from their interwar purpose of preventing war. This normalization of sanctions as part of the everyday reality of international politics underscores a second point: the consequences of the U.S. rise to global power in the 20th century. It is a historical irony that the state that between the world wars most fervently opposed economic sanctions has been their most avid user over the last 7 decades. In 1929, President Herbert Hoover, a neutralist and humanitarian internationalist, was still able to cast sanctions as a fundamentally un-American practice, an anachronistic form of European-style imperialism. Just over a decade later, Roosevelt's turn to global supremacy went hand in hand with the use of both negative sanctions, oil embargoes, and positive sanctions, Lend-Lease. At the time, the émigré economist Albert Hirschman hoped that the internationalization of power over external economic relations would go far toward the goal of a peaceful world. 9 America could complete the job begun by Geneva. In practice, the world's de facto sanctionist headquarters quickly moved from the United Nations in New York to U.S. national security institutions in Washington. America's sanctionism has been shaped by 3 factors: its unique military dominance, the ideological inflection of Cold War politics, and the role of U.S. financial markets in the world economy. Nuclear weapons and strategic air power made it possible to conceive of deterrence, something that the interwar economic weapon had struggled to project, on a global and existential scale. But nukes also gave economic peace war a new lease on life. The risk of nuclear escalation meant that forms of force that did not trigger conventional war became newly attractive as ways of weakening opposing states. 10 The capitalist Western Bloc deployed its economic strength to grind down the long-term growth of the socialist Eastern Bloc. This containment took place through multilateral measures such as the Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls, COCOM. 11 At the level of national policy, the U.S. government transformed the Treasury's foreign funds control. During the Korean War it was renamed and expanded into the Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC.
the agency that still superintends U.S. sanctions policy today. At the time of this writing, it administers sanctions on over 16,000 individuals and organizations. 12. The aims of economic pressure have expanded too. Interwar sanctions were focused narrowly on the external goal of stopping interstate war. Multilateral and unilateral sanctions since 1945 have usually had internal goals: to address human rights violations, convince dictatorships to give way to democracy, smother nuclear programs, punish criminals, press for the release of political prisoners, or obtain other concessions. Since the norms of liberal internationalism have been largely determined by the transatlantic alliance, sanctions objectives are also an index of changing foreign policy concerns. Cold War sanctions and blockades targeted socialist states such as the Soviet Union, Communist China, North Korea, Cuba, and Vietnam. 13 Decolonization challenged the Western monopoly on sanctions, as Asian and African states campaigned for their use against white settler regimes. This culminated in UN sanctions against Rhodesia from 1965 to 1979 and increasing pressure on South Africa thereafter. 14 The Iranian Revolution prompted a U.S. campaign of economic pressure against the Islamic Republic that has lasted 4 decades and continues to this day, with a mixed effect on Tehran's aims and policies. 15 Other Islamist states that incurred major international and U.S. sanctions were Sudan after 1989 and Libya from 1992. These efforts formed part of a wider 1990s shift toward the containment and overthrow of backlash or rogue states. 16 Often framed around nuclear nonproliferation and human rights concerns, this enduring landscape of sanctions shows little sign of disappearing soon, despite its general inability to produce regime change and serious cost to the populations and economies of the Middle East and East Asia. The rising incidence and widening aims of sanctions under U.S. hegemony also reflect important shifts in global economic history. Roosevelt's sanctions on Spain and Japan in 1940 to 1941 were made possible because he governed the largest oil producer in the world. This power slipped from America's grasp due to the rise of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, in the 1960s and 1970s. 17 The most notable U.S. attempt to manipulate export power was the underwhelming 1980 embargo on grain exports to the Soviet Union. 18 In the long run, however, commodity control was not where Washington's advantage was greatest. Its hegemony derived less from goods trade than from international leadership in corporate, regulatory, technological, and financial structures, an ensemble of capacities that policymakers have come to see as tools of economic statecraft. 19. Finance is a particularly potent conduit for pressure. Just as Hawtrey, Strakosch, and Keynes saw the City of London as an essential sanctionist hub in the 1920s, so the pivotal role of Wall Street in the global financial system since the 1970s has provided significant levers for policymakers to exploit. 20 Because the dollar is the premier reserve currency and most popular medium for global trade and debt issuance, a vast segment of international markets and firms falls under U.S. jurisdiction in some way or other. This weaponized interdependence has been deepened by the unprecedented interventions of the Federal Reserve since the 2008 global financial crisis. 21 Today, global banks and corporate finance are the front line of sanctions implementation and compliance. The limits on Washington's use of this financial power are political rather than infrastructural in nature. U.S. policymakers have shown remarkable ingenuity at mastering the plumbing of economic globalization. But the challenge that they face is translating this technical skill into beneficial outcomes in the real world. This brings us to a final point about sanctions: the difference between economic effects and political outcomes. The policy debate about sanctions has been repeated almost every decade since the League was created in the wake of World War I. At its core has been the perennial question: do economic sanctions work? 22 While the success rate differs depending on the objective, the historical record is relatively clear: most economic sanctions have not worked. In the 20th century, only 1 in 3 uses of sanctions was at least partially successful. 23 More modest goals have better chances of success. But from the available data it is clear that the history of sanctions is largely a history of disappointment. What is striking is that this limited utility has not affected frequency of use. To the contrary, sanctions use doubled in the 1990s and 2000s compared to the period from 1950 to 1985, by the 2010s it had doubled again. Yet while in the 1985 to 1995 period, at a moment of great relative Western power, the chances of sanctions success were still around 35 to 40%, by 2016 this had fallen below 20%. 24 In other words, while the use of sanctions has surged, their odds of success have plummeted. But to focus on whether sanctions have efficacy in achieving their goals would be to miss their tremendous effects on the world's political and economic history. It is vital to distinguish between these aspects. 25 The history of interwar sanctions provides excellent examples of the contrasts and connection between efficacy and effects. Interwar observers often took blockade's visible and horrifying impact on Central Europe as proof that this policy had been essential to Allied victory in World War I. Effects were equated with efficacy without an investigation of the complex links between them. The conflation was politically useful since it boosted trust in the League's ability to keep peace with its fearsome economic weapon. Effects were not a prerequisite of efficacy, however. The most successful interwar sanctions, against Yugoslavia in 1921 and Greece in 1925, involved threats rather than actual application. A depreciated dinar and a humble general were small prices to pay for the preservation of peace in the Balkans. High efficacy was thus possible in the absence of dramatic effects. In the 1930s, the relationship between effects and efficacy changed yet again. League sanctions against Italy were not effective in stopping Mussolini or saving Ethiopia, but they had marked effects on the Italian regime and the autarkic aims and trajectories of Nazi Germany and Japan. Blockade phobia meant that the unintended and counterproductive effects of the policy overtook its political goals. It is in this dynamic interaction between effects and efficacy that the true historical significance of sanctions lies, in the era of the world wars as much as in the present. Perhaps the most confounding aspect of sanctions is that regardless of their technical sophistication, their outcome is never a matter of economic factors alone. Interwar sanctionists assumed state behavior was driven by popular opinion and the material self-interest of populations and elites. But in light of the experience of World War I, this view was dangerously single-minded. Nationalism, fear-mongering, and violent racism surged. Ideals of cultural unity, historic rights to territory, and promises of self-determination and social transformation mobilized millions of Europeans. Given the power of such ideas to move entire societies, how would economic pressure alone dissuade them from repeating such collective struggle? While history shows the power of material calculations, it illustrates equally important countervailing motives. Herodotus ends his histories by recounting how the 6th century BCE Persians consciously chose not to settle in rich and fertile agricultural regions that easily fell under foreign influence, preferring to remain in the rugged mountains of their ancestors. In his words, they opted to live in a harsh land and rule, rather than to sow a level plain, and be the slaves of others. 26. The same aspect of economic sanctions that makes them philosophically appealing to liberal internationalism, their reliance on a homo economicus rationale, also limits their salience. Economic sanctions do not project only material force, they also project political, social, and cultural values. Sanctions would no doubt work better in a world of perfectly rational, consistently self-interested subjects, but this is not the world that we actually inhabit. Most people in most places at most times make collective choices on the basis of a wider set of considerations. The economic weapon may be a form of politics by other means. But ultimately, stitching animosity into the fabric of international affairs and human exchange is of limited use in changing the world.